Well,
Is that-
take care of it.
Yeah. Several different.
Well, I guess it's time to turn your camera on, mic's on. Whack. Looks like it'll be a roll call first. See who's crazy enough to show up.
Okay, Mrs. Anderson? Here. Dr. Beer?
Here.
Dr. Bone? Here. Mr. Camp?
Here.
Mr. Davis?
Here.
Dr. Gardner?
Here.
Dr. Griffin?
Here.
Dr. Jones?
Here.
Dr. Cluck?
Here.
Dr. McGee?
Here.
Dr. Phillip?
Here.
Dr. Roller?
Here.
And Dr. Thomas? Dr. Thomas did say he would be late this morning, so we expect him to appear later. We have a quorum.
And then we need to consider a motion for approval for non-appearing applicants. Next, anyone?
Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And then we need to consider a motion for vote for preparation for reimbursement for board members attending the meeting.
So move.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Amy, you want to do your part?
I'm actually going to do my report first thing this morning rather than later this afternoon. First, I want to introduce Judy Brazda. She is officially your new licensing manager. You'll see that we have everybody in the horseshoe today. This may not be the same for future meetings, but she will be in the horseshoe today. I just wanted to make sure y'all did know Judy. Most of you have already worked with her as far as licensure, but this is her first official meeting as officially being the licensing manager. Okay. The October meeting, we need to have a discussion about the October meeting. It is definitely going to be 2 full days, possibly 3. So what we wanted to discuss with the board members is, would you want the third day on a Wednesday, a Saturday, or a Monday? And I'll let Dr. Gardner take over from here if we need to take a vote. Now, this is only if we need to go to a third day, but it is possible it will be a 3-day meeting due to hearings.
That's whatever y'all want to do. I mean, selfishly, it's hard on me to go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but if that's what everybody wants to do, you can go. What do you think, Brian?
I'm here at the will of the people.
What's your preference though? Because really it comes down to, would you rather be here on a weekend? Would you rather be on a weekday?
I mean, it sounds like it's gonna be easier for everyone to be here that third day.
Okay.
Saturday.
So that's where you lean.
I cannot attend on that Saturday, but I will be here on Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
I cannot be here on Saturday.
Where you at, Mark?
Open.
Open. Hey, Josh, what's your take on that thing, man? Because you operate a bunch. And you stay
Yeah,
busy.
the Wednesday thing is hard. Those are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is hard. What are the dates on that meeting? Is it the
I think it's like, is that 1st and 2nd
It's the
October?
First and second. So Wednesday would be September 30th.
yeah, there it is. Yeah, and then well, yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time on that Friday, Saturday anyway. So I'll be out of the country.
Yeah. Dr. Bear, what's your schedule look like?
Loser.
Yeah.
Probably puts you Friday, Saturday.
Saturday.
Don, what's your thing?
I think I can arrange it either way, and I know what a burden it is for already scheduled surgery cases. So Saturday.
Chris, you got surgeries you got to manage?
Thursday, Friday's good. I was trying to look at Saturday to see if there's any kids games, but I'm good.
What's your preference though? Would you rather do it on Wednesday or Saturday?
Thursday through Saturday.
Okay. Sarah, what does it look like? Dr. Griffin, go kill crappie fishing. What's that? Okay. It looks like most lean towards Saturday for now.
So if it does go to 3 days, we'll plan everything for a Saturday, which basically just, we would have skeleton staff here, which is fine. And we would need to make some arrangements with building security and management. That's not an issue. So we'll just plan on that just in case. The other thing that I wanted to go over is that I had said at the last meeting, I would have some information ready for you all this time. It's the MPA and also the rules crosswalk. It is not ready yet because rules are still going through promulgation, and I do want to make sure everything is correct before we publish that. There are no drastic changes to the Medical Practices Act for that. That's all I've got for right
Yeah.
now. There may be more later.
Just changes the numbers though, right?
Yes.
All right. And then, I guess we want to do foundation payment approval stuff now. Yeah.
For that. You did not have a financial report this time. I did want to announce, as y'all have learned this morning, that the State Medical Board has moved from its own domain over to the Department of Health domain, and we're still in process of putting out small fires. It's, the main issues now are pretty much gone, but there are small things that we're still working out. And also on July 1st, all state government went to a new financial accounting and HR system that we are still working out right now. So I am not able to pull any reports, financial reports as of this time. So everything's good. We started a new fiscal year on July 1st, so we're in good shape.
And that's the director's report. And then, I guess we need to consider a motion for approval for our foundation, payment. A motion.
Second.
A second, Mr. Camp, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. What's that?
Dr. Jones came.
Oh, yeah. And then I guess we'll get started with licensure appearances. Hey, Dr. Jones, you're gonna need your camera on. So first up is gonna be Dr. Adkins. He'll be on your screen. It may be the little swipe up top may have you.
Jenny's got it. Jenny's.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Dr. Atkins. What's
How
going
are-
on, man? I appreciate your time. Ward Gardner with the board here. Hey, what you need an Arkansas license for, big guy?
Twofold. So one, I'm emergency medicine, so I'm doing some locums, trying to get to a locums job in Benton. And then another one is I'll be a medical director for kind of a wellness spa in Little Rock.
Yeah, that's the only reason I want to talk to you about it. And so just be, I mean, I guess I'm not supposed to give advice, but one of our concerns obviously with those setups is just, when do I have to set up a patient provider relationship and all that kind of stuff? Obviously, if you're going to be involved in treatment and that includes prescribing drugs, then you're going to need to see them. And so we see a lot of folks that kind of leverage all the work you've put in to get that license, man, and tell you everything's going to be okay because their lawyers have checked it. And we get a complaint and you get punished and not the lawyers. And so I just want you to be careful. What does that look like? That practice model look like?
So most of it is weight loss and a lot of the wellness injections. They're doing some of the peptide stuff, and then they're doing some Botox.
Yeah. What is that? But is it going to be one of those things where you kind of manage it remotely? Is it just going to be signing off on charts? What does it look like?
So most of it's going to be managing remotely. So I'm forming and creating all of the protocols that they have to follow.
Yeah.
And then it's remote following.
Okay. Who'd be writing the prescription for the Botox and the filler and all that?
Shasta, she's a nurse practitioner.
Okay. So she's got prescribing authority through your collaborative agreement with her.
Correct. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. What are the questions everybody else got? He totally qualifies for a license. I appreciate the help in the ER too, man.
I make a
Yeah.
motion, we grant him a license.
Motion and a second to grant his license. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for your time this morning.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great day.
You too, man. Next in person is Dr. Bashir, and this is for a provisional license. Come on down, Dr. Dodd. Heck yeah. Thanks for coming back. And then just make sure those mics are on when you get there. Hit the little buttons. Dr. Dodd's done this before. Yeah, just till the green lights up, it's good. That way we can hear you because I'm old and can't hear. And so Dr. Bashir's here for a provisional license, and just so we go over it again, the requirements are active unrestricted license in a foreign country, actively practicing medicine during the 4-year period prior to this application, ECFMG approved program, ECFMG certificate, past examinations used by ECFMG, which is just step 1 and 2. It is not 3. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Judy. And then it's got to be medically underserved population definition going on here. And area. Thank you. Okay. So I want to make sure I got that right. And so, and then after acceptance of a position, they've got to maintain employment with the original provider for 3 consecutive years to complete this process. Got to notify the board if there's any change to the employer within 5 days of that employer change. The license is not a fully active license unless you're attached to programs approved by the sponsoring physician, in this case, Dr. Dodd. Only valid for 1 year and can be renewed. So every year it's got to be renewed. After 2, can obtain a full Arkansas license. Additionally, in this situation, Dr. Bashir, the board's going to need to consider a waiver regarding a short period in residency. And just want to get everybody up to speed. I appreciate your time, Dr. Bashir. Hey, the residency you did, what did they do? Did they just run you to multiple specialties every 2 months for a freaking year?
Oh, yes, sir. We have.
I don't want that. How was that?
It was good, actually. It was like we get exposure to every specialty, not every, like maximum.
Yeah. Because there's a bunch of them. It was like 6 or 4.
Four.
4. I couldn't remember. And they were all like 3-month runs, right?
3 months each.
Yeah. And then last 4 years have practice, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure, crossing Ts, dotting Is. And then going to be working, I assume in South Arkansas with Dr. Dodd?
Yes, sir.
And then I guess you have some practice up here though, too, don't you, Dr. Dodd?
Right. We
Yeah.
have it here in Conway.
Gotcha. And then it looks to me she qualifies for the license, y'all, unless anybody has more questions or anything like that. Any questions?
Second.
Nope. We got a motion, a second to grant her a provisional license. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Dodd, for your patience.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Dr. Bashir. Next up is Dr. Oh, if I get this wrong, I should look this up. Is it Crest or Trest? And I'm from Arkansas. ACT scores were not good. It's Crest. Okay, Miss Crest. Miss Crest? She virtual?
She's virtual.
Yeah. There she is.
Hi.
Hey, Marie.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. The internet looks like it's trying to revolt on the screens where we currently operate off. I can see you on my computer though, which is quite helpful. Hey, I appreciate your time. Hey, what do you need an Arkansas license for?
I am going to be doing telemedicine, and the group that I'm hired for, they have hospitals that they provide care at in Arkansas.
Okay, and then looking at the delegation agreement you signed, it looks like the delegation agreement, the only problem here is that you signed says you can't do biologics.
Okay. I think there was another form that we submitted for the biologic what's the word? To be able to do that.
Well, but the
Am I
problem is I got
missing
a
that?
delegation agreement that says I'm not going to do biologics. I'm not going to do 2 other classes of meds as well as what's on that agreement.
I'll have to resubmit that.
Okay. And so if we have to resubmit that kind of stuff, I guess we put the license, we table the appearance, put the license on hold, and she sends an updated agreement. Okay. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
because that's what's on that agreement. And so I wanted to make sure, because I had kind of 2 things going 2 directions on that, Marie. And if you could do that, that would be awesome. We take it up at the next meeting as a part of a licensure appearance and move from there.
Okay, so again, this delegation that I submitted before, let me just make sure that I have that right. It just says that I'm not requesting the biologic.
No, it says
Prescriptive
that you
authority.
can't do biologics. So the one
That I
you signed
can't.
says I'm not going to do biologics. I
I
think there's
see.
an anticoagulation clause on there.
I
And I
see.
think there's one other one. So I'd be real careful and make sure that everything you got from who's going to hire you and what you signed with us agree, because,
Okay,
or yeah, everything's just
Okay.
got to look the same on the agreement side for us.
not a problem. I will go back and reevaluate that.
Okay.
I'll make
And
a
then we'll
mo-
bring you back.
I'll make a motion, we table it for the
Okay.
next meeting.
Second.
Motion, a second to table her appearance. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. So we're good. We'll see you next time. We're going to get this done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Next up is Dr. Charukian.
She's ready to go.
Oh, you're free to go. Go to work. I think she did. She's frozen in time.
There's Dr. True. He's not on the screen, but he's on your small.
Not on my screen, but in my heart. Okay. The do I have to have him on screen to go? Mm-mm. Alan, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, gotcha, bub. Hey, Ward Gardner with the board. Hey, what do you need an Arkansas license for?
So I am the chief medical officer of a company called Spa Connect, the parent company.
Got it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hey, Alan, can you hear me now?
I can.
The problem is we can't hear him. Hold on, Alan. Still got some technical problems. Can't hear your side.
No worries.
Try to come up with that.
Boardroom, is that what it is? Okay. Here we go.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
No, still no sound from you. I tried again, Doctor. Don't see if I hear you.
Testing. Here I am.
No, can't hear. Can you hear me fine?
We can move, we can tell them we can move them to the waiting room and we can move somebody else.
I'm just going to flip in and out of YouTube. What'd you say? Right, that's the problem. He reboots it, you're not recording.
It's recording.
Is it? Okay.
Um, if we, yeah. Where's your speakers? Let's see. Trying to find that audio on your laptop here. There it is. Then you'll at least hear me here.
Hey, Dr. Can you hear? Hey, Doc, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yes.
Y'all hear that? Okay.
Gonna take a break.
Oh, that's a lot. Yeah. Hey, Alan Ward, I appreciate you putting up with us. Oh, we just gotta get, yeah, we're working through some things. Hey, appreciate your time. Hey, what do you need an Arkansas license for, Alan?
So I am the chief medical officer for a company called Spa Connect. What we do is we facilitate good faith examinations via telehealth for medical spas and surgical offices. And to do the business in Arkansas, I need to be a licensed physician there to supervise nurse practitioners who do our telehealth examinations.
Hey, and I figure it's the model maybe we've seen before where physicians are delegating to physician assistants for this. How does that look like?
So it's a standard workflow. The process begins with the client, usually a medical spa or doctor's office, enter the patient details. They're followed by the patient providing their health history. A Spa Connect nurse practitioner collects consent before conducting the telehealth exam. And then we collect all pertinent medical history and document it in our proprietary HIPAA compliant database to assist with the good faith examination.
Hey, so I'm surprised though. What gap are y'all filling, Alan? I don't for at that level. You know what? I don't. I figure it's most of those clinics are going to be APRNs already, though, Alan, aren't they?
No, we actually have a number of physicians as well. What we do is the actual good faith examination per patient usually takes about 15 minutes or so. What we do is we help them streamline their office practices, which improves their patient throughput by doing the good faith examination either synchronously or asynchronously.
What's your definition of asynchronous, Q? That's a very sticky wicket, you know, Alan.
Sure. So what we do is we get a contact from the client about the patient. The patient schedules an appointment with us, and we basically get the good faith examination done within a certain time frame ahead of their appointment with their practitioner.
Why do they need a good faith examination? I'm a little lost on that part.
It's a legal requirement. The physician and whoever is doing the examination and being supervised by the physician in your state requires legally to interact with the patient, obtain their medical history to see whether or not they meet criteria to get their treatments.
Give me the typical licensee type flow that you see the most. Is this we're covering? I guess I'm confused though, Alan, because at the back end, most of these are aesthetic clinics, right? And so
Aesthetic clinics and plastic surgeons' offices, we do all of them.
yeah, but so the plastic surgeon's office, I mean, he or she's going to do that exam.
They will sometimes, but sometimes, again, if their workflow is large and they need to streamline that process, they'll delegate that responsibility to us.
So walk me through this. So patient comes in, busy plastic surgeon, wants some lip filler maybe. Do y'all determine whether or not the lip filler's the thing to do and then where it needs to be placed? I'm a little confused
No, no,
about
no,
it.
no, no. So we actually
Yeah.
have very clear boundaries.
Yeah.
We make a treatment plan recommendation or a deferral to the medical spa or physician's office. Our nurse practitioners do not prescribe or do anything other than that. We basically make sure that they either meet the criteria or if there's contraindications, we defer them and the medical director or physician has to see them to approve any process. We do not tell them where to put anything. We just say the person is approved, say for lip filler, Botox, and why.
Interesting. And so the physician walks in the room. But what's so funny, Alan, you're a physician, right? And so, hold on a second. This is
Let me put it in maybe more simplified terms. A patient comes into a doctor's office. The doctor just doesn't say, let's start putting Botox or fillers in you. They have to say, hello, let's go through your history. Oh, you've got some genetic disorders, or you've got use of warfarin or Xarelto or Eliquis. Oh, well, we can't do this because of this. We basically determine whether or not they should receive any of these treatments or not. If they meet the clinical criteria to get these things, as well as the what the manufacturer of these products have relegated as whether or not this is a contraindication or an indication. I cannot hear you, Dr. Gardner.
Dr. Gardner, you're on mute.
how's that? Thanks for the help, Josh. Is that better, Alan?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Great. And so it's not you, Alan. And so I'm just surprised people just don't do a questionnaire up front at a doctor's office, has all that stuff on there, and then provider walks in the room or the person scheduling looks at it and says, does the same thing. You see what I'm saying, Alan?
So I understand exactly where you're coming from, but let me put it from the perspective of the actual practitioner. So the doctor comes into the office, spends 15 minutes with the person taking the history, putting it all down, then has to go out, prepare all the things he's going to do for that patient, brings everything back in, begins the process. It could take 45 minutes for that visit for that one patient. We shave 15 minutes off of that time, so now it's a 30-minute window. The doctor now has the ability to see instead of one patient per hour, two patients per hour. That improves his throughput for his business.
Yeah, because I don't do aesthetics, that's for sure.
So you're basically eliminating the need for the provider to do their own history and physical.
We're not eliminating that at all. We never actually take the place of the provider. The provider always still has to review the good faith examination that we provide, and then they have to sign off on it on their side. All we're doing is facilitating the actual exam interview of the patient to make sure we know what their medications are, their allergies, any past medical history, and then what they're seeking treatment for, and make sure that they don't have any contraindications to these treatments. If they do, we defer, and then the medical director has to sit down and go through these things to determine whether or not this patient should receive these interventions.
Well, the good thing is, fundamentally, they're doing an exam, right?
I'm sorry, Dr. Gardner, I can't hear you.
Yeah, it looks like it's still, there it is.
They're all screwed up. I come at everybody 3 ways now. And so, yeah. So to me, Josh, it just looks like a business model, but it doesn't. It's not like people are not getting examined. Right. Agreed. Hey, Benny, any questions?
No?
I move we grant him a license.
Yep.
I don't understand.
Yeah, but that's capitalism to me. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it works, it works. I was just trying to figure out how it worked and why it worked.
Another one of these situations where I wouldn't do it because I wouldn't need that. But I don't see that there's a legal problem. It's probably, it may be that somebody would come in an office to get some procedure and these folks would save them from having some kind of a complication, like these guys might have found out that they were on warfarin or something and
Okay.
and it might have been missed
Let's see.
otherwise. I mean, what it to me, it's like he's taking the place of a good history and physical.
Yeah,
But,
right. And I mean, they're trying to do a good
yeah,
one too.
Right, and so it's really on the person who's doing the procedure
Yeah.
to trust these guys. And like I said, if somebody is apt to have some kind of negligence, maybe it's an extra layer to keep that from happening. I don't know. I mean,
That's
obviously
exactly what we do.
it wouldn't be needed. It wouldn't be needed in my office, but
Right.
but maybe some offices need this.
I'll second his motion to give him a license.
And I don't see a gap. I know what you're thinking about. I don't see a gap. I got a motion, a second to grant him his license. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Alan, thanks for your patience a ton, man.
I appreciate you, Dr. Gardner. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your time as well.
You too.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, sir. You're good to go. Once again, we may not like the rules. We just have to follow them. Yeah.
Transfer over. Do I carry backups?
Which one are you looking for?
The Hannum. Dr. Hannum, you here? Hey, come on up, man. Turn it on. Hopefully you won't sound like Frampton.
Mic check.
Exactly. Thanks, Paul. Hey, I appreciate you being here. It's appearance today for licensure. And it just, without getting too far, right? And so it looks like, did a year of residency, then went out and practiced for a while, didn't you?
In Missouri.
Yeah, that's what I
for,
thought, because you practiced for like 6 years, didn't you?
An assistant physician, yes, which is similar to your provisional license.
What do you mean by assistant physician?
So in Missouri, it's called assistant physician. Essentially, you pass step 2, graduate medical school. Missouri will give you a license if you're supervised by a fully licensed physician. It's designated as a mid-level. We have some issues with Medicare and Medicaid, but that's a whole nother ballgame.
Yeah.
But
Politics.
yes.
Okay, I got you.
So-
I thought you practiced after, because in Arkansas, you complete a year, you qualify for our license.
Well, right. So because I hadn't completed a year of residency,
Oh, sure.
right. So I only get this
Oh, okay.
assistant physician.
Would Missouri
license.
let you go practice if you completed the whole year, bro?
Absolutely.
I got you.
Absolutely. As a
I was
matter of
curious.
fact, I'm concurrently applying for a Missouri license. So
Blame-
don't hate me for that.
Oh, heck no, man. You take care of you, man. Healthcare is a freaking brawl. You know that. Hey, what do you want to get the license for now?
Well, I'm in residency currently.
Right.
So I'm in Pine Bluff. I have 2 more years. And while I'm practicing residency, I'd like to do a little bit of moonlighting from time to time, and I do need a license for that.
Gotcha. And then there were some issues in the past, but I mean, not naive. I mean, I am a little bit, obviously, Paul, but I mean, when there's that kind of thing sitting there, I assume, Paul, there were some things on both sides.
Sure.
That was why that was there.
Right.
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 Is there anything in that, without getting in trouble?
Right. So I was reviewing the agreement last night, and it says the entirety of the agreement is confidential. So,
Okay.
so that's why you don't have a copy of it. However,
Because Paul, I mean, hey, just so you know, before you say another word,
okay,
I know that you've been in practice for 6 years,
Okay.
dude, without problems.
all right,
Okay.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right,
So
thank
don't
you.
take it as that.
Okay.
But I wasn't sure. I mean, was it just a agree to disagree situation?
Yeah, well, yeah, essentially. As I said, without saying too much,
Yeah.
this particular residency, let me just say it's a good residency. I'm not here to knock anybody or make it seem. I just also think that there were some things that they were not willing to do for someone where I was
Yeah.
in that spot. And based on what happened, let me just say, no patient were hurt.
Yep.
Didn't do anything egregious or I just think, in their opinion, they didn't think I was moving at the pace they wanted me to move.
Yeah. And for 6 years practice as an assistant physician in Missouri with zero problems.
Zero problems, right?
Right.
Make a motion with granting a license.
Second.
Motion a second, a third is what it sounded like, Paul. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. One recusal.
Okay.
He works at UAMS.
That's all right.
Thanks for coming. Do well.
Thanks, Paul. Hey, don't get me in trouble. Hey, Dr. Noraldine and friends. Hey, Dr. Chris, what's up? Man, yeah, what, you know, I appreciate you saying it, but you know, neither one of us want it. And so hey, Rosh, it looks like, did you look at the criteria for this provisional?
Yes, I did.
Looked like you meet all this, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so, what's that? Oh, hey, hit the mic up there in front of you, Rosh, or get it lower.
Do you hear me?
No, try again. Is it on? Okay, it is what it is then. You do the best you can. And so we've already kind of heard kind of what the criteria are here. She's gonna work, I believe, at A&I, doing what I would qualify as advanced neurosurgical things. She's already done some at Mayo Clinic, things like that. And so has anyone got any questions? Because it looks like she meets criteria. I mean, Rosh, anything you want to say, Dr. Noraldine?
Can you repeat, please?
Anything you would say or anything like that? Not because you have to.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Yeah. And then the plan is to work at A&I.
Yes, correct.
Gotcha.
The plan is to work as a neurosurgeon at the ANI under the mentorship of Dr. Ali Krish and learn from him and his team.
Yeah, don't sleep on that guy that's the director of the hospital either. He's no rookie. And so he used to boss that guy around. And so anybody got any questions or concerns?
I make a motion with granting a license.
Second. A motion, a second to grant her a provisional license. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for everything, Dr. Chris.
Next up is Dr. Coe. Looks like a virtual. Hi, Dr. Coe.
Morning.
Hey, good morning, David. Hey, I appreciate your time. Hey, what's the plan with an Arkansas license here, David?
I'm sorry?
What's the plan with an Arkansas license? Why do you need an Arkansas license?
I currently work for an organization, a telemedicine organization called Doctronic.
Right, and so the idea is to bring that platform here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you. And so explain to me kind of how that works, David, because I'll be honest, what gives me pause is the model. Now, you and I both know this is in some form as it meets whatever legal guidelines well, I won't say that. But anyway, but we got to kind of step through this because this is kind of a bridge, right? This is a wholesale change in kind of how medicine's executed. And believe me, we're 22% of GDP, don't make anything. So I just assume we make this more affordable and more accurate when we do it. But go through the model. How does it work? Because I have some reservations when I have an AI platform that says it's the best doctor in America and things like that because it's not a doctor.
Right. Right. So the way the program works is that anyone can go on the website and enter in their complaints, basically provide a HPI, a basic history to the AI, and then the AI can give them the option of speaking to a real doctor. Of course, anytime you need to make a prescription, medication, referral, those kind of things, the AI cannot do. So you would have to speak to a doctor. So on my side, most of it is going to be more of the urgent care type services. Now we do have a couple of doctors who do kind of a form of primary care, pretty limited, medication renewals and wellness visits, those kind of things. But the majority is going to be kind of the urgent care model. So we would see the patient in a waiting room. We'd have the history already presented to us kind of from the AI conversation. So we'd be able to kind of cut out some time with history. Of course, we'd be able to ask follow-up questions, but focus more on the diagnosis and the treatment plan.
Right. And so I assume the patient steps up, gets on the LLM in some form, and has an interaction with that LLM. Does the LLM then give you a differential diagnosis and things that you should look at as a physician?
It gives us some suggestions.
Well, so David, why is that not the practice of medicine? So let me read you something from the Arkansas Medical Practice Act. It says the practice of medicine is holding oneself out to the public within this state as being able to diagnose, treat, prescribe, palliate, or prevent human disease, ailment, injury, deformity, or physical and mental condition, whether by the use of drugs, surgery, manipulation, electricity, or any physical, mechanical, or any other means whatsoever. The problem I have, David, and I honestly bring it up here because I think legislators are going to have to cross this bridge.
Mhm.
But to me, David, that's the practice of medicine. And a company in Arkansas can't practice medicine. A physician can.
Right.
And so my concern here is we're de novo declaring an LLM as practicing medicine. But if you're going to practice in medicine in Arkansas, you have to have a license. And that LLM can't have a license, nor can the company that owns it, right? Because that's not a single physician. And so legally, I mean, it's your baby, I guess, is how I would look at this. But honestly, I think that's the practice of medicine that's defined by most legislatures in America. And so I think if the physician goes and gets that, and you do the history and physical and things like that, you can practice medicine. But the front end is this is an LLM practice in medicine.
Well, I guess I would say from my perspective, the AI, or at least how I use it, is more of the AI is providing a lot of the history, and then once I get the information, then I'm able to clarify follow-up questions.
I know, but David, you and I both have used it. I use it a lot. I mean, it's not telling me tokens I burned yesterday. And so, but it's different when you're on the front end practicing medicine and then utilizing it on the back end. The front end here, because these patients can access this from home. And on the website, it advertises itself as a physician. It says it's the #1 AI doctor and your personal AI doctor is what's on the website. And do not get me wrong, David. I just wish that the big money that backs this would do the thing politically, which wouldn't put us in a bad spot here.
Sure.
Certainly, you qualify for a license. You seem extremely bright and nice, and I really appreciate the discussion. What does everybody else think?
I'd just like to ask him, when the patient accesses this, and you said implied that there were certain circumstances then that would cause it to be forwarded to you guys.
Yes.
Are there situations where the AI says, I'm taking care of this, or you don't need these doctors, and that's as far as it gets? Is there anybody who accesses this who does not eventually get to see you guys?
That is a good question. I'm not sure.
And the problem is, David, and a little bit for us is unprofessional conduct is aiding or abetting an unlicensed person to practice medicine in Arkansas. Right? So that puts you at risk. Because if the state were to deem this to be practice of medicine, and then you came here to get a license in order for that to practice medicine, that puts you at risk. Because what happens is if we get a complaint about the way this goes, it won't be the medical board calling in Doctronic directly, to be you. And And it might not be a long discussion.
And very unpleasant.
And how many patients will we have through Doctronic that have accessed it, gotten information from Doctronic that you've never even interacted with? And there's no documentation that you ever interacted with these patients.
And even, and very importantly, if, let's suppose that AI makes the wrong decision and that patient is very ill or becomes very ill and that was never forwarded on to you. It was never upgraded to see the real doctor. I could be a real problem. And if everybody, if you were just using it, if AI was just taking the information and evaluating everything and sending you that information and you saw every patient and use that AI, but if there are patients who are actually being evaluated by the AI that never get as far as you, then that is a problem, I think, because they could make a wrong decision without ever seeing the real doctor.
Well, and to be clear, well, be as clear as I can be, my statement is the physicians are allowing the persons within this company to practice medicine. Okay, so you can't take up so easily against a server.
Yeah.
But there are people that generate the server, which generates the learning that leads to the inference. And so I think that has to be clear too. Now, David, for a license, absolutely qualifies, right? Dr. Ko does. And so I personally think, I mean, the state, we got to give them a license. But I think having the debate and the discussion, this needs to start now. And this, and however it needs to be handled is up to the people that got elected. But the way it looks right now, this is the bridge in artificial intelligence and healthcare that me personally is coming. Everyone talks about radiology and pathology also, but the real bridge, y'all, is patient-provider relationship definitions, period.
Don't you think, though, that according to the Medical Practices Act, the platform that he's presenting violates that? And so how do we give a license to somebody who's telling us how he's going to use his license? Which
I think that's a good question. I'd have to look at the end of the table where you normally reside, sir. So, and I think, they'd probably take them some time to really to ponder it all, but it's one of those things in our business that needs to be addressed, and you won't get it right the first time, that's for sure. But it needs to be addressed, and we cost people. Well, God, I could go on and on. We ain't cheap. I'll just say that. And so I, in some regard, appreciate the motivation to make things efficient and cheaper for Americans and Arkansans.
This is an easier one for me because we've had thorough discussion. You all have asked excellent questions about this. I'm not going to have much tolerance. If we grant this license, you have issues, you're coming back before us because this platform is not sounding proper at all. So as our chair said, personally, you as a provider, hey, grant you a license, that's an easy one. But this practice model, you're sticking your neck out for things that are just, you just don't have to.
Please understand, it would be you that's on the line and not the company. That's just what we're trying to make sure you understand.
Hey, David, your skill set pretty good in these things outside of the practice of medicine. Machine learning, all that stuff. You pretty good at that?
A machine learning?
Yeah, you pretty good at these things. You have a technical background outside of being a physician.
I don't have a degree in IT or anything.
Yeah,
formal,
CS or one of those. Okay. I was just curious because that gives you an extra kind of depth of how you merge these things.
I'll make the motion to grant them a license.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd like to make a motion to table this and let the lawyers review if we are because the candidate qualifies for a license as an individual, but the platform being presented would violate the Medical Practices Act. I'd like them to weigh in on that if what our authority is on granting licenses to people we know are going to knowingly violate the MPA.
What you think, Brian? it require you to rescind your motion.
I will always listen to legal counsel.
So I'm gonna take that, you'll take that motion back.
He tabled it.
Okay.
I will easily withdraw my motion.
Okay. Okay, and so that's a motion at this point to table it. Is there a second to that? Pending legal counsel, that's a second by Dr. Jones. Okay, all in favor to table it, given legal opinion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. So Dave, we're gonna take a look at it because it's the right thing to do, right? And so, and then we're gonna revisit this next meeting, and that'll give the folks behind you too some time to ponder as well. Because I think what I want to have, I think what I want to have, but I may not want to turn that rock over, is a lively discussion about such things.
Sure. And I just also wanted to say that I know there's some concerns, and being kind of an employee of the organization, I think there are likely more safeguards that I'm not necessarily aware of.
Yeah, I think so, Dave.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's the
That's the
good
point.
thing, the good discussion we can have, and we can have it out here publicly where the world can see it. But this is a bridge every single state's going to cross, and let's go on and see how it works. Okay.
Sure.
I really appreciate David a bunch, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you all
Thanks
for
so
your
much.
time.
And we'll see you next meeting. Yes, sir. You're good to go. Okay. So, Dr. Lufawaba, come on up. Welcome back from Northwest Arkansas. Yeah. Swear I've seen you before. Somewhere. I know. It's good to see you back. I appreciate your patience with us. It's a work in progress, just like what you saw. Sometimes it just is. And so it looks like we're here to discuss provisional license. Hey, and Dr. Lufawaba, have you practiced some in the last 4 years?
Yes,
Okay, what have you been doing?
in Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Okay, gotcha. That's just one of the check boxes I wanted to check because I wasn't sure on the app. And so, and your plan here is to provide care
Yes, in
through
fact,
Simmons? Is that really how we look at this?
Simmons page, yes.
Yeah, like OT, basically occupational medicine?
No, so they own some family practice clinics that I get the privilege of running, and that
This privilege.
provide family health care to
Gotcha.
employees,
Okay.
employees' families.
And so, what are the questions everybody got about this situation? It looks like the things we discussed in the past kind of have gotten their way corrected because of the MUP, MUA issue.
Does he need a waiver
He needs a waiver.
on the test?
Did I miss one?
Step 3.
Step 3, you don't have to pass for
Oh,
this one. Step 3 is just ECFMG requires 1 and 2. And so 3, he doesn't require corrected. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of it, that when you kick to ECFMG as the driver, it gets rid of that part of our thing.
I'll
So
make a
that's the
motion to give him a license.
We got a motion second to grant him his provisional license. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Be careful getting home.
Thank you.
All right. And then next up, originally, some of you may have an old version. There was a physician that withdrew. And so if you have one that starts with an M here, in the past, there was one that started with an M that withdrew. The newest version won't have that in here. And then, so next up is Dr. Patel, but I'm gonna need Amy to let him in. Can you let him in, Mike? Awesome, dude. Thanks. Patel, yeah. Thanks for the help a ton, Mike. See him, but I don't see him. We'll see what happens. Fingers crossed.
Hello.
Hey, Dr. Patel, I hear you. Don't see you.
All right, let me put myself on speakerphone. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I can hear you great, Raj. I appreciate the elbow.
I'm in the OR right now, so let me find a
Well,
spot.
okay, that's good. That's good.
Let's see how I can get this thing to work.
Hey, Dorley. Sorry, y'all go. Am I allowed to go phone only on him? Or does he have to be on video?
Let me see if I can get my video to work here. I had it before, but I didn't want you to see my pocket. Sorry, I'm making you guys wait.
Oh, dude. Hey, trust me, you're good, Raj. We appreciate the help, though.
Okay. Okay,
There
can
he
you
is.
see me
Hey,
now?
Raj. Thanks for the
How are you?
help, man. Hey,
Oh,
I'm
no
doing
problem.
great, dude. Yeah, I appreciate your time today. Hey, what do you need an Arkansas license for, Raj? What's going on?
So we are trying to help create more access to specialty care. So 60% of US counties don't have practicing neurologists. Most of my urologists, at least half, are over the age of 50. So um, we're looking to provide care in these states that many of them don't have specialty care like urologists. So
Yeah.
I
So it looks like
practice in,
teleurology.
yeah, but the only way to really influence care is I actually have to be able to come on site and help develop programs where we can build up APPs and access to urology care. Telehealth is one of the things that we can help do. In-person care, whether it's having people fly in or having building up programs where we recruit and train them, physicians and APPs. So that's what we're, at least I'm looking to help influence.
Hey, and Raj, what made you, and I guess you're just looking for, it seems an unlikely partner.
Excuse me?
Seems an unlikely partner.
What's an unlikely partner?
A GI clinic for a urologist. I mean, y'all are kind of close, but not that close.
Actually, there's a lot of cross synergies with GI and urology. It's a lot of elderly folks that we take care of. We can use the same office space, so I could timeshare in GI. They have procedure spaces there. Most older folks have constipation, GI issues that also affect their urinary system. So a lot of it goes hand in hand.
Hey, Raj, who you work for?
I work for Euro Partners, which is it's a Chicago-based company.
Oh, okay, big one. How many urologists in Euro Partners?
I think we probably got like between urologists and APPs, maybe 150.
Okay, so not massive, not as big as GI Alliance, but not small. The okay.
So would you be doing operative procedures in Northwest Arkansas?
I mean, that would be the eventual plan, whether it's me or if I recruited someone to, we're pretty hands-on when it comes to training young doctors and APPs. So some of that does require myself or anyone else that's involved in the recruiting and training process to be on site. Oftentimes that requires us to actually operate and be there to make sure that the care is done in a way
As it
that
stands, I guess I'm asking if you are going to be operating in the
yeah, I
certain.
mean, I'm the one who's applying, so yes.
Are you going to be applying for privileges at any of the hospitals in case the patients get?
Yeah, I mean, that would be part of the plan, yes. I mean, the only way to really do all of this is you have to have a backup of hospital, and also some patients would require procedures that are done in the hospital.
So it says on your application that you're not relocating. So what's the plan for coverage when you go back home?
Well, it's a plan in progress. I'm the first to make the leap. And in order to really build this up, I have to build a team around me as well as recruit. So this is the first in many steps to get us to that, I guess, level of being able to provide comprehensive care.
So you're saying that if you did operations, you wouldn't leave town after doing those?
Well, that would be the plan, yes. Most of our procedure.
Until you have coverage.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to really, before I'd get to the point where I would do procedures that would require someone to be on site and available 24/7, that would be the ultimate plan. But in the beginning, it may be more minor things to at least start workups and help people with recurrent UTIs or things that are a little bit more simple that we could transition to an APP model.
Well, if you transition to an APP model, who would then, if they needed to admit somebody to the hospital?
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, that all has to be built out. This is in the early phases, but the plan would be to have someone available 24/7 to man the clinics as well as procedures in the hospital, hopefully provide acute care in the ER. So it's a grand plan, but I'm in the early stages of developing that.
Well, I guess I'm asking, is this premature?
Oh, this
Should
would be
you
the
have-
first step to get to there. Yes. I mean, I can't tell you today that, you know, which hospitals, how many people, but this would be one of many steps that I'd have to do to develop that program.
Yeah, and that's, I guess it doesn't matter which hospital. The main thing is that you're not relocating, you're a surgeon, you're coming into town. It'll take time to build out the grand plan. So and we've seen it here, I've only been on this board for a year, but I've seen numerous complaints already for people coming in, doing operative procedures, and then bolting and getting our local urologist getting dumped on. Is how they would.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's not my plan.
I know it's not your plan, but you're not relocating. So I guess how would you square that? And would you not operate until you had boots on the ground 24/7?
If it's something that would require further care, as well as, sorry, I'm in the operating, they're talking to me. If it's something that, like, I do robotic prostatectomies and patients go home the same day. Now, that's a procedure that I wouldn't feel comfortable doing until I have an infrastructure around me that would make sure that if there's any acute situations, that the patients would be able to be treated not by other urologists, but our own or our own team. In terms of
But I
what
mean,
could be
even the smallest surgery can have a complication, and as a surgeon, we know that the easiest ones can go south. So it's I don't know what the requirements are, but taking care of your patients that you're operating on. So I guess that's what I'm asking is, would you be operating of any variety, simple, moderate, complex, any kind of surgery, and then leaving town without backup in place?
that would not, no, sir, I would not do that.
Okay.
So how many states is your company looking into locating?
Well, right now I locally have been able to provide care in 3 states in my market, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Indiana, where we built this up. We've been able to not only provide just basic urology care, but as well as more advanced care where it's hard to bring all the care to the local areas. So sometimes we build up centers of excellence where some patients travel locally, but not in the immediate neighborhood. But in terms of how many states we're in, I don't know. I think it's well over 20. But
Well, how'd you choose
again,
Arkansas? We have a paucity of urologists here based on population. I mean, how did we hit the bullseye for you?
well, you guys have a great group in Little Rock, but we have offices up in Bentonville, as well as Springdale.
So you already have offices in Arkansas.
Yes, sir. But that's through the GI side of our company.
I see.
So is there any sort of relationship between your company and GI Alliance directly, financially?
No, sir. Right. I mean, at some point, I'm assuming.
Yeah, me too, Raj. That's how this is going, Raj. You know it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But I mean, practice medicine is practice medicine.
Motion to grant him a license.
From a GI, Dr. Raj.
Second.
Motion to say to grant you a license. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Go back to work, Raj.
Thank you. Do you have any
Tell
more
everyone
questions?
the surgery doesn't start till you get there, Raj.
What's that, sir?
Tell them all the surgery doesn't start till you get there.
Oh, I agree. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thanks, bud.
Bye.
All right, next up is Dr. Roberson. Hey, Matt, you there?
Yes, I am. Can y'all hear me
Hey.
okay?
Yeah, I can, Matt. Hey, Ward Gardner with the board here. Hey, and looks like the model here is to get you licensed in Arkansas to represent Roe here in Arkansas from a telemedicine standpoint.
That is correct.
Yeah. So the only question I got though, Matt, looking at things, does Roe allow the patients to pick which med they're going to take first?
They pick a preference. So basically they'll say like, I want to pay this much money, and they pick, the step-bound quick pin. And so then, yeah, you have to discuss it with them and see if it's the right pick.
Seems kind of backwards though, Matt. You worked real hard for that license.
It is a little backwards. I'm not going to deny.
I mean, I want
It's
Serena
just-
Williams coming after me, but it just seems kind of backwards. And then what does the platform look like? Is you have some direct interaction with the patient during this process?
Yes, I do. They do a quick they do basically a quick survey, if you will, for the first, just to see if they qualify. Because like if they have medullary cancer, they don't even get to me.
Yeah.
And then on the next one, they have to have a video with me, and I'm one of the salary docs, and so I actually do all the videos. I do a bunch.
Okay. Some are just contract filling spaces for y'all.
Correct.
Yeah, it's a huge company. How many physicians work for Roe, Matt?
I think we're down to about 30 direct employees.
Oh, wow.
And then, yeah, we used to have, like 200 salary docs.
Yeah.
And then 2 years ago, they got a new medical director, and she knocked it down. And I was like one of the only ones that remained.
Yeah. Those paid endorsements aren't cheap, Matt.
Yeah.
Hey, Dr. Robertson, can I ask you a question? Are you guys prescribing compounded GLPs?
We do. We have a compounded semaglutide, yes.
Okay, and how are you getting around the FDA rules against compounding similar drugs?
As far as I can understand, I'll be honest, because that's a whole legal thing, not my bag. But
well, it is in your bag if you're the one prescribing it, and it's against the Arkansas code.
Well, if it is in Arkansas, then they bet they don't do it. The problem is it's state specific, number one. But it's only allowed for people who've had like serious interactions and who need to be titrated up slowly, basically. Because we have like 4 doses within the beginning, starts at 0.2 rather than 0.25, and actually goes to 0.125 if they had severe side effects.
So do you prescribe the commercially available dosages first and see if they have side effects?
That is the preference. Yeah. If you go to the website, you can't even really access the compounded. It's kind of a secret. I hate to say hidden, but I mean, it's not visible. So,
okay, so only after they have side effects. So you don't prescribe compounded versions of GLPs on the first go around.
If it's a first go round with us, maybe if they've failed somewhere else.
And you have a
So
history.
like if they're like, hey, I tried Ozempic with my PCP, and then they didn't have a good thing, I'm going to Roe because now my insurance doesn't cover it. And then they're like, but I had these horrible side effects, and they'll do the compounded at that point.
And compounded just different because of the dosage?
Correct.
You're not adding anything into it?
No.
Okay.
So what's your
There's
follow-up?
Arkansas Code 17 that standards for compounding and dispensing sterile products. I would take a look at that.
Okay.
Because it's not them, it's not they. I heard you say that multiple times, they. I'm sure you mean Roe, but it's you that's prescribing it.
Okay.
So what's your follow-up look like when you're using these drugs, or any drugs for that matter? But we'll look at your weight loss drugs to begin with. Just what are you doing that you prescribe it, and then obviously these patients are known to do a lot better, and sometimes poorly if they don't get the right follow-up.
Right. So they do a standard monthly check-in, whether it's typically async on the second visit, depending on states, their statutes. But yeah, they do a monthly check-in to see if they can increase the dose or decrease, or stay the same. They also are basically contacted at least once between those intervals just to see if they have side effects, and they can report those at any time, and then we have to take care of it.
So who does that follow-up? What does that look like? I mean, you see, when they do their checkup in a month, is that you again who prescribed, or is it another prescriber, or is it a machine? How's that done?
Fair enough. That's where the contracted docs take over. I mean, I can do the follow-up visits, but like you said, I do so many live visits that I don't have time to do the follow-up visits, so the contracted do it.
So are they doing live visits?
No, that's all stored and forward.
That's all what now?
It's all asynchronous for the follow-up visits, unless the patient requests it, and then we can do a video and they'll kick
So
back.
they're really not being seen by a provider when they do the follow-up visit.
They're not seen live, no. It's all async at that point. So really they just go in, they do it, the provider reviews the chart, reviews everything, text the patient, they chat back and forth, and that's it.
You know, it's almost like some people have gotten in trouble here in front of us before when there were live people here for doing what these guys want to do on the internet. It's kind of.
Well, what I saw in the past was, at least the one I remember, was our licensee not seeing patient.
At
It
all.
was our licensee. Yeah, even from
At
the
all.
beginning, our licensee not seeing at all.
Yeah, okay.
And then the clinic making adjustments, non-licensed individuals,
Right.
based on just kind of how they woke up that morning. And so to me, he describes doing audio visual on them initially. Yeah.
The follow-ups is I guess it's.
Well, but the way I look at it is if, and Brian, you know better than me, but I mean, to me, it's no different than someone just say, hey, call me in a month and let me know how you're doing. Well, we might process some of that as a phone call in our own offices anyway. So that's why him asynchronous, that doesn't seem too bad.
All right.
You know, provider relationship. The other one that was a mess for 3 months was never saw patients. Yeah.
Or supervising the changes in doses.
So any motions on license or anything like that? Any other questions?
Motion to grant him a license.
Second.
Motion a second, grant him a license. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Matt, thanks a bunch for the education and the debate.
Thank you so much. I
Be
appreciate
careful.
it.
Yes, sir.
Careful.
All right. Absolutely. Y'all take care.
Next up is,
Just a note, I abstained from that one since I didn't participate in the entire thing, so.
did you come up out of the ground?
It just popped up, so I'm,
I'll see a
I'll
whole
start-
feeling.
In that cup over.
starting now, Dr. Thomas is present.
Never seen a neurosurgeon walk into a room quietly, ever. Never. Although Dr. Chris was quiet. The next up was Dr. Shahari.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Oh, just Dr. Robertson, you're free to go. Go to work. I know you're busy. It's only
Will do.
30 of y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is he virtual? Good. Hey, Dr. Shahari, you there? All right. Well, you want to try Williamson? Okay, you're gonna put him back in the weight room. We'll go get Williamson. Hey, Cliff, you there? I see you. I can't hear you yet.
How about now?
Perfect, brother. Hey, I appreciate your time. I'm Ward Gardner with the board. Hey, what do you need an Arkansas license for? What's going on? You gonna work something down here, do some ER home?
Well, I'm actually being recruited by a telemedicine company.
That's not a good way to start this. I'm just kidding, Cliff.
I may wind up in your ERs before it's over, but I'm starting off on the online version.
Okay, what are you gonna be doing?
It's a company called Lion MD. My understanding is it's GLP-1 inhibitors.
Yeah.
I'm still doing the process, the education, and the onboarding. Honestly, when this first came out, like everybody else, I used to have patients ask me, hey, isn't there a pill to help me lose weight? I was like, no, there's no magic pill. You got to do the work. And I started noticing some of my colleagues were having some pretty remarkable changes in their physique.
Yeah, we all been there, man.
And I just thought, hey, good job at the gym. And they said, no, you idiot. It's like, oh, okay. So I have to admit, I had to kind of eat my own words a little bit.
Hey, and so and you realize, just dude, be so careful about this in terms of really establish a patient provider relationship, see the patients, make sure, don't let somebody sneak some BS medicine changes that you're not aware of and all sorts of games beneath you. We've seen all sorts of situations because in the end, the VC guys don't get their license jerked, you do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so hey, and the main reason for seeing us today is just need a waiver. You look like a well thought out reason for that waiver. Does anybody have any concerns or anything want to consider a motion to grant him a waiver and a license or anything like
I'll
that? Any
make a
questions?
motion with granting a license with the waiver.
Motion to second to 12th. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Hey, you got your license, and dude, just take some ER shifts. I mean, come on, man.
Well, I'm not giving up my ER time.
You better not.
Be sure
I've
to
been a
read what
night guy for 15 years.
Oh,
be sure to read what the Arkansas telemedicine guidelines state, because all states are different a little bit.
Yeah.
Be sure you know the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
Yep. All right, go to work. Be careful.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
You too. Let's try Dr. Shari again, see if we can get him. Hi, Dr. Shari, you there?
Hello. Yes, sir.
Hi.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. I appreciate your time. Hey, just a little bit of an odd path recently. And so what's your plan with an Arkansas license?
So, with my Arkansas license, I'm hoping to work for Signify Health Arkansas, just to ensure so I can do local home visits and check in on patients on the behalf of the insurance company. I finished my transitional year at UAMS and I matched into a R2, R1 radiology spot in Kansas City. But during the year I have off, I wanted to, make use of the time, make use of my intern experience and continue to see patients. So
Yeah, when do you start?
essentially, yes, sir, June 2027.
Oh, next year. So you got a whole nother year before you start.
Yes, sir. So I completed my intern year and I matched into a second year spot. However, it's an advanced program, so the rest of my classmates are still finishing their intern year, and that resulted in me having this gap year.
Gotcha. So there was a 2 spot open and you took it, but you recently took it. I got you. I'm glad you got one.
Thank you so much. It's honestly a blessing.
Yeah. Hey, and I would say we've all sat here, a bunch of us for a while, just be real careful on those in-home visits. Man, we've had a couple situations where some things were alleged. It's you and one other person only. So they ask you to do anything that might put you at risk for what we call boundary stuff, certain exams, things like that. Dude, don't do it. Just don't.
Of course.
Okay. Keep this
I
good distance, all that,
appreciate the
because
advice.
they
Yes,
don't
sir.
care about your license. I promise. You're just a wheel, dude. But I don't
No,
blame
I'm
you
sure
for
they
working.
don't. The insurance companies could care less, to be honest. But I'm a people's person, but I know boundaries, so I'll keep that in
Yeah,
mind
be
every visit.
careful. Be careful.
Yes, sir.
We saw someone's situation go on for 3 years like that one time recently. Anybody got any questions?
I move we grant him a license.
Second. Motion and second and third to grant him a license. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. You got your license. And one recusal.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone's time.
Yes, sir. You too. Go to work.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a
Okay.
blessed day.
You too. So we're going to do academic licenses next. I'll just do that off of here. And so
do I have permission to leave the meeting?
You go. You can hit the exit button. You're good. You got your license.
Yes, sir. Thank you all. Goodbye.
All right. Next up, in that regard, on academic license rules, 05 for 2026. I didn't see any problems there unless somebody else did.
Motion to approve the academic license renewal.
Motion a second. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion reluctantly carries. What about 2026-06?
Motion to approve the academic license renewal.
The second for that?
Second.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, those carry. What do you want to do next, boss? We can do that, but I'm gonna need to get some paperwork together if I do that. Does anybody need a break? You want to keep working? All right, we'll keep working. So 04-2026 is a reentry discussion.
He's asking for 4, 5, and 6. So we just did 5 and
We just
6.
did 5 and 6, yeah, because they're easier than 4. And so okay, and so 4 is a discussion item. That's a discussion regarding what I suppose, I guess we would consider a proposed reentry. It looks like this physician wants a licensee, a non-MD licensee to mentor, and I didn't really.
He's on 04.
04-2026. It's actually at the end of the board book.
Yes.
Yes, uh-huh.
Yeah, I was in disagreement with this. I think we've denied one once before when it was a licensee that was below the provider.
Yeah, I just
thought
don't.
It had to be the same provider
That's,
relationship mentorship.
and this licensee, we discussed a reentry plan before that this board approved. That was going to be an MD to MD thing. It was actually, I was kind of hopeful that's exactly kind of what would go on there. Additionally, when I look at it, it was pretty short. So like the proposal was week 1 and 2 to be accompanied by said licensee, nursing and less than mid-level care to the population of patients, do clinical encounter, take histories, communicate, free to adjust the pace and demand. But then in 3 and 4, visiting facilities without the mentor at all. And in this situation, I don't know that was the path kind of set forth in the AMF evaluations here, and kind of similar to what the previous reentry looked like. What I kind of thought was there would be like 4 weeks at least with the mentor there, and then 5, 6, and 7, someone present for every encounter, and then continued chart reviews, and then even further beyond that, 25% of the charts being reviewed looking further out. And so that's kind of what I thought. What everybody else think? What do you think, Chris?
You got my opinion. I think
The
it
big first
needs-
hang up is license.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then I would agree with the weeks of how we've typically set it out before you get released.
So what you're saying is that not done it yet.
Well, no, this is a contact to the board saying, hey, this is what I'd like to do to reenter practice.
Okay.
And so what do you think? Before I drag a mentor up there, before I drag a bunch of people up there,
Okay.
can you guys give me some idea of what you think about what I got? And the proposal here is to have a physician assistant reenter a physician. And then given kind of the exact situation, I see Dr. Donner's hand on the table, which is actually his way of raising his hand. It is. And that would be, to me, it just seems a little short in the steps. Dr. Donner, were you going to say something?
I'm just going to add insult to injury. So as part of his contract in our original discussion with the board, we had recommended, and it had been recommended by his neuropsychologist, to have repeat testing, the next one being after a year. That could not have happened before May of 2026. Now, and so we've given time for him to get that scheduled, but now, since we've sent in board reports and we've had, because it's really this month that we're talking about, he said he's not going to do any more testing. He was told by his neurologist he didn't need to do that. We don't have any documentation to support that report. Then he said, well, I can't get Dr. Brinkley to do that. Well, Dr. Brinkley is a psychiatrist. And so And then he said, well, he's called his lawyer and his lawyer said he's been in touch with the board and he doesn't need to do this. Well, we're not the board, but my recommendation, based on the testing that he had and according to the neuropsychologist, there were significant deficits that he didn't recognize. And that's why we put these monitoring guidelines in place and his return to practice recommendations, because he possibly doesn't know what he doesn't know. And we need to see that there's an improvement in his testing, I think, or are these deficits progressive? So.
So what do we need to tell this guy exactly about, because we're not going to give him.
Well, I think I would keep it pretty brief at this point from a board opinion. And so what I would say is that the current reentry plan doesn't really appear to fit what we would expect from a reentry plan. And I probably wouldn't step any further than that.
Correct.
Because that's a different wrinkle entirely. And so what I would do is, I mean, is this a take it for information, Michael? Is that the way you do this? Or what do you do with that? What's the right way for the?
Respond and just say the board does not approve this plan.
Okay, that's a motion.
Yeah, I'd make a motion that we respond to, and say the board does not approve this proposed plan.
Second.
Motion a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Brad. Y'all want to take a break for a second? Okay, let's do it. 10 minutes, okay? So we'll be back at, just for 55. We'll do that, 10 minutes. Turn your speakers off, mics off, videos off. Anything that'll launch you into perpetuity.
Okay, you need to stop.
Who?
Yeah.
And just make sure that thing's on up there, Stephen. I appreciate it, man. Is that green light on that thing? Yeah, tap it right in the middle where the bar is and the green light will come on.
Oh, there we go.
That's awesome. And then, there's Dr. Bear. Okay, looks like we got everybody. Hey, and this is just a physician update as a part of something we'd agreed to in the past back in February. And Dr. Carney, hey, Dr. Carney, why don't you go first? I read the letter. Do you want to read it or do you want just
I'm
the
gonna go
board?
ahead and read this.
If you want to, you go right ahead, Steve.
I'm gonna go ahead and read this into the record.
Yeah, if you
okay.
want to.
All right. To the members of the Arkansas State Medical Board, 6 months ago, following my last meeting with the board, I made the decision to resign my position at Baptist Health Van Buren. This was a mutual decision between myself and my wife of 43 years and the Baptist Health Corporation. At 66 years old, I'm fortunate to have the financial stability to retire. I chose to use this period to step back from professional practice and focus on personal well-being and service. During the past 6 months, I've devoted my time to volunteer work and have greatly valued the opportunity to spend meaningful, uninterrupted time with my family, especially with our new granddaughter. This time has allowed me to reflect, contribute, and reconnect in ways that were difficult to balance during my active medical practice. At this time, I would like to retain my medical license. Although I am currently retired, maintaining my license will allow me the option to return to practice on a part-time basis in the future should I decide to do so. I remain committed to upholding professionalism and integrity expected of licensed physicians in the state of Arkansas. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Stephen E. Carney, MD.
Yeah. I was just kind of hoping you just keep practicing, but I get it.
Yeah, I thought under the circumstances following what had happened, it'd probably be best to take a step back.
Yeah. You still going to practice a little bit? Because
I would like to.
Yeah, because on the
I-
license
I-
side, you need to a little bit, right? So make sure that you're doing some, because if you don't practice for 2 years, you gotta have a reentry. So
I
find you
see.
some spots if it's volunteer or something like that, you know.
I have done some volunteer work, but nothing.
I mean, because how many years you
specific.
practice?
Oh, my goodness. 1988 to 2025.
38?
38. Something like that.
Right.
38.
There's a lot of experience in there.
Yeah. So,
Dr. Carney, this board would like to see you continue to practice. Our community, I still believe, needs you to practice. We just wanted you to make sure and do all the safeguard
Well,
and do it correctly, but we miss you already.
I understand that, actually, we have moved away from the Van Buren area. We have relocated to Bentonville at this
I
time.
knew it was north. I knew it was north. Those North Arkansas people like Roller, take everybody.
Well, that's where our family is, to tell you the truth. The granddaughter's in Siloam Springs. It was easier this way.
Yeah.
So I'd like to do something maybe in the way of telemedicine or something of that sort that might be, be good.
Yeah, because there's no retired license status in Arkansas. It just, we need you to, to continue to practice.
do something.
Stay up to date and that kind of thing, but your license is your license,
Okay.
And
So-
nothing that's gone on here, as this board stands, you have a license. And so just my advice, just as a colleague, is just find some ways to practice. So,
And keep up.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm keeping up with my CME. I plan to do all of that.
There's plenty of people
I'm
taking
still
on-
board certified. I plan to keep up with my board certification
Yeah.
and all that.
That
all that
sounds great.
business Too. So anyway.
Has anybody else got any other questions or anything, Dr. Carney? This is just part of a loop back to see what's
I
going
just
on.
wonder what your grandfather's name is.
I'm Papa.
Okay.
All right. There's Dada and Papa. So I'm Papa.
We'll do well. We miss you already.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, and so anybody got any motions? Take it for.
Take it for information.
Motion and second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Enjoy the drive to Bentonville, Dr. Carney. Next up, Dr. Hoffman. Dr. Hoffman, you here? Oh, out there. There he is. Hey, Dr. Hoffman, is that you, I hope?
It is, sir.
Hey, Ward Gardner, I appreciate you being here. It's a practitioner requested appearance. It looked like he provided a list to dispense. Is that what you're wanting to do?
Yes, yes.
Gotcha. And so what's the reason to want to dispense? And I know it's on the registration, but
Well, I started working at a clinic for the ArcBest Corporation there. And my bosses are in Arizona and California, and they just said, hey, we'd like to have some starter medication. I said, okay, send me the information. Just been
getting this together, clinic and then doing this. Yeah. Okay. The only thing I saw on the list, y'all, there Gabapent's on the list, Neuron's on the list. It's Schedule 5. I mean, it's just, I mean, how does everybody feel about that on the list? Because a lot of times, Dr. Hoffman, we won't see us do schedules and things like that on that physician prescribing side. The legend is, prescribing side usually won't see us.
Yeah, I
do that.
suggest you drop the gabapentin.
And that would be, what does everybody think about that? Brad, what's your take on that? You're a neurosurgeon.
Well, I guess I have several comments. First of all, yeah, I don't like the gabapentin on there, but I'll be honest. I mean, I've never been really a big fan of physicians also trying to be a pharmacist. We didn't, unless you've gone to pharmacy school. This comes up every once in a while, and they always say, well, we just need more access. I'm like, really? I mean, there's pharmacies literally on almost every other corner. So it's hard for me to buy into the access thing, and pretty much transportation now is pretty ubiquitous. It's not like it's 1975, so most people can drive to a pharmacy. And then we always ask. I don't know. I didn't really like your response. I don't understand your need to do it. I mean, it sounds like your boss wants to do it.
Exactly. I mean, I tried to clarify these things with them, like, okay, how are we doing? What are we doing with this? And again, my understanding is just to start people on a few medications. And I'm like, well, I mean, we close at 5 there, but most of the pharmacies are open till 7. And, as I was going through the questions, it was really like, what is the need for this? And I made that clear to them, like, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think I'm going to
really
go ahead and
kinda-
tell you my response would be I'm not going to vote yes for this. I think you could go back and tell your boss that
Yeah.
they need a better reason to do this, because it really is. I mean, you're trying to practice pharmacy, which comes along with a lot of regulations. Those are all squarely on your shoulders, not on your boss's shoulders. And so unless I hear a better reason, I'm not for this at all.
Are you aware of all of the regulatory recording required to do this?
Well, I'm actually a 1995 graduate of the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy. Did that for 4 years.
Okay.
That's a good.
So he pulled the Griffin on us. He pulled the Griffin.
Have you kept your pharmacy license up?
Not recent. No.
Okay.
It got too expensive.
Well, it's a lot of work.
Yeah. But part of what Dr. Thomas was saying, I really, agree with him on a lot of these medicines. For instance, you've got some SSRIs. I mean, what is your background in psychiatry?
I'm emergency medicine trained, so
You
I did the internship, so I do see a lot of people there. I can,
But you got black box warnings on some of these medications. They
Sure,
increase
yeah.
suicide risk.
I,
You're just gonna be starting people on medicines and.
I mean, I do so in my capacity as the doctor there, but I mean, it's with, doing the due diligence of going through the whole thing and making sure people understand the precautions of it, especially, just starting those out and, if your mood changes or, there's effects on the body systems.
I do think there's a lot of value in the checks and balances, because I mean, there's been times when I, pat myself on the back and say, man, I'm a great doctor. And then 2 hours later, the pharmacy calls me and says, did you realize they're also on this medicine? And I was like, I guess I overlooked that. So sometimes having a different professional do a checks and balances is, in my opinion, very valuable. And I think that that's still available for your patients, because there are pharmacies available for them.
I absolutely agree 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
The staff there, the LPNs and the nurse practitioners, very careful about going through all the meds and updating those things. I mean, as best you can.
Yeah, again, something like metformin. I mean, you're diagnosing diabetes, you're gonna initiate treatment. What's your follow-up? What's your plan of follow-up and stuff like that? I mean, you can't have these people just taking medicines and say, hey, go establish care with someone and.
Well, it's, I'm trying to figure out what the model is there, but it's, they want people to go there. So I do act as a primary care physician for these people. And, a lot of it I've certainly got some familiarity with all of this stuff, after 23 years of just emergency medicine and, half a dozen being a pharmacist before that. So I'm very careful, but right, it's a lot of it's, new stuff, especially with all the medications that are coming on, but they do come there for primary care and that's what we do to try to keep costs down, I guess, for the ArcBest system. And
yeah, I mean, because it appears you're more qualified than some that have presented, asking for permission to dispense. But some of the medications, I just have a few of those medications. I would.
Right, I share your absolute. We can adjust that, and like I said, I'm handed, hey, apply for this thing, and so that's when I started this. And
so is this a private company that is a outpatient center for primary care, or what is the, are you working for industry or what?
It's called a pre, and then there's all these other Cast Light, and I'm, as a guy raised up in the 80s, I'm just trying to figure out what all these separate parts are and who does what. But my understanding is they contract with ArcBest, this, huge logistics company there out of Fort Smith. And the idea is to, the focus is on wellness, to have these people come in and, all the screening things are done. And, once a year, the biometrics, for all the important stuff, diabetes, hypertension, colon cancer screenings and all that. The group before that was, began with a P. I can't think of it, but, a pre ended up taking over the contract. This was March of last year. And that's when I came on board with them.
So somebody else might come there in your place sometime, or
the current staffing is, I'm there on Mondays. There's another doc that comes in on Tuesdays. And then we did have 2 nurse practitioners. One has left and they're now in the search for it. But
so you're just asking for this for you, and then somebody else is not going to be able to do it, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just was like,
yeah,
I'm the Monday guy for right now. So.
Right.
Are you having problems currently with your system? I mean, is there a reason why that it's not working?
As far as
like writing a script and having somebody go to the pharmacy is what he's talking about. Is there a problem with that?
I mean, all this stuff is electronically sent, and there hasn't been many issues that way that I've heard of, and when people need refills and stuff, I mean, everything's like in a queue, and I go back and I check everything. And,
well, if you were seeing somebody in a town that didn't have an all-night pharmacy and you were seeing them at 10 o'clock at night and they needed an antibiotic or something, we could kind of see that. But it sounds like that a lot of these medicines are things that ordinarily you'd write a script for and get started on it, and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Dr. Hoffman, I at least appreciate your appearance. I think I have a better understanding of what your role is.
I tried to give you everything that I knew.
a bit of a messenger. In its current form, I would not be able to support this list.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the
biggest thing in
questions I had for him as well.
Well, the big thing in the reg is you got to show some sort of need or cost benefit. I mean, not cost benefit, but I think it's actually in the form. If you look at the little checkbox at the bottom, because that's the guidelines from the statute, and I think that's your point, Brad, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the first question was, I mean, and I just didn't hear we're in Dermot, Arkansas, and pharmacy just closed, and people have to drive,
Or the specialty stuff from urology, we get a lot.
So I just didn't hear something like that makes me feel like, okay, it's reasonable to kind of to approve this. So To me, honestly, I'll just be honest, it sounds like your boss probably just wants to start to double dip and make more money, and let's just do the whole thing. And to me, that's not a good enough reason.
Again, I don't know the payer thing,
Yeah, I know you didn't say that. I'm just reading.
I'm
between
hands
lines.
off.
Yeah.
That's been our experience with past episodes
That's why
like
I'm
this.
in emergency medicine. I'm like, I
Right,
don't.
so I'm just reading between the lines, and I'm the one that gets the vote. So
Yeah.
after what I've heard, I know how.
Yeah, again, I'd
Well,
be happy to go back to them and say, here's what we're talking about, at the meeting and, I try.
Oh, they'll see it.
Well, I'm sure they'll get.
They'll
back to
see
This
it.
information, I just don't, I see these people maybe once a month and.
Sure. No, they'll get the message.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so.
But Brad, you want to make a motion or you just want to make a vote? I mean, you want to
I'm gonna
vote.
make a motion that we do not approve this. I guess it's
Application for
do not
prescribing legend
approve this
drugs.
Application to dispense medicines.
A motion, a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And so they'll look at it again. If they want to make another application, they can.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thanks for all you do at the
Thanks for your
clinic.
time, Hopper.
Thanks for all you do at the clinic. I'm very well aware of what work you do. Thank you.
Okay, and that, believe completes our physician practitioner update appearances. The next person we're going to see a little bit further on your list between 10:40 and 11:50. We're going to talk to Dr. Lovin first. So if you got to get in your notes like me. Hey, Kevin, it's good to see you.
Good morning. How are you?
Dr. Lovin, it's good to see you.
Yes, sir. And I certainly want to apologize for any oversights. Certainly not intentional.
Yeah, you look a little tired. You okay?
Well, since I got this, haven't been getting much sleep. I'm very sorry if I.
Since you
had
got
an
what?
Oversight or something. I'm perfect. But I'm a good Idaho boy and I certainly try to do right. And I want to apologize
Yeah.
straight up if I'm a good Christian man. And I'm very, very sorry.
Sorry for what?
Dr. Carter,
If I streamline this a little bit. So Dr. Lovin came to see me beginning of July. Of course, I didn't know what was going on with him. I looked on the board website, saw that he was subpoenaed to appear here, went through his minutes, and he was given a conditional, basically a license condition on him signing with the foundation. I asked him if he had.
And completion of a yeah.
Right. So I asked him if he had signed the contract for monitoring, and he said, well, his previous attorney I think there was some miscommunication between the two because I've talked to the attorney as well. And I said, well, you need to get in your car and drive across town right now and sign the contract, which he did that day. And he is under that contract. Presently, he has not worked. He did go to a reentry program that I think from talking to everybody was a little more than the physician who was the supervisor thought it was going to be. And Dr. Dine could probably explain that a little bit better. But he has not worked since leaving that, will not work anywhere until he has the blessing of the foundation after they've reviewed the reentry to make sure it's appropriate and everything. So that's kind of what.
Yeah, we'd have to look at it again.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And so what happened with the previous reentry, Dr. Lovin?
We just didn't get along.
Well, but Dr. Lovin, you have a history of not getting along that's as long as I've ever seen. And so what do you mean by not getting along?
We just had different practice parameters, sir.
Well, you're going to need to flesh that out for me. What do you mean? What happened?
Well, for example, how they do rule out osteomyelitis, for example. The traditional standard of care is to go ahead and do the MRI with contrast. And that's the diagnosis of osteomyelitis. They practice at Tenet Hospital. They have a lot of more cost controls. They just didn't do that.
Well, but the radiologists don't decide which scan you get. An ER doctor does, or a primary care doctor does, or in that case of osteomyelitis, that's an orthopedic surgeon most likely.
Well, what they do is they try to say, if you look at the research, the confidence levels for diagnosis of osteomyelitis better with contrast. So example, if you have a fasciitis along the elbow and that goes on into the bone or not, You really should give
But Dr.
contrast.
Lovin, what does that have to do with your mentor? Because they don't get in those conversations. That's between
Well,
you and a
we
provider.
had a difference of opinions on those practice parameters,
But
absolutely.
but the decision about what kind of scan you make is between you and a non-radiologic provider. I love my radiology partners, but they're not the ones seeing the patient with osteo.
Well, what they do is they consult and
No, sir, we don't write consults to radiologists. I mean, I'll call them, but
so you ask the radiologist and the radiologist would say, in their opinion, they don't use contrast. And I'm telling you the standard of care, you can look it up in the literature.
I'm not really worried about standard care. I'm worried about your interpersonal relations with people because that has been a repeated problem through multiple states. And so
have a
give me an
second letter from the group, from the second community said it did fine. And I had fine interactions with people.
Well, but you're still not answering my question. And so you get called from the ER. ER orders a scan you don't want. So how did that interaction go? That's osteo.
Fine. I got along well with the clinicians. You know,
So how'd you ever get an
answered their
argument with
questions.
how'd you ever get an argument with your mentor about how to manage
Never
osteo?
got into an argument. Don't do that.
Guys, you had a difference of, well, you do that. Actually, Dr. Lovin, you've had quite a few arguments over the years that have gotten some things, in your past. And so did the mentor look at your records and said that he didn't agree with your opinions on the management of osteo?
Well, yes and no. I mean, what he would do is you just say, Jeff, I don't think we need to give contrast. And I would say, that's really the standard of care, especially in diabetic patients for osteomyelitis. That's just one. Or went over the segments of the liver. Gentlemen all know the segments of the liver. You can do a segment based upon right, left lobe, anterior, posterior segments versus you can do segments based upon an 8-segment. It's called the Calavenche. I'm blanking on the act. That's where you assign the caudate lobe a 1, and that's where then you assign the left lobe.
Well, we're not worried about the technicals. So you and your
I'm just
mentor.
trying to say it. That's what he wanted to do. And what I did is I did what I was trained at the University of Michigan to do. Fine.
Right, but if you have a mentor who's trying to train, why wouldn't you just be mentored?
Yes, I certainly can do that, but I was very comfortable doing that. And he only said it once, and that's what I did.
Yeah, so what was the final straw that ended this mentorship? Because I've never seen a mentorship do this before.
Some money.
Huh?
Money. He didn't want to pay me anymore. That was honestly it. I kept asking for money. He still owes me money. And I think that's really what he decided when he looked into how it was going to be with another hospital he was trying to pick up, how much money was going to come on in.
Okay. What were you guys?
Yeah, I guess I'm still, I've been listening to the thing about the osteomyelitis. So just so I'm clear, you're doing the mentorship in radiology, right?
Well, this was his particular pattern.
Well, but I guess I want to go back to what Dr. Gardner was saying. So like if there might be a radiologist that calls me and says, oh, I think we need to add contrast. And I'll be like, okay, thanks for your opinion. I'm still the one that's in control of seeing the patient and ordering the test. And your job is just to read what I order. So I don't know why you kind of got in a argument with the mentor, because again, unless you said, well, let's just get out, let's go see this patient and become the treating doctor as well. I mean, the radiologist's role, quite honestly, is just to read the studies that come before them, and whether they're the appropriate studies or not. I mean, I'm not sure if that's really where you get involved. I mean, your defense would always be, look, the doctor ordered these. I read them. I recommended more stuff. He or she didn't do it. I mean, so I'm just not following where the argument between you and the mentor, I don't understand it.
Dr. Thomas, if I could, from what I understand, I'm not sure there was an argument. I don't want to.
Yes, the disagreement. I mean, again, radiologists don't really get they can certainly assert their opinion. You should order an ultrasound. You should order a contrast, but they're not in the position to actually do that. That physician might say, gee, I appreciate your opinion. I'm still going to order one without contrast, and it's coming your way. Get ready to read it.
Yeah, I think some of the issue might have involved that the practice was not going to hire him. They didn't have room for somebody else, and it was just taking a lot out of Dr. Mueller to do this. And I think it was more, probably became bigger than he thought in the beginning. That was my understanding from it.
This thing does not. I'm not.
But we do have a letter written by one of Dr. Mullert's partners, said he was affable, got along with people, worked hard, got there early, stayed late, studied the whole time.
Kevin, you know how many reentry plans have failed here.
Yeah, the problem is, Dr. Muller, I think, is who the mentor was, not some of the other associates. Oh, and I'm Dr. McGee, by the way. Just want to introduce myself.
Dr. Kaminsky was one of.
He was one of the partners in the
Yeah,
practice.
and he was, we went on over cases with him. For example, we did prostate MRI, did that with him. I did mammography with him. If you look at my research, I've done a lot of papers on stereotactic and ultrasound guided breast biopsy. Also did breast MRI with him. So he was absolutely active mentor.
Was Muller the one that we spoke with?
Can't remember for sure.
Yes.
I mean,
Kevin, is that who it was?
Gotcha.
I mean, I guess if I was in your shoes, and I mean, I'm again reading between the lines here. It sounds like, well, maybe this job was more than he bit off more than he could chew. He didn't want to keep paying you, or maybe there was some money involved. But if I was in your shoes and I'm like, my goodness, I'm just trying to get my license here. I might have just said, look, during this program, I'll take less money, or I'll just, like, as a resident, like you used to do, I'll just almost work for free so I can get through this and get my license back. And if I were you, I would have just taken that variable out of the equation so I could have kept going on with this, and instead, because now look at the situation you're in.
Hindsight is 2020.
When was it terminated?
I'm
When was your mentorship with him terminated?
Yeah, that was May.
So we're hearing about it when?
Yeah, so I was there about 2 months. I did everything they asked to do. I was studying. In fact, even right now, I'm studying to take the American Board of Radiology exam so I can be board certified. And I have a job opportunity with the VA. I am a veteran. I served with the 82nd Airborne, went to Iraq. And Dr. Bashti would very much like to have me. And that's what I'm presently working on.
Okay, so hey, so in May, why do we get notification through the foundation that you were thinking about surrendering your license?
Sir?
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
So Kevin, it looks like we have notification in May that you hadn't signed a contract and you were pondering surrendering your license.
I never said that.
Okay,
Who said I said that?
that's from a report from the Arkansas Medical Foundation to us, if I remember correctly.
I never said I would
Well,
do that.
again, the timeline.
Page 10.
Timeline's hard to remember, but there was a point where you had talked about going back to Idaho. That's what you wanted to do, and you were gonna move ahead with that, but there's a lot of other correspondence. Or lack of correspondence since then.
Right. So hey, Dr. Levin, why didn't you sign the contract? What was the hangup there?
I mean, again, I think it was a misunderstanding.
I think it's more than that, Kevin. Dr. Levin, why did you not sign the contract?
As soon as I found out, I came down to Kevin. He got that arranged. and
But you knew you had to sign one way before that.
May I finish?
I can too.
So I didn't know. That was an honest mistake, and I apologize. Didn't know it happened.
Honest mistake after multiple visits to this board. And the
Well,
key being the contract.
I did not know. I didn't know it had to have signed right away. I said, I'm sorry. I took responsibility for it. But as soon as I found out, I ran over to and signed it with the Arkansas Medical Foundation.
How did you get
no
notified that it
hesitancy.
wasn't signed? How did
There-
you figure out that it wasn't signed?
Because I assumed that they were going to get a hold of me. And I've now learned that even if you have to call these people repeatedly on the phone, you have to do that. And so I said I was sorry. I'm very remorseful. Will not happen again. I'll do everything that the Arkansas Medical Foundation says. And yeah, if I ever said I wanted to go home to Idaho just to go see my home state in the mountains and streams, that's it. I'm going to go back and practice there. I mean,
Well-
I think Arkansas is frankly a very pretty place.
Sure.
I think there are a lot of, and so that's all I want to do. And I'm going to take my exam with the American Board of Radiology. They allowed me to sit for it. I'll take it November 2nd and I'll pass it. And then I will be board certified so that I was a lot more employable. And that's
Gotcha.
it. And I'm very sorry. I'm
Yeah.
very sorry.
Gotcha. And so did we communicate, the foundation communicate multiple times trying to get him to sign the contract?
I can't tell you how many times. I mean, there's also been 2 attorneys before Kevin.
Sure.
Some of that has to do with the communication with the attorneys and the recommendations of the attorneys. And I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but there was a point where Dr. Levin didn't feel, for instance, he needed to do what was in that contract. He thought the attorneys had instructed him that wasn't necessary. But going back to his reentry plan, I had a call from Dr. Muller who said it's his opinion that Dr. Levin's radiology skills were less than what they would expect, and they were not going to continue, and they were not going to hire him in any sort of capacity. And at that point, we kind of lost contact with Dr. Levin, at least on a regular basis, until he eventually got involved with Kevin, and then he's followed that recommendation since then. In fact, part of his contract is to include individual therapy and psychiatric management, just to ensure that he maintains emotional stability, and that we help with that. And he didn't believe that he needed it, but he did follow through finally and made those appointments. So
Just so I can make sure with the timeline, are you saying he signed his contract after his reentry thing ended?
Recently,
Gotcha.
a month later.
7/6.
well, but some of that, again, may have had to do with the conversation with his attorney, but I'm not trying to throw the attorneys under the bus. It's his
Understood, yeah.
responsibility, but again, I think he's tried to follow the letter. And as far as another job, it's my understanding that he has been in contact with the VA and wants that position, but I've not had any discussions with the VA or had any practice plan or any sort of reentry plan submitted. So we at one point thought maybe he should continue this meeting right today, but just because there were so many things up in the air still.
I mean, to me, I would initiate an investigation so we can get data from the licensees that were monitoring it,
Yeah,
mentoring him. I would initiate investigations so we can get data from the people that were mentoring him. I never seen a mentoring program go to ground like this, and now I've got disagreeing opinions as to why it went to ground.
Yeah, I feel unprepared for this because I don't.
Well, you got to get more data.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, in the structure of the board, you could subpoena individuals. Investigation to me allows our investigator to kind of look at a variety of things.
Talk to the people who've been entering. That's what, I mean, we'd like to know about that.
He doesn't have a license, right?
Yes, he does. He has an
He
active
does.
Arkansas license. It
Okay.
expires in February 27.
Okay, well, that's what I was trying to read. It looks
Mhm.
like we tabled it, and I'm just kind of reading back through the,
But he should not be practicing independently, even
Right.
though he has a license.
And Kevin said that, hey,
He's-
foundation's
has an
on
M1.
board, and yeah.
As an M1.
Yeah.
And just so I understand, Dr. Gar, because I watched the video of previous meetings.
Yes, sir.
It was, and you mentioned that a reentry program, the board would approve that, and is that correct?
What do you mean, Kevin?
Like we would, because the
I
VA,
would expect if you got a new job that we'd need a completed reentry loop at some point, Kevin, because now we got a fragment.
no, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure that we don't leave here with any confusion. So the VA issue is in its infancy. Okay, there's no real
Yeah.
plan there yet. I mean, he's in discussions with them. But as far as if we get a plan, present it to the foundation, they speak with the mentor before he starts work. Do we need to come?
I would think so, Kevin, because you hadn't
Okay.
completed the full loop, you know.
No, that's
see
fine.
them
I just
and then
want
do
to,
it
yeah,
in the
that's
end.
fine. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure.
And the mentor's got to be from where he's going to be going.
Because it doesn't look like you completed the O, and that's the bummer about this is I think it would have been done in May or June had it just been clean.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd be here with somebody that's practicing. And it'd be a final.
It's the first
Yeah,
time.
Dr. Lovin, I just, listened to everything and, I will say, I appreciate you coming in. The first thing you did was you said you're sorry and apologized and, you've got an attorney now that got you to go sign the thing, but there's just still things that make me as a.
I said, sir, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I know.
about not signing it. I signed it right away. I will follow assiduously.
Okay.
Whatever the Arkansas Medical Foundation.
Okay.
I have.
I know. Let me finish.
He's recognizing that.
Yeah, I was saying I appreciated you doing that, but there's red flags here that make me personally uncomfortable. For example, and it's very rare, almost, I don't know of any time since I've been on the board that a mentorship just flew into the ground. I mean, it just completely did not work. And so that's a big red flag. The other thing is, I personally, if I had been in some hot water, which you were, I mean, I would have pitched a tent outside the AMF's door and said, I will wait until they open so I can sign this contract. I mean, I would have come home from vacation. I would have done everything I could. I understand there might have been some miscommunication, but anyway, those are just red flags that have given me some heartburn. So I think I'm going to support the motion if somebody makes it to get start an investigation and get a little more data before I can make a decision.
Sounds like you just did. Second.
Was anybody else got any other questions?
I would encourage him to go ahead and prepare for his board and take it. That's something that would be good. And then pursue the employment opportunity that he has as far as discussion, what would come up, because he's probably gonna have to have a mentorship.
Yeah.
Somewhere and, I mean, it's almost like baby steps there, but I think we need to encourage that and then find out what happened last time and then see how he progresses with this work that he's doing as far as pursuing the board and pursuing the next job.
And we're not saying we're going to take any action on what he already has. We just need to get the facts.
Right.
And that's what we're going to
Right.
initiate to do.
Right.
Is that what you said,
Right.
Brian?
I'd like to make a motion to initiate an investigation to find out what happened during the previous mentorship.
Second.
Motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And then, I guess, well, the board's gonna look at that and then make a determination on what they've got there. And then, he and Kevin are gonna get things square with foundation. And then once we kind of gather that data, then we'll decide, is there a practitioner requested upgrade? Is the board requested appearance? What do we need to do here? Okay. No, sir, I wouldn't, because that's not a reportable
No.
thing. No.
So be sure and do what Mr. Guire tells you to the T. On time and everything that he's very good at counseling on what you need to do. Make sure you follow
Yes, sir.
everything.
Yes, sir. I'll follow everything to the T. I apologized and if I had known and
Well, let's just go forward from here. Let's just go forward.
Okay. We appreciate your time, Dr. Love.
Thank you.
I've got a letter from
Go for
the partner of Dr. Mueller. If I can just give Amy a copy, if that's okay. Yeah, she can
Thanks.
start that letter. And Dr. Phillips, if you could talk to my other clients that just said, "Look, that'd be awesome." 'Cause they don't-
I'll be happy to, Kevin.
Thanks.
Hey, Dr.
Yeah, I'll give
Lovin,
yourself.
Dr. Lovin, time out. What did you just say to the foundation? I'm not done.
I understand why you should call.
Okay, just want to make sure we understand each other. Is that not what was said? What was said? Okay, just want to make sure we understand each other.
Dr. Levin, this was one of the things that, we've mentioned, you've been argumentative. These kind of comments don't help your case. I'm just going to be very honest with you. I mean, we work closely with them, and then right after we spent almost 20 minutes talking with you, you go over and tell the people that are helping the physicians that we threw you under the bus. I can see why you've had some arguments in the past.
Not helpful.
All right, we're gonna go back to the top. Dr. A and Mr. A. Esquire A.
Rick?
Yeah, I don't even say anything that's gonna get us all in trouble. All right, Dr. A's, I appreciate you being here. It looks like we're here, I guess, primarily over the matter of a consent, but I guess I'm gonna just start with a quick question. Since we last saw you, have you been doing any procedures?
Backlip and pump, yes,
Just backlip and pump refills?
yes,
No other procedures?
no.
Okay, it's nice to see you. And so what brings us here, Mr. Angel? Because from our perspective, it looked like we kind of had an understanding in April, and we're on tape talking about how you'd already looked at K-Star time, and there was going to be some time in April.
So this is primarily an update, and also to talk about the consent order that was proposed. And I exchanged some correspondence with Mr. Lewis and Mr. Chandler about some, what I felt were factual inaccuracies in the consent order. But let me start with just kind of an update, because the first thing is we worked extremely hard to try to make the K-Star physician skills assessment work, but they were unable to contract with their former PM&R physician. So we then had to pivot, and we have now pivoted, and she is now enrolled in the PACE program, which is almost double the cost of what K-Star is. And she has done all the application phase, and she's now waiting for the way the process works is there's capsules of cases that are sent to her for her to send back, and then she actually goes for a 2-day on-site physician skills assessment in San Diego. So hopefully the ball's rolling. Hopefully all of that is going to come to fruition, and that she will actually be on site in San Diego within the next 60 days. So that's where we are with that. Okay. So the other piece is that she's continuing with her mentorship with Dr. Nodia Workyou, a PM&R position in Monticello. She goes down monthly and is there all day, not only observes interventions being performed, but also goes into the room with new patient visits and also for follow-up clinic visits. The other piece is that she is now signed up for, if you recall, I told you about, she went to a BioSkills cervical lab previously through IPS, and she's going to be doing the same thing 26th and 27th of September in Washington, DC, and this will be for the cervical, the lumbar, excuse me. So as to the consent order, the point being is that, and obviously I deal with this every day. So these consent orders, every word in the consent orders, there's going to be a different audience that looks at these and is potentially going to use something in these consent orders as a weapon to take adverse action, whether or not it be professional liability carriers, whether or not it be the networks, whether or not it be an employer. There's just a whole vast audience of people that are hanging on every word in these consent orders. And if there's something in the consent order that says, I'm going to ask my client to sign something which I know is factually inconsistent with what's in the medical records, how do I deal with that? Well, the way I dealt with it is I sent an email to Mr. Lewis and Ms. Chandler and pointed out which paragraphs of the proposed consent order I felt were factually inconsistent with the records, and recommended that we work together to try to modify the terms which would be more consistent. Just let me give you an example.
One of the paragraphs, and I think this is either a misread or a misinterpret of the medical record, says that she injected into a hip prosthesis. Well, there was no patient that had a hip prosthesis. There was a patient that had a right shoulder prosthesis, but yet the injection was never performed. Another example is it said she had performed cervical stimulators, okay? That's not true. She has never performed a surgical stimulator. She's done some lumbar in the past. So her admitting on a piece of paper that she performed a procedure that she did not perform, in fact, it was never even scheduled, that's the type of information that I'm talking about. And I hope that we can, even if it requires the lawyers to sit down with the medical records and point to it and say, this is it, highlight it and so forth. And then if we can't come to an agreement, obviously we're following to a T the terms as though the consent order's in place. Okay. But from the standpoint of having her sign something, which I know has factual inconsistencies with what actually is contained in the records. And when I say a misread or misinterpretation, some of that resulted in the expert report of Dr. Rahman. And
What'd you say again, Mr. Angel?
some of the information that was gleaned that ended up in the consent order was based upon language in Dr. Rahman's report.
Right. So this is more an argument about our expert opinion.
No, it's not an argument about the opinion. It's an argument about the factual parts of his opinion. Okay.
That's the opinion, but okay.
It's what I'm saying is she never performed a cervical stimulator. So putting in a report that she performed cervical stimulators is inconsistent. The fact that, you know, they say that she injected into a hip prosthetic area, but it's not what the records say.
Okay, we think, I remember reading this and it was in there that she had done these things. So Counselor, how is it you know that she didn't do these things now? Tell us.
Well, hold on, don't even go there.
Can't do that.
No, can't do there because this ends up in a hearing. I don't want anybody spinning this stuff around in here.
Okay, okay.
Let me just provide this, okay, and we're not going to get into the guts of it. When the records were sent to the boards, there was a narrative at the top of each one of the records, which is not part of the records. This was a narrative prepared by Dr. Culver at the VA. That narrative in a lot of places in these records is not consistent with the body of the medical records themselves.
And so this is, yeah, you see where I'm going.
So I would at least like an effort, other than the email that I sent to Mr. Lewis and Ms. Chandler, is to send them the actual records, a copy of which would be highlighted, okay, to try to further make my point. I can understand how they pulled from those narratives, okay, but those narratives are not the medical records, okay? But when you actually look at the body of the records, you will see that there is no hip prosthesis. You will see that it does not say that the cervical spinal cord stimulator was performed in the actual records themselves. But you have to go through the record. You can't just look at that capsule narrative.
So you're specific.
So is this a place we need an investigation? You have to go, I mean, how do we?
Oh, no, I would just, you want my opinion?
Yeah.
I would just have a show cause hearing.
It what?
Just have a show cause hearing. Right, because I have an expert says one thing. Understandably, Mr. Angel feels otherwise and has done his tremendous due diligence.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't, I got an expert says one thing.
And here's the deal. We're signing a consent order that says that she violated the Medical Practice Act. That's not the point, okay? I'm just saying when you get to that point and then you're going to say factually what led to the violations of the Medical Practice Act, as long as that is accurate and says what's in the records, we're going to sign it.
Right.
So as far as needing a show cause hearing or whatever, we don't need it.
And I'd like to make a clarification, or I guess ask, the consent that you sent over does not actually really acknowledge that there's been a violation. It kind of obfuscates on that and says there may have been a violation, or this may have done this. And that's
was not my understanding when you accepted the consent. I thought we were admitting that we did these things and we're moving on. That there were these violations, and what you sent over, that's not what's represented in that.
The reason why the language may was there in my draft that I sent back to you in a red line version is that I told you that I'm not willing to have her admit to a factual allegation that is not accurate. And that's why I'm saying may. I'm more than glad to agree that she's going to sign a consent order, which once again, she's already following the terms of it as though it was in place. That says she violated the Medical Practices Act. As long as we can hopefully agree to what those factual elements in it contain.
So specifically for E and F.
There's
There's a lot
there's
more
several,
than that in there.
there's several paragraphs.
Yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah,
then,
there's a lot more than that there.
but these two with the additional ones.
Well,
yeah.
there's a bunch that Mr. Angel maybe understandably wants to change, you know, and so.
Okay, so what I would propose, no different than me dealing with lawyers every day and us redlining stuff and going back and forth, is give us the opportunity, the lawyers, with me providing a highlighted version, okay, of the records, no, taking into account that don't look at the opening narrative from Dr. Culver, because that's not the medical
I'm
record.
not, I wouldn't recommend this board agree to that because they've not seen the records that they've not had time to, in this light, review the records that led to that narrative. Right? I don't think it's right to look at the board and say you have to ignore the narrative, because it could be that someone on the other side of this argument says, no, there is data to support that narrative.
The narrative and then the records are right beneath it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All you
Understand
have to
that.
do is look at what's factually stated in the narrative, read the record, and determine, are they consistent?
Mhm.
That's the process.
And that's the job of an expert, yours and ours.
Excuse me?
And that's the job of an expert.
Well, I think that any of us, when you read and you look at the narrative and says that she injected into a hip prosthesis, and then when you look at the record and it says right shoulder,
Right? Well, so currently this board has an expert that says there's a variety of violations here.
and I'm
Right.
not saying that we're agreeing to that.
Right? But this board has to resolve that somehow.
And I think the key thing is to resolve to make the actual specific allegations in the paragraphs that I sent to them be consistent with what's actually in the medical records.
Which was going to require, in my opinion, an expert to look at. A physician.
So what I will do is be more specific. When I send it, I'm gonna highlight those parts of the record. And then obviously, if y'all want to have Dr. Ramon look at it and determine if he was misled by the narrative.
Absolutely. And that's, to me, Mr. Angel, that's the cleanest path. If the expert comes to us and says, no, Mr. Angel's correct. This is what my opinion needs to be, then I think we get to the same spot. But I don't know that we negotiate that out without the expert who we depend on in this situation for an opinion not from one of us that we have to use.
I don't have any problem with that approach.
Okay. And that's why the show cause was the only way I knew to do that.
Well, I don't know why we have to have a hearing. I would submit.
Well, because then if the expert says I don't agree with Mr. Angel, then that's where we're at.
If he doesn't agree, then he doesn't agree. We move forward, we sign.
Michael.
This is kind of a little bit off the beaten path, but not directly to what y'all are discussing in a second. But the other big part to me is there an admission that a violation happened? To me, that's important to be in a board order. That's what other regulatory bodies look at. Was there a violation? Not, we're just agreeing to these sanctions. They're looking to see whether Arkansas medical rule was violated or a statute was violated. I look at a lot of orders from other jurisdictions, and sometimes they just say there was a violation of a rule, but sometimes they don't. And to me, for a consent, that's something that's important to be in there to put everyone on notice. And as it stands right now, that's kind of been eliminated. And so even if we come up with this approach with Dr. Ramon, I think it's important to acknowledge that there's been a violation of the Medical Practices Act.
It has not been eliminated. I was not going to have her sign something that is factually incorrect. I'm not talking about that paragraph. If we can, okay, but what I'm saying is that if we can agree, because I'm dealing with audiences you don't deal with, and when they send her a denial letter and so forth and says you performed a cervical stimulator, which you were not trained to do at the time, and they beat her over the head with it because she signed and said she admitted she did that, but yet it never happened. It's not what the records say. Then where am I to defend her? I can't.
And so what's the cleanest thing to do? Do you get the expert to review the video today and ask for that same expert to look at things anew? Or does everyone just?
I'll be more than glad to submit to the attorneys a highlighted version which show the inconsistency between the narratives and the actual record that completely follow them. And if they want to have Dr. Rahman look at each one of those and either he agrees or disagrees. And if he ultimately looks at it and says, yes, that was inaccurate, then we change that. If he says no.
Well, I'm not, I mean, it's not up to me, I don't vote, but I'm not a fan of y'all just working through these one by one. I think there needs to be, because what's being alleged here, understandably, is that the expert opinion is inaccurate. And the expert opinion was reflected in the consent order, but that's kind of what I thought show causes were for. And so, that's where I'm a little hung up about it all. Because when the experts disagree, then.
But there's not a disagreement. It's once again, it's just factual stuff.
Well, that's the disagreement.
Well, it's
okay. You're just trying to defend your client. I get it.
Anybody can misread. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not saying misinterpret.
But if I could honestly say, it benefits your client if our expert amends their opinion.
No, that's what I'm asking. And
no, what you asked for us to go on and us without talking to our expert, undo things through editing the consent.
I've already said I will send a copy of the highlighted records, send those to Dr. Rahman. Either he agrees or he disagrees.
I think you're saying the same thing.
Are we saying that the expert cannot change their opinion without a show cause hearing, or?
Well, no, what I'm saying is if you take the expert's opinion as their opinion, and understandably, Dr. Sane to some degree may disagree, then that's what the administrative practice of law does. Is she has her opinion with an expert and her own expertise and experience, and then the board has theirs. And then it all gets adjudicated. And if our expert's opinion is not reflected in the records, that will bear itself out in the hearing. Otherwise, everything else is kind of quasi to me. And I have an engineering brain, so I just tend to work in straight lines, unfortunately, for most things. And so that just seemed cleanest to me. Huh?
They say.
I apologize.
Oh.
It was kind of like a typo. Physician performance versus physician scheduled. It's not a disagreement. I think whenever somebody identifies a fault, a flaw, if you don't embrace it, you're never going to learn. So you take it as feedback, you apply it, and you get stronger, you get better.
Oh yeah, it's medicine
So-
for all of us. Yeah.
Life learning. I've had a great experience going through this, but I would like to continue to practice. And Mr. Angel said, you might not want to sign things that are not accurate.
Yeah.
Because it can affect your ability
Yeah.
to continue to practice.
If he feels that way,
It's kind of typos, just scheduled versus performed.
yeah, but you don't. Yeah, I'm the biggest nitpicker you probably will ever meet in your life, other than Mr. Angel. And either one of us can look at either one of our work and find errors. And so.
And
So-
I think Dr. Roman had given an opportunity.
I
It
just
would-
I don't know the cleanest way to do this.
And I'm sorry, I don't, we're asking to bring in our expert to alter his opinion this is a weird.
Right. That's why,
I
to me,
don't-
the only way I saw to adjudicate it was to show cause it and walk away from the consent. Just like if we couldn't agree, if this had, the way I look at this is this had been, if this opinion had been expressed previously when we discussed this, then we would have decided, do we have a show cause or do we? And that's kind of where I'm at now.
I think you do.
Yeah, and-
she's never even signed a consent.
Correct,
So there is no consent to walk away from.
correct.
So I think you have a show cause.
And Mr. Angel's saying you agreed to a show cause, but once you saw the writing, it wasn't reflective of what you believed we had discussed.
No, he agreed to a consent, you mean, not a show.
I mean
Yeah,
consent, sorry.
yeah. So there's a
In lieu
big
of-
difference here between the facts and the opinion.
Yeah, that's,
Okay, we're not saying that Dr. Rahman's opinion, global opinion, that there were violations of the Arkansas Medical Practice Act is inaccurate. We're not saying that. We're just saying that there are information, facts put in here, which I think if he would look at it again himself, would say that was misread or that's a typo. That's all I'm asking.
And the reason she hasn't signed it is that very reason you were
That's the
fearful
exact-
what would go.
That's the exact
be-
reason.
Like you say, be very harmful to her in the future.
Can I ask a question? So in paragraph 7 and 8 of the proposed consent agreement that you sent over, if the findings of fact aligned with more what you want, are you willing to take out the, it was alleged that Dr. A
She will-
actions?
She will agree to violations of the Arkansas Medical Practice Act if the facts.
Oh, well, because that's not what you sent originally. You
Right.
altered the facts and then you had it in there. You hedged whether there was a violation of the law.
Because of the facts being incorrect.
But you'd already changed the facts, so it doesn't make sense that you would then hedge on the violation of the law.
Well, then, if that's the way you interpret it. The point being is that I was not going to have her sign anything which I felt had inaccurate facts in it. And I'm gonna stand by that position.
yeah.
Dr. Rahman may look at it and say, it says hip and it doesn't say shoulder. If he says that, I wanna look at it and see where he came up with it. If it says that she actually performed a cervical spine stimulator, it's not there. That's all I'm asking. I'm not, and if those few facts are, we're not altering anything, we're saying typos or whatever we want to call it. We're agreeing that there were violations. That's why I'm saying we don't need a hearing.
I just don't see this board as in a position to make a ruling on every one of these edits. And I think ultimately that rests with this board. I sign it, but I think that's the problem here, is the board needs to do all this. And the only way we can do all of this, I think, is a hearing.
This is only the second time I've seen a consent order not signed, and the first one did not go well. I don't want to see that happen to you.
Well,
And I'm agreeing with what
he's
No.
Angel's very thorough. And so.
I know
it
he
could
is,
go
that's
either
what I'm
way.
saying. I don't
No,
want to
the,
go bad.
I mean,
So-
ultimately, if that's what she's forced to do, sign a document that's inaccurate with certain facts, could we at least put in those paragraphs that we disagree with the facts?
No, this board's not going to put forth a consent that says we put things in here that are not accurate, but we want you to sign it anyway. You know that. I'm not signing that.
So
Because that has my signature on it. I'm
So
not doing
for all of
that.
these third-party audiences that I'm dealing with, then she's gonna sign something that we know.
No, I think, Michael?
How about, since we're in a weird spot, we table this? I will continue to speak with Mr. Angel. It seems his concern is the finding of facts. Mine is the conclusion of law. And so maybe it would be prudent to table this. It's under the understanding, Dr. A is still going to not be doing procedures that she has not agreed to, and that she will still be moving forward with attempting to get an evaluation. I will attempt to work with Mr. Angel regarding the findings of facts, assuming he's going to work with me on the conclusions of law.
No problem.
Y'all understand what he's getting at?
You're both right, by the way.
I wouldn't really say that.
Well, I mean.
Yeah,
And
but are we still being clear? Because my biggest concern was, what have you been doing during this time? Because, you know, I thought that this thing had not been signed because you didn't agree with, and so you had been practicing as you saw fit, because you have not actually signed this agreement.
Everything that was agreed to at the appearance that would go into the consent order, she's followed to a T.
That's why I asked that question
And
first.
she will continue to follow everything that we talked about that was going into a consent order. All it is now is just getting the terms and the language on the piece of paper. And if you need a letter from me or anything, an email saying that she will continue to follow the terms, I'll be more than glad to do that.
Michael, are you looking, the idea of us tabling for 2 months for you guys to figure this out again, or?
Just to the next meeting. Yeah. I guess that's 2 months, so.
Yeah. I was thinking 2 meetings too when you said that too. I really was by default.
I mean, it's been 6 months.
But what if you all can't come to an agreement on the language by the time of this next meeting? Then
Show cause.
Yeah, I'd make a motion that we table this to allow the respective attorneys to see if we can find common ground by the next meeting. If we can't, then we'll readdress it and come up with a new plan at that point.
Or the alternative is to set it for a show cause and allow us to work to the show cause.
Okay. I like that better. So I would make a motion to table this, allow the attorneys to see if they can find common ground. And if they cannot find common ground by the next meeting, then I would recommend a show cause hearing.
Second.
Motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
That'll save 2 months.
So just so I can understand, we're not formally asking our expert to change anything or review anything, are we? I mean, because
We're gonna let the lawyers decide what they would kind of want
Yeah.
to do in between there.
And I know that you had already said this, Mr. Angel, and I think this is what he was getting at too. You're going to continue not to practice towards what the original consent was, even though you have not signed it during this 2 months.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Do we vote?
Yeah, I think we all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Brad.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Dr. Gray.
Mr. Angel, still the contact.
The, next up is Dr. Bird. Chief. Hey, Dr. Bird, how'd it go with PMRC? Fine. Hey, it looked like they recommended a board approved prescribing course, and if I'm wrong, edit me. Plan of action that you submitted already, and they were going to look at some compare sports in December and June. I mean, the thing I would tell you, Dr. Bird, is just from our world, when we first looked, you had 26 patients over 90, and you had 14 over 120, and 368 individual chronic pain patients, which is in our world is a decent sized practice, which understandably because of where you practice, I could see how that would navigate to you, but that is pretty tall. And I know some of them might be oncology patients, but not all of them were. And then, kind of when I looked at it, there were some issues. There were telemedicine visits, contracts weren't present. In some cases, UDSs are ignored, multiple patients on what we call the Trinity kind of stuff. And I think one PMRC member said there was no reasoning for many of the patients over 90. And so it looked kind of tough. What's your thought on it? I mean, what do you think the best path here is?
Yeah, I mean, I agreed with that. It's just these patients, I inherited them and I never just kept going on with the same practice.
I would.
And I know was my fault. I mean, when I looked back, it's like, oh, is that what's happening? And from there, everybody got chopped, moved, and taken care of.
All right. And so and in your defense, the expert in some spots was okay with the pattern, right? I mean, just to be in kind of meeting on the matter. And so, Mr. Angel, what were you going to say about this? Because you manage this.
Absolutely. So Dr. Bird, through Mercy, reached out to me and wanted me to work with her to determine that she's in full compliance with ASMB Rule 2.4, 2.6 moving forward. So in doing that, we did a global search for PDMP. We looked to find the exact number of patients. All patients above 120 have now been referred directly to pain management. The other thing that she voluntarily agreed to do was work in a consultation agreement with Dr. Danny Silver. She's been to his office twice now, July the 20th, July the 29th. 20th was a Monday, which is key for my clients to go there because they get to attend the Monday morning meeting. And this is when the entire staff, Danny and his staff, go through all of the patients, all of the previous confirmation drug screens. They determine who's going to get randoms, who's going to get random pill counts. Our pain contracts being renewed every 12 months. So she has embraced this. And she's continuing to work with Dr. Silver to make sure that she's safely and properly tapering anybody that's above 50 MME. So currently she's only going to be working with those patients that are 90 MME and below, since all the other patients above have now been successfully referred to pain management. And she has been 100% on board, and this will continue. And she will voluntarily agree to work with Dr. Silver until both Dr. Silver and I feel very comfortable that she's doing everything that she's supposed to be doing to be in compliance with the rules.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I don't know what y'all had, but I had, returning to PMRC in November. I guess you were already kind of on your schedule, I guess. They were going to see you back, I think. And then, what I had was maybe us looking at it in February with comparison reports and a prescriber report. So you can, the problem with the comparison reports is you get an average, but you can't see high spots very easily. You can see them at the bottom, but you can't really see much more than that. And so there's comparison reports and there's prescriber reports. And you could go back to the same patients again if you wanted to see, but I figure a lot of them would be absent. Hello. Or you go after the 5 highest again, just to see where you're at. That's kind of what I had.
So
I mean, because we'd rather it be a good story than a bad one is actually the note I had on here, to be honest,
Yeah.
Dr. Price.
So what will happen, I was retained on July the 8th, the day before she appeared on July the 9th for the PMRC. But when you do a global search, which I did again this morning, just to kind of see where she is that she is definitely on the right path.
Figured.
And will stay on the right path. And when those prescriber reports, which are always a little bit behind.
That's why I said February, because it gives till December.
Yeah, it kind of
Yeah.
gives you a little bit more leeway
Yeah.
to make sure that everything is accurate, to show that these higher patients have completely been moved on, and that she's then tapering the ones that are above 50 down to that level.
Yeah.
And her staff, her main nurse also went with her to Dr. Silver's office, and then she got a lot of insight from the nursing staff at Dr. Silver's office about how to do all the things necessary. Because it is like being an air traffic controller in these practices. You got to have dates, and you got to have things in the computer. You got to have alerts. You got to have saying this patient gets a random pill count this week. This one gets a random urine drug screen. This 12-month pain contract will expire this date. We need to get a new one signed. So everybody's got to be on board. And she has done that. And I feel like that when y'all do take another look in February, you'll see that everything's good.
You may have said this. I just had in my notes, and I hope that's not an error, that she was going to do some CME and prescribing too.
She is.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what PMRC recommended.
They recommended 20 hours. The nice thing also about Dr. Silver is he's also got some great courses that not only he has attended, but he's been a speaker at. So she'll also be getting those courses in addition to what the PRMC recommended.
But the weird thing always about recommendations like that, they're just recommendations in our board orders. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I had see Dr. Silver and do what he says.
Do you want to take another look back?
And like you said, in February.
February, I'll make a motion. She follow up in February.
Okay, do you want any data at that time?
Yeah, PDMP reports.
Previous 6 months.
Yep.
Comparison and prescriber reports.
Comparison and prescriber.
Okay.
Do
a
you want to
motion
pull the
and
5 highest or no?
it's up to y'all. It's up to Ms. Anderson.
Yeah.
What was that?
The 5 highest patients.
Oh,
The 5 highest patients. Yeah.
Makes the motion.
So Jenny, it sounds like the motion is, in February, we need, the data from Nick regarding his 5 highest patients at that time. We need the comparison reports, for the past 6 months at that time. We need the prescriber report for the past 6 months at that time. And there would be a board requested appearance at that time.
There you go. Good job.
And she'll have seen pain management, but
So moved.
Okay.
I got a
Second.
motion to second that. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thanks for your time. Take care for
Thank
getting
you.
home. Long drive.
Thank you.
Do what Mr. Angel tells you.
She going to. Hey, Whitney. That's all I want to do right now. Bang my head on the table. Okay. And so, hey, Whit, here's where I'm coming from. Has he gotten the records he wanted?
They should have them. I spoke with,
Being careful to HIPAA. Don't get crazy. You're on video.
records, and they said it was faxed over to the Medical Foundation several days ago, very end of July, I believe.
That's okay. Hey, but Whit, you signed a HIPAA release allowing them to your records, correct?
The ROI that Rebecca told me to go online, print out,
Right,
sign.
which shows her intent, everybody, right? Her intent.
Everything.
I know, that's why I put in right there.
And she messaged me and I sent her my birthday. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I also requested it for me, so if I give
Yeah.
it to me first, I can send it to them.
You have to ask someone with a law degree. You have one you pay for to your right, and I would ask her, not ours, because we can't give you legal advice. See, I learned something.
So, and I apologize about coughing, but this happened last time. They couldn't get the records for
Yeah.
whatever reason. It took us 3 months basically for us to actually pry them out of the record keeping company. And we sent them immediately. The second I got them, I sent them right over to Rebecca. We are more than happy to do that again. I don't know what it is with this record company, but that for whatever reason, they don't like to give records to the foundation. And she's kind of stuck because it's her doctor's choice.
Well, and the big thing to me is the licensee signed what she needed to sign to make that happen. And I think that's pretty self-evident, right? It kind of summarizes everything I have sitting here. Right.
The second she is told, hey, we're not going to send them over unless you have some document, she
Yep.
signs it
Yep.
because I've told her.
Well, you can
do
see the
that.
look on her face about the birthday when she's with her ringing her hands. I know, Whitney. I know. I have daughters. I can read you.
My doctor told me the last time I saw her, they have changed companies that they've used several times over the past few years, and it has been impossible to get records. Yeah.
So do you know what company it is with and where the company
I just
is?
have the phone. I actually have a picture in my phone of the sheet they let me take a picture of with the phone number and
But
stuff.
Whitney has a copy of her records. Right?
I'm waiting on it.
Okay.
I have
Okay.
proof of where I sent in the request and all that stuff, so I should have it in the next few days.
Do you know if it is in Arkansas?
Uh,
She got leverage, it sounds like. I didn't know about.
oh, I can find
Do
out
that.
for you. I can find out. I just don't know it off the top of my head.
Because there are some statutes I forgot about.
Some
Please,
pretty
by all
big ones,
means.
actually.
Whatever you
that
need
right?
to do.
If you do have a copy of that, if you have it on your phone, I'm going to ask Judy to step out with you to see if we can get a copy of that. And maybe if necessary, we need to subpoena the records if our legal counsel agrees.
We can't subpoena and give. We can't subpoena them and then give to the foundation, I don't think.
Wait, are you saying you're not getting a copy of those records?
No, we have a copy,
Oh, okay, I was.
but I don't think we can pass them. That's the problem, right?
No, I
Okay.
don't believe so either,
Yeah,
but we can get
So
them.
if I get them, I can.
yes, correct.
Yeah.
And I would just ask, can I meet with y'all when we're done?
Yeah.
Here, just real quickly.
Yeah, we also wanted to talk to you.
Yeah.
afterwards.
Well, I'm glad we had this time together. And so,
Great. It's nice to come and visit once.
oh, no, it's not. You were not inexpensive. I'll say that. And so anyway,
Do we need to table it?
that's what I would do.
Table.
Table it.
Table,
Second.
all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for y'all's patience. Thanks for trying, Whitney.
Thanks for trying.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. See, the next doctor on your list is continued by me for some mitigating circumstances. I promise that we're legit. And the next one up is Dr. Coda Verdian, which it should be virtual.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Coda Verdian. It's Ward again. Hey, what brings you back to us? What's going on? Why do you need an Arkansas license?
Why do I need it? I mean, possibly doing locum in Arkansas.
Okay. And then, but currently, I thought we didn't have one. That
I
you had to
don't. I'm
renew it,
not
that's why
currently.
we're
I'm
here.
not currently practicing in Arkansas. My actual license expired at the end of the month.
It's of renewal appearance. Right. Well, I know all about that. And so, but here's my question though. Looking at what you agreed in California, how are you going to practice in Arkansas? Because the agreement in California Says there's a 35-month probation period that begins on June 25th. Cannot perform cardiac surgery during the probation period, cannot supervise APRNs or PAs, cannot travel outside of California without prior notification, cannot refrain practice, and any request to alter the above makes you basically admits guilt to the process. And so, are you still in the probationary period in California?
And I'm actually in good standing. I provided all the documents for your review. Currently, I am practicing in California. I just don't do heart surgery. I do vascular and thoracic.
Right. And so, but the probation period's not over until the almost May of 28, I guess.
May of 2028. Yes, sir.
Right. And so, yeah. And so I guess obviously it gives me a little pause because we don't have an agreement with you and you have a restriction in California that because you weren't going to practice and, wasn't going to practice here would not necessarily exist here.
Okay.
Right. So basically what this board did is we elected to take the California data and let you practice in California with the restrictions in California, but you have no restrictions here. So I guess let's do it this way. What would restrict you from doing cardiac thoracic surgery in Arkansas?
Well, I haven't done cardiac surgery in 4 years now. So the chance, I'm not even intending to do cardiac surgery in either California or any other states. If I do any locum, would be in the capacity of a vascular or a thoracic surgeon.
Okay, and you're doing that in California?
Correct.
Because the problem is basically asking us to give a gentleman's agreement on a restricted double secret probation situation. And so what would be the practice opportunity here in Arkansas?
Normally a locum, last time I did locum in Fort Smith, Arkansas was, 2021. So like 5 years ago. I haven't seeked any opportunity yet, but I just want to keep that open. I'm a physician like yourself, sir, and I want to be able to provide, give my services and provide for my family.
Right. Obviously, I'd say obviously. From my standpoint, though, the cleanest thing would be for you to agree to similar in terms of restriction of practice here as you did in California. But honestly, I don't want you having another consent in your life because that's going to make things complicated. And so it's a question of trust. Well, you're left with trust.
Well, if we had someone that hadn't practiced cardiac surgery in a long time, and they were boarded in thoracic, we would grant that privilege to do vascular and thoracic. What I'm saying is there's no separate board, so there's no way for us to.
Well, we don't even do board at all.
Yeah,
right?
I understand. But
yeah, he can do neurosurgery.
Right. But looking at him,
yeah,
he's boarded and all, but he only does
a
limited part, which is not what I'm saying is that's not uncommon.
Oh, I totally agree.
Yeah. So
that's why it comes down to
a gentleman's agreement.
Yeah. Without being too overly sexist.
We know that a hospital should not privilege someone to do cardiac surgery or vice versa.
Right.
Vascular thoracic if they've not done it in a long time. And a lot of times we're dependent on the hospital.
Yes, right.
Yeah. And hopefully they would.
And so the question in front of the board is, hey, and he's hey, what you gonna say? Okay.
To the point that Dr. Jones was expecting, like for example, let's say hypothetically there is a cardiac surgery opportunity shows up in Arkansas. The first thing any hospital is asking me, provide me your case logs. I haven't done cardiac surgery in 4 years. There's no way I can do cardiac surgery in any state for that matter, or any hospital will not privilege me for cardiac surgery because I haven't done it in 4 years. So I agree, it is a general agreement, but in the meantime, practically it's impossible for me to do cardiac surgery.
In lieu of him signing the consent,
Yeah,
we just ask him to come to us before he starts to practice again?
Well, he is. He is. He wants to renew his license and practice, and to his defense.
I guess I meant before you don't have a job lined up already, do you?
No, sir.
And that would be a gentleman's agreement too, and he would do it. I mean, and you could do that and say,
I was thinking it puts more accountability on it. so
but there's no
delays.
order here. It's just whatever, because even if you say, I want you to come see me a month after you start your LT in Arkansas, it's just I mean, there's no obligation there. And so you either renew the license and trust that the federal things he's talking about, where CT gets watched so hard, will be the net, or they won't be.
I would just say that,
And I mean, I'm no CT surgeon, but I know a few, and that's generally the world.
right?
Yeah.
That, there is just no hospital in Arkansas that's gonna give him privileges.
I would just never say that about a hospital in Arkansas ever. Even he's laughing. Because he knows.
Hospitals do what they want to do.
Exactly, Dr. K.
Practically, with all due respect, practically it's impossible for me to get a cardiac job. I mean, thoracic is a different story because I can support it with my case logs, but with cardiac, my only way of getting back to cardiac surgery is to do another fellowship.
Yeah, that's
Which
what I
I'm too
meant.
old
That-
for.
Well, and in his
Nobody's gonna
defense,
Give him cardiac privileges,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. Obviously, he would be able to get the privilege, those
Yeah.
other privileges, but there's just no hospital in Arkansas that's gonna give him cardiac.
well, and you could play the game this way too, and say, look, there were some issues California took substantial, I guess we say umbrage with. He's now practiced a year. He did 60 hours of education for the deficient practice areas. Okay. He paid a pretty impressive investigation fee. And so he does have some ground under him, you know.
So what are you doing now?
Doing mainly vascular and thoracic, Dr. Jones.
Yes, but how much and for who?
In my own practice, I have a private practice in Irvine, California. I do a lot of office procedure, and I do vascular procedure in a surgery center, and take calls for a thoracic surgery.
So do we have case logs for him or anything like that? We don't have.
We
that.
can't, we don't get to really chime in on that.
Okay. What kind of volume are you doing now for thoracic and vascular that you might do in Arkansas?
For vascular, I do about 20 to 30 cases a month. For thoracic, it's very low, probably 2 or 3 cases a month. Because I take very few calls.
Yeah, well, I know. Yeah. I mean,
I'm okay with the gentleman's agreement.
yeah, that's what that's,
I'll give it.
then do it. Make the motion.
I move we give it.
I got a motion saying to grant him, allow him to renew his license.
Renew.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thanks for your patience and your
Thank you
candor,
so
Dr.
much. I
K.
appreciate your trust. I won't break
Yes, sir. Back to Irvine in Orange County, sir.
it. Thank you.
Then next up is a discussion. Is Mrs. Miller here? Okay. Hey, it's nice to see you. Didn't exactly get the response we'd hoped the first time we went looking for you. Can you explain what happened with this complainant and you?
It is a freelance situation.
Yeah. Sorry about that, sir. You're the opposite of me. You're very quiet and measured. If you hit the button on the microphone in front of you, is it okay? Just pull a little closer to you. I need to. Yeah, you'd think an ear surgeon would get everybody some hearing aids.
Can you hear me?
You're getting there. Pull the microphone to you. Will it let you? No, that's about as far as it goes. Yeah, just speak up pretty good, but you're doing okay. So what happened? So it's a business separate of medicine?
Yes, it is not, and it does not involve my license at all. It's just freelance skills through a platform called Upwork online. And
What do y'all do?
it's matches freelancers with clients looking for remote work.
Freelance.
It depends on the client.
What kind of work?
This in particular.
Yes, ma'am.
He was looking for someone to help him with a neurorehabilitation book series,
To do what with the book series?
to create it.
So you were going to help write a book
Yes.
about things that you did as an occupational therapist assistant.
No, it was not a formed plan. which I learned about 4 weeks into it. It took me that long to realize he did not have any underlying structure. He didn't really understand the scope of his own work that he was presenting. And it took us a while to suss that out. And so I basically had to say, listen, I mean, I don't write books, but I know that with research or anything, you have to have a structure from which to start. And he was trying to hire occupational therapists, physical therapists, doctors, and other people through this platform. And we were going to act kind of as contributors based on our own expertise.
Contributing editors, write chapters, things like that. We all been there.
Right. But there was nothing. And so I basically was helping him understand there was nothing. So no one else could be hired. And I said, okay, within the scope of my expertise, I will help create this structure that you so desperately need, because without it, there is no project.
Sure.
So that is.
Yeah. So he paid you a fee for you to help create the product he wanted to create.
It was a contract.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. And so, hey, you're very bright. Why wouldn't you just send us this in a response?
Honestly, it was my own issues cognitively and emotionally kind of sent me into a dorsal vagal shutdown. And so that has just been inactivity on my part.
Does that just mean it scared the ever loving crap out of you and you couldn't respond to it?
Sort of.
You're very bright. You should be more confident.
Thank you. But yes, no, and I apologize for wasting your time with this.
Well, I mean, you gave the process server a run. I mean, I'm glad you asked him to close the gate on the way out.
Oh, that's my parents' house. Yes,
That's very Arkansas-like. Please close the gate when you leave. Yeah. I'm not asking that far. It's Perrin. I expect that in Perrin and Perryville. I know. And so and so to me, I don't see anything that impacts our practice or anything like that. This is just a disagreement. We get worried, Sarah, that it's related to, as you know, because you're very bright, that this would be maybe tied to a larger issue. You know, I mean, we see all sorts of substance issues and things like that, people getting bad spots, things like that. And this is just a peripheral outcome of that. But this just looks like a fight that's not our fight.
And it's much better to see somebody in person.
Yeah, you should have just sent something.
And you present very well.
It's nice to meet you, though.
Motion
for
info.
Motion is second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for your time. Information means we're done. Matter settled. We don't see anything for us. Okay?
Just be sure and close the door on your way out.
And and watch that 45 when you cross the bridge in Perryville. They'll get you. Yes, ma'am. And so last up is Dr. Tasneem from DOQ.
Good morning.
Good morning. I wish you weren't here. Hey, man, what happened?
So
The guys in the blue and freaking yellow letters showed up.
yeah. So I had a domestic partner who moved from Colorado to here. He moved his business here, and he has a diagnosis of ADHD, bipolar. So he, on his transition for his move, he was moving his business. So he pretty much had loads of trucks that moved here. And he basically he got sick. He got a psychiatric appointment here, but he missed it because he got sick that day. So because he needed his medication and he wasn't seeing any provider in Colorado anymore. So my concern was, that he's not going to function well. So I went ahead and did prescribe him Xanax and Adderall. The Adderall was a paper script. And what happened was, and this was just a gap to getting him a new appointment with his psychiatrist, with a new psychiatrist here. And it was taking over a month to get a new appointment.
Yeah.
So I went ahead and just wrote a script. And then initially I wrote the script for 2 weeks, but then when I called them, they said it's 1 month till he gets another appointment. So I went ahead and I think I basically put a line on the script, and then he took that script to the pharmacy, and the pharmacy said that this is forged. The pharmacist actually called me.
I'll bet.
Yeah, she said, I'm like, it's not forged. I signed on it. it was me. But she said, no, I'm calling the authorities if he comes back here. So I was, I just disconnected the call and she.
My wife probably would have sent me back.
So basically he was saying that this is not forged and she's like, it is forged. So they got into an argument at the pharmacy and they called the authorities. And I went there to the pharmacy myself and I was like, I shouldn't have written this. But I was trying to bridge him, but they didn't believe me. And he got legal counsel and the case got dismissed.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. Yeah.
Dismissed. And what happened was after that incident, the DEA agents came to my clinic and they said, I can't remember exactly what they said. It's been a while, but they mentioned that, if you don't do this, this is the circumstances you're going to face. And I didn't seek any legal counsel at that time. So I went ahead and they said, you have to surrender your license. Otherwise, so-and-so will happen. I can't even remember. So I went, okay, if that's the case, I'll go ahead and do it. And so that's what I did. And then I reported this on my attestation to the state medical board, and this is what it was. Eventually, I seek legal counsel, as you can see, and I did get my DEA license back, a new license back, and I learned a valuable lesson, and I won't do this again. And for the records, I'm not with him anymore, so. But
I wasn't even gonna ask. I wasn't even gonna ask. I wasn't going there.
This is what happened, and I've sent my PDMP to the DEA to make.
Don't worry, they got it.
compliance. Yeah, so I'm in compliance with that, and that's where we are right now.
Okay. And to me, that's a pretty solid answer, I think, everybody.
That's very well said.
And it covered, what have you learned through all this? What the heck happened?
What does she need right now? She has a license here.
Oh, yeah, she's fine. She's an oncologist at St. Vincent's, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's practicing, making the world a better place.
Take her appearance. for
He has made a
information.
great appearance. Let me take it for information.
I got a motion, a second, a third for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for your time.
Thank
Sorry you had to go through all that.
Thank you, Darren.
And one recusal.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh,
Thank-
hey,
Loser.
you're out of here. We want some dirt. And so this is,
Thank you so much.
all right, thanks, Darren. Do y'all want to take a break or do you want to do some discussions? What do you want to do?
It's already ready. Okay, so they will need time, extra time.
They would, and they want to be ready for our hearings. Yeah.
They need extra time for everybody to work on the computers and the other one you brought in so they can get everything updated. So if we could break until 1 o'clock for lunch.
Do you, okay.
Long time.
Hey, Michael, Dorley, what do y'all prefer on a return? Do you want us to come back, do some discussions? Do you want to just wait till giving y'all time to prep?
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to just wait till 1 because of
Till
computers?
wait till
Okay, okay. All right, computers off, videos off.
And you want our computers up here, right? Yes, facing, just like you did. It's, we want to announce that we're breaking.
Thank you.
Mine's been updated, so I don't have to do it. All you need to do is turn around and have them log in, and they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do.
Go.
Okay.
Hey, I have a question for you. Well, my computer's on. We're fine, aren't we?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, good, 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 good.
That's-
would be the signal. All right, let's get the ball rolling. First matter this afternoon is going to be Dr. Sarah Roberson and colleagues. No, she won't meet. Yep. Hey, y'all, I hear we got something maybe in lieu of a hearing today. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Go for it, Mr. Randall.
Yes, 1,025, she's practiced primary care services in Walden. She also covers shift
at the ER in Mena. So after the show cause was issued, she contacted my office. And in our very first visit, we talked about all of the necessary rules and compliance and so forth. And obviously, she told me up front, I'm with a new business. I'm no longer with Mercy. She practiced with Mercy Health in the Waldron Clinic for 12 years before that, and said that I want to refer all of my chronic patients, chronic pain patients on opioid therapy. And she was already made that decision before this unfortunate show cause was issued. So after I got involved, I told her that due to the fact that, and I think she had an active, maybe not a lot, 30 to 35 patients at that time that were chronic pain patients on opioid therapy. And so due to the timing of being able to get these folks referred, get them accepted, and her writing her last opioid script, I recommended that at least short term, that we go ahead and get guidance from Dr. Danny Silver. And that has all happened. She went to his office on July the 27th, again, a Monday. So she got to sit in on the Monday morning staff meeting. And the point being is that I was thinking it was probably going to take 60 to 90, maybe 120 days when we started this process to get everybody referred, but that has actually been accelerated. Both Dr. Silver, Dr. Adams, and Mena, and sprinkled out to a few other folks, the referrals are already in place. So now it's just a matter of these folks having their first visit with these pain management specialists, and then obviously she will discontinue writing script the minute that they are seen by these primary care, by these pain management specialists. So she understands that in looking at the cases, looking at her PDMP after a global search, looking at the PDM prescriber report, certainly there were some prescribing miscues, and she has made this decision. Obviously, she will continue, and obviously she's talked to Dr. Silver about this. She's probably got 50 to 60 Suboxone patients. She will continue to see those patients just because of the need in that area. And she will also continue to prescribe for acute pain up to 7 days, both in her clinic practice and obviously in her ER work. The proposal to the board is obviously a consent order with the understanding that this is going to be a 3 to 6 month mentorship, which is a little bit different than what we typically see when we're doing a mentorship with Dr. Silver, because we're typically working to get people in compliance moving forward, and they will continue to prescribe, but she will not be doing that. She's getting out. And so this 3 to 6 months is only being thrown out there because I thought we might need that much time to accomplish our end game here. But obviously, I do want her to stay in this mentorship with Dr. Silver until we know that all patients have been referred, been accepted, and I think that's in place, but until she has to write her last script. But in the meantime, until all that happens, she understands that obviously to get them to where we need to get them to, she's got to be in compliance with 2.4, 2.6. She understands that. So she went ahead and got the necessary guidelines from Dr. Silver, and obviously knows the practice modifications that are obviously going to be made short term. Her staff also went with her when they went to Dr. Silver's clinic on July the 27th, so they also understand this is a team approach. Obviously, that would include her also being responsible for the cost of investigation with payment up to, she could have 24 months to pay that. That would certainly be appreciated.
Okay. What questions everybody got about that?
What about the Suboxone and what about the phentermine? Because these were also, I didn't hear how those would be addressed.
She will not be prescribing phentermine, okay, but she will continue to prescribe Suboxone under the guidance of Dr. Silver. Obviously, Suboxone is a little bit of a different animal from the standpoint of MMEs and that type of thing. So that's not necessarily a concern, but she still understands she has to follow his directives as it relates to Suboxone patients.
Yes, sir.
What's the follow-up on this to reassure us that the patients have been transferred and they're properly being followed up?
Yeah, the follow-up will be that obviously I will notify counsel for the board when she has written her last script for opioids for a chronic pain patient. And obviously that can be verified with a PDMP search. So that will be closely tracked over the next 30 to 60 days just to ensure there's not any stragglers. And then obviously after that, it'll take a little bit to catch up with the prescriber reports, but it will clearly show that I think the furthest window for her to write her last script is 60 days, but after that, they will see that there's not gonna be anything on the PDMP as far as opioids for chronic pain.
Yeah, usually 2-month delay. They do it by quarters, but then there's a month delay behind it, Dr. Beer, too. So whenever you get notification of an end, you'll have to add a little bit funny.
So if the board does agree with this plan, Ms. Roberson, do you understand it needs to be signed in a timely fashion?
And I guess as another part of order, we'll move charges and allegations to findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Exactly.
Okay. That seem agreeable.
If she's with Dr. Silver, it's gonna work.
Okay. Any other issues? Just a matter of, board want to make a motion to accept the proposal, proposed consent order.
Second.
Got a motion, a second to accept the proposed consent order. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for both of your work. You initiated some yourself too, Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
All right, next up is going to be Dr. Lee. Hey, Dr. Lee, is that you? Yes. Come on up. Yes, sir. It's fine. Hey, long trip. Where is it, from the East Coast or the far west that you got here?
I live in Honolulu, but then my parents live in South Carolina. And
That's why I picked either one. Yeah, I wasn't sure which it was. All right, and obviously we know why we're here. Is there anything in lieu of a hearing you'd like to propose or anything like that?
I'm hoping we can resolve this by maybe like a reprimand or something.
Well, so here's how our world works. So we have to, so the Arkansas State Medical Board can't really do any penalties that we solely determine, okay, without a hearing. However, we could discuss a consent order on your part that if the board were agreeable to that kind of thing, and so we could do it that way and avoid a hearing. Okay, so that's kind of how we work. So you either have to say, hey, I'd like to work something out in terms of an order I'm willing to sign, or we have a hearing and then we solely decide what the penalty, if there is any. Okay, and so it's up to you. I mean, Dr. Lee, if you want to propose anything, so your thought is, where I've gotten with the CME and things like that, I'd be willing to accept a reprimand from the state medical board as a penalty.
That'd be great.
Well, Mr. Lewis, what would you think of what would be your thoughts on the matter?
In addition to that, I think a small fine would be appropriate. There was a lot of effort put into this matter by the staff itself, and I think there should be a fine accompanying it. I'm not
Yeah.
thinking
Right.
something exorbitant, but there was a lot of staff time put into this that could have been, put to other matters that were
Yeah.
before them. So I'm okay with the reprimand, but I'd also like it noted that the allegations are substantiated in the show cause, and also that he agrees that there is two charges that were violated, specifically that he was found to be in violation of another governing board's rules or statutes, and also that he was found to be in violation of failing to submit proof of the CME upon request. And
And those are the charges in the order, Michael's, and then in the show cause?
Yes, and I'll hand him one so he can have.
Yeah.
What I'm basically saying is that you agree that these allegations are true.
Yeah.
And also that these violations.
California do
For those two.
Yes. Can you believe it?
Do you agree with that? Okay, so then the next thing would be for us to decide what a penalty would be. I submit $1,000 for both violations, so 500 each.
That seems reasonable to me.
I was thinking 501, but okay.
So move.
And so, so actually
He said plus 500
right. And so the board would propose that we convert the allegations and charges to findings of fact, conclusions of law, that you would accept a reprimand from the Arkansas State Medical Board and fines totaling 500 for each of the agreed upon
total of 1,000.
yeah, I don't know
How long would he have to pay that?
1 year.
1 year?
Yeah.
Well,
And that would be reduced to writing, and you would sign off on it and we would submit it back, but you were indicating to the board that you are acceptable with those terms.
because do we even vote on that? Not really, because he has to generate it.
Yeah, not really, but if you want to go ahead and vote, you accept it that way.
Okay.
You sign off.
Okay. Okay, so that's gonna be conversion of, if someone wants to make those, conversion of the, you already did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got a motion, a second?
Oh, I actually
Yeah.
seconded before you seconded.
Well, but then someone asked about durations over here. Okay, I have a first and a second, a third for Mrs. Anderson's vote and all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
So quick moment. Do we need to start putting a time to sign these consent agreements so we can try to avoid?
Well, you can propose that. That would be part of the proposal we would need to vote on, right?
Gotcha.
If you wanted, that would have to be part of the motion itself,
Gotcha.
you know?
But you have to have, the attorney has to draft it.
Yep.
So
Well, yeah. Well, I figured, yeah.
So is 21 days enough time for you to draft it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'll add that to my motion.
Okay.
Is it too late to add? I know we've already voted.
Yeah.
If not signed
Yeah.
in 21
Yeah.
days.
No, we're fine. Leave it as it is.
Okay, leave
We'll
it
do
at
it going forward. Okay.
It hasn't been.
All right, I would consider the matter settled as it comes to the board at this point after that vote.
Okay, Dr. Lee, I will put together a settlement. You'll get it next week. It'll be a formal document, pretty much similar to the show calls that you received. Review it, make sure it meets with your approval, sign it, send it back, and then I will have it executed by the board's chair.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you to the board.
If you have any questions in the interim, you've got my contact information. You can keep it.
Yes. Be careful getting home.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Are you going east or west to get home?
Going back to my parents there.
Okay. Shorter flight.
And also, please make sure you update, if you need to, ASMB staff on your contact information.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you can stop at the front desk and they'll get you the forms necessary for that.
Thanks, Dr. Lee. You too. Okay, next up will be Dr. Summerhill. Yeah, Dr. Summerhill. And so before we get started, any thoughts on the matter? Any sort of consent offer or anything like that on your part that you think that might avoid a hearing, anything in lieu of a hearing today?
Well, I wrote you guys an email. Did you get it?
I believe I did.
I think the problem that was upsetting to the board was I had patients who were over 50 morphine equivalent. I had about 5 of them.
Well, that's not really what I was talking about so much, because I'm talking about any sort of offer of the board in terms of avoiding a hearing, because the rest of that will have to be admitted as evidence. I mean, is this okay, this part, y'all? If he wants to talk about?
Well, I'm just gonna let you know that I got all my cancer patients. There's only like 5 of them, 3 of them passed away.
No.
No.
I think what we're gonna have to do is, I mean, if he wants to say, based upon the findings, facts, allegations, facts, and everything in the contained in the hearing notice, that he offers in lieu of a hearing, this kind of penalty for the board's consideration, but going into the facts is not where we
Right.
need to go.
Right. So Jeff, like before a hearing, all we can do is if there's something you say, well, instead of me having a hearing, I'm willing to do this. Right. So like in a situation like yours, it might be, hey, I had enough of this. It's just time to quit doing pain medicine.
Is that
Right.
what you guys are leaning towards?
Oh, I don't even get to vote, man. There's a reason they don't let me vote. And so that's kind of before a hearing, all that can happen, because then everything else, Jeff's got to be on the record as a part of what we do.
Well, I mean, if that's what you guys are leaning towards, then,
Well,
that's what
I
I'll
don't
do.
know.
My thoughts were that I just was confused about what the order was. All right, you guys told me to get all my people down to 50 or less. I did that. But
Hey,
maybe
Jeff,
talk
this
to Dr.
is all
Silver about it.
testimony is what that's got to go down as, man.
All right.
Right.
It may be prudent for us to just jump into a hearing, get the facts substantiated, and then we get to the part where Dr. Summerhill's trying to get.
Yeah.
And it'll be on the record.
Yeah, because you get
and
to
then we
say
can have-
everything you need to say.
And then
about a
essentially the
hearing.
conversation that's trying to happen will be on the record and
Right.
it can be had.
Yeah. All right. And so Jeff, there's not really anything on the top of your mind where you just like, I'm just going to offer this up instead of a hearing.
Well, I mean, if that's the easiest thing to do and it'll keep me out of a big bunch of trouble, sure, I'll quit doing pain medicine. It's a pain in the ass. But I
What does the
do
board
want
think
you
about
guys to
that?
know that I got all my people straightened out.
Well, yeah, we'll see. But I mean, what do you think? How would that need to look for the board? Is that something that'll work or not? Dr. Jones, what you think?
Could I still do Suboxone?
Well, we got to work through all that on our end.
Yeah, I think it would take some time. I don't think you could turn the switch.
He said he wanted to quit, but that's not what I'm hearing. I mean, he said.
Well, no, I don't really want to, but if that's gonna keep me out of it, if you guys are gonna, revoke me otherwise, then I mean, if that's where I stand, then sure, I'll quit pain medicine.
I think perhaps the best thing to do is, maybe do the hearing like he said.
Yeah, and let Jeff say the things he wants to say.
To say some stuff.
Yeah.
Probably want to hear you.
Yeah, Jeff.
We just can't hear you until we start the hearing. I'm gonna go with our attorneys and say, why don't we start the hearing? And we'll listen to you and then we can make a good decision.
Okay.
Yeah, to your benefit, Jeff, is what
All
he's
right.
getting at.
All right.
Okay, and I'll get it started. So I'll get it started. And so the board has set a hearing for today in the following matter. Dr. Summerhill, please identify yourself for the record.
I am Dr. Jeff Summerhill.
And then counsel, you got to identify yourself for the record.
Michael Lewis for Attorney General's office.
Oh yeah, I didn't know. I mean,
Dorley Chandler for Attorney General's office.
Okay. And so, and no counsel, for you today, Jeff?
No,
Okay. All right. And so, please be advised, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. Everything that it says, including the deliberations, is being recorded and will be part of the official record that I'm talking too fast for Miranda for, of these proceedings. For that reason, anyone who speaks on the record needs to speak clearly and slowly enough that it may be understood by Miranda. Please do not talk over one another. Are there any evidence packet either party seeks to admit?
Yes, sir. At this time, petitioner moved to accept Exhibit Packet A. I'm going to hand that to Dr. Summerhill.
These are the charts I turned in, right? Yeah, they are.
seeking to move to have that admitted as Exhibit A. Do you have any objection to that?
No, sir.
Now,
Okay.
Jeff, have you got things you want admitted? Because you had some stuff in your
Well,
hand.
no, I mean, my only defense was that I just brought, a copy of, regulation 2.4.
Okay.
And H says the definition of excessive regulations shall not apply to prescriptions for, hospice care, cancer patients, palliative
Yeah,
care.
we'll get to that.
and
And when we get to your side, that's the stuff you touch on. And then, Jeff, do you have any objection to them admitting that packet?
No, no.
Okay, okay. And I assume they'd feel the same. Okay. And then, all right, so the packets are taken into evidence of matter. Everyone that's going to be a witness, please stand. So that will be you, Dr. Summerhill. Anybody else, Nick? Any other witnesses? Jeff, do you have any witnesses on your side? Okay, and so I got to swear you on. Do both of you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thanks, y'all. All right, does either side wish to make an opening statement?
I will waive my opening statement.
Jeff, you want to say anything up front?
No.
Okay, okay. Okay. And you'll get a chance at the end too, Jeff. So there's stuff on the backside that you've heard and you want to, you still got room for that.
Okay.
And so so Counselor, you can call your first witness.
I will call Nick Scholl, and I will also ask for a brief 5-minute recess to print out the correct packet for y'all to look at.
That will be granted, I guess, by me. Unless you have objection to that, Jeff.
No.
Okay. So we gotta take a 5-minute break.
Didn't Nick the investigator? Hello?
Oh, it's on now. All right, I guess we will, resume this hearing. Okay.
Nick Scholl.
Tell us briefly about your educational background.
I went to the University of or UAMS for College of Pharmacy for pharmacy school, graduated in 2011.
Okay. Do you hold any professional licenses?
I hold a pharmacist license in the state of Arkansas. Yes.
How long have you held that?
Since 2011.
Okay. Tell us briefly about your work history.
I worked after school, worked in retail pharmacy for Walmart and for Fred's for about 7 years. And in 2018, I got this job with the health department as a drug control investigator. I've been there ever since.
Okay. What's your current title?
I'm section chief for pharmacy services and drug control.
Okay. And what does all that entail?
I conduct investigations still, but I also oversee the section as a whole. So I've got 5 other investigators underneath me and a couple of admin staff, and we do investigations for this board and several other boards in the state.
Okay. And in the course of your employment as a supervisor, did you have an opportunity to complete an investigation regarding Dr. Summerhill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please tell us kind of about your investigation and what it is you were looking at.
The board asked me to pull 5 patient charts, specifically the 5 patients that I found that had the highest MMEs. So looking at Dr. Summerhill's PDMP, I picked the 5 patients with the highest MME level and did a review of those patient charts, pulled their pharmacy records, and provided a report to the board.
Okay. Can you please turn to page 9 of the packet, and for you, scroll to page 9. Is that a copy of your report?
Yes.
And your report ultimately concluded that 3 of Dr. Summerhill's patients were prescribed opioids in excess of 50 MMEs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us briefly about these patients and what level of MMEs they were prescribed.
Just those 3 patients?
Yes, sir.
The first one was patient SM. He, at the time of my report, was being prescribed oxycodone 10 milligrams 4 times a day, which equates to daily MME level of 60. And I have to scroll down to the 4th and 5th patient. So then patient TW was being prescribed oxycodone 30 milligrams 3 times a day, which equates to a daily MME of 135. And finally, patient MF, similar, he was on oxycodone 15 milligrams 6 times a day, which also was a MME level of 135.
And these levels that you found, they are from the months of February and March of 2026?
Correct.
Okay. And it's your understanding, based off a review of a previous board order, that Dr. Summerhill is not to be writing opioids in excess of 50 MMEs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based off your investigation, these patients were written MMEs or written prescriptions for certain amounts of opioids in violation of that board order?
Yes.
I have no further questions. I'll pass the witness.
All right, Jeff, at this point, what question, actually, no, it's Jeff. Jeff,
Yeah.
it's your turn. Jeff, do you got any questions you can, man? It's not being argumentative, dude. Go for it.
There was a problem. I just misunderstood it. All right, you guys told me to get my.
Hey, Jeff, I gotta stick with just Nick for this part. Yeah, we'll get to you. I'll get to you.
Yeah, Dr. Summerhill, you're going to get a.
Yeah, you're gonna
it's
get.
kind of a procedural thing. We'll get to it in just a
Yeah.
second.
Okay. And then does the board have any questions for Nick? No questions seen. Have you got another witness?
Yes, I'll call Dr. Summerhill.
Okay.
Dr. Summerhill, will you please state your full name for the record? Have you had an opportunity to review the notice, the show cause order and the notice of hearing sent to you for this matter? Okay. Do you dispute any of the allegations set forth? Okay. Do you admit that the charges 15 through 16 have been violated? They're on page 3. Okay. And, okay, thank you. Can you please turn to page 8 of your packet? Or excuse me, page 6. The number down at the bottom where it says agency exhibit packet. Page 6. Okay, and this is the order that was issued by the ASMB, the medical board, last time we had a hearing, correct? You would agree with that? Okay. Can you turn to page 8 and read paragraph 10B?
Jefferson will bring all patients to 60 or less. Remain at or below 50.
And you acknowledge those 3 patients are in violation of this provision? Okay. And also, this isn't your first or second time with the board. You've got a number of previous board orders. Okay, and so at the end of the exhibit packet, there's a number of board orders. So you don't dispute that we've been here before and there's a number of disciplinary issues in the past. Okay. No further questions.
Yeah. And I assume at this point, Jeff, I mean, what would you like to say? He can say on his behalf at this point, can't he?
Yeah, we will rest and then.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
We rest.
So technically you can't cross-examine yourself. Does the board have any questions for Dr. Summerhill? None seen? Okay. And then you have any other witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. Jeff, is there anybody you'd like to call up as a witness? Okay. And he can do that?
Yes, sir.
Go for it, Jeff.
Where I got mixed up was, 2.4, section H, the deficit of census as contained in the regulations shall not apply to prescription deprivation, hospice, cancer, palliative care, and life care. Well, I thought I was doing the right thing. I wasn't, filling up on the order, guys, and I thought I was taking care of my people. Now, since that time, I think there was 2 or 3, there was 4 of those guys, maybe 5, and 3 of them have expired. 1 of them left my practice. And then when I got this notice from the board, I got Dr. John Scribner to take the last guy who does palliative care. So I called John. He was here to take him. So at present, I don't have anybody over 15 minutes. And it was, I get what you know, it says all, not at all as, you know, all of my chronic pain patients. That my cancer patients were separate. That's
What it is.
the only thing.
Yeah. Board, have you got questions for Dr. Summerhill?
Dr. Summerhill, so the patients that Nick talked about, did those all have cancer?
Everybody that was over 50. Anybody, I had one guy, like we spoke about the guy that was on 60 in the meeting, he got colon transplant. I actually met with him, took him down to 50, didn't like it, left the practice. My, the one he talked about was at 135, that gentleman actually expired. And the other gentleman that was on at 135, that guy, I talked to Dr. Scribner and he agreed to take over the care. So I don't have any information. I don't know, have anybody that's over 50.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board members, any questions? Do y'all technically get a run at this too again, don't you?
I don't have any follow-up questions.
Okay. Okay, and that goes back to you, Jeff. Anything else you want to say or anything like that?
No, I wasn't trying to, I thought I was doing right.
Okay.
I didn't, misunderstand. I just think I was trying to, get something over on him or something like that. I was not.
Okay.
I read the rules and I called Dr. Silver. He felt like I was okay to prescribe those antihistamines. And when I got this letter from you guys, I called another guy, called, guy over in Mountain Home, and, he said, no, the board gave you an order that said 50. It meant everybody. Well, so here I am.
Jeff, how long have you been in practice? Well, how many? Okay, and have you practiced at the same spot the whole time?
No, I did emergency medicine for about 16, 17 years. I've only been doing pain medicine for the last 5 years.
What does your general practice consist of? What kind of practice do you have?
So right now I do pain management, I do addiction care, I have box on clients, but pain patients, box on patients.
Okay, so that's generally your practice. You don't do like a just general practice or anything like that?
No, I'm not do.
Okay, how long have you had this practice model with the pain management? 5 years, okay. How, on a day or a week basis, let's do a day and then a week, about how many patients do you think you see and help and service?
20, 30 days. I mean, look, I was last year, my practice was falling off.
But
I didn't have my license. One time I probably seen 30 people a day. Now then, I probably see maybe 50 people a week.
Okay.
Dr. Beer, do you have a question?
Mike Beer, I'm an oncologist. Do you have other cancer patients in the practice? Not anymore. And depending, of course, how this plays out, what's your intention in the future? You're gonna,
Guys allow me to keep doing pain medicine, they'll have to be at 50 MMEs or less. I mean, until something changes. I mean, you guys at some point in the future, tell me I can go back to seeing cancer patients that need more than 50 more. I would think that, but I'm not going to see anybody that needs more than 50.
thank you.
Any other board questions? Y'all got any questions over there, Mike? No? Okay. All right, yeah, anything else, Jeff? Any other witnesses, anything like that?
Straightforward. Misunderstood and screwed it up. So
Yeah.
here I am.
Okay. Anybody want to make closing statements or anything like that, y'all?
We'll waive closing statement.
Okay. And then Jeff, you can make one additional if you want to, but I think you've made your point clear. Okay. And so at this point, looks like the evidence of the matter will be closed and both sides have kind of done their part, and then we'll proceed to deliberations, which board will do now. And so, the things we got to look at, like we always do on these, y'all, is you got to look at allegations and you got to look at the order itself. And so you have allegations, which are could be potentially adapted as findings of fact, right? And then you have I think it's applicable laws, and that would be applicable laws, and the charges would end up being the conclusions of law here. And so the board needs to look at those and see if they accept those. And if there are certain parts that you don't, then you don't. Because that's basically for the board is how you decide has there been a violation of the Medical Practices Act. So you have to decide whether or not the facts as presented are accurate, and then you have to decide which laws have been broken. And then, you know, people get a check and a look and they want to make a motion to accept both as findings of fact, conclusions of law. Those really three components, which is allegations, applicable laws and charges. Then you can. And if there's parts you want to pick out, you can pick them out. Well, that's a MPA phrase.
So can we part and parcel this out?
Oh, you can.
Start with the allegations
Yeah,
first.
you can.
Because number 3 in the allegations seems to be pretty clear.
Okay.
All right, so everything with the allegations.
And this is in reference to the 2025 hearing.
To the 2025
Right.
hearing,
Mhm.
correct. So for me, all of those allegations have been met.
So you're talking about everything under 4?
So, well.
Or are you just talking about
He's
3?
talking about three.
So we've got 1, we've got 3, we've got everything under 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 1, 3, 4. Then we've got 6.
Well, 5 is just 5 is a fact as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I've got a question though.
okay.
On allegation number 3,
Mm-hmm. Which is a part of the 2025 hearing.
right? But it reads, I mean, in my opinion, he went over what was the signed consent, but I'm not sure that, because they were cancer patients, so I'm not sure he actually, he basically broke the consent. Our consent was very
Well, that's, I bet,
restrictive. I'm not sure he ever gave any patient more pain medicine than they needed.
what are you getting at? Well, this is regarding 2025. This is the 2025 reference. This is the old one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so if you want to talk about now, you got to look at 7.
Okay.
Correct.
You got to jump all the way to 7.
Okay.
And so just making sure we had. Okay, we have 1, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5, we have 6, then 7 is getting to Brad's point, which is where we may have discussion. For me, with 7, we said all.
I mean, I think 7's correct.
And so that would make 7 correct, in my opinion.
You were talking about the ignorant malpractice versus.
I think he broke the order. I'm not sure that he actually ever did something that was harmful to a
Which
patient.
party? Hold on, time out. Are you
That's
talking
number
about
7.
2025?
No, I'm back down to number 7.
Well, but here's the deal. The laws pertaining to number 7 will appear next
Okay.
under your applicable law and regulations and then your charges.
Okay.
Those pertain to the new data. Of the board order itself. And so what I'm looking at is page 15 of 105 in your board packet is where Brian is.
Yeah, starts at page 14 with allegations, and it continues over into page 15.
What we got here or?
Do you want me to go to the original? Yeah, exhibit
Y'all
packet.
need to be
Okay,
working
let me find
the
it.
exhibit
Okay.
packet.
Original.
Yeah, no, we got to go to the packet that you uploaded. I got to find it here. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, sir. Yeah, so that's page 4 and 3 of page 3 of your exhibit packet. No, exhibit, you got to go off the exhibit packet that was uploaded to your computer. Because that was what was admitted as an exhibit for the hearing.
So I think number 8's correct also.
Oh, yeah, you're good. Yeah, that's fine. It's identical. And so what you'll see in these is, there's a broad structure here in the law and then it narrows. And then there's obviously what you're seeing is statutes and rules.
I guess one of the issues, it cuts to the chase a little bit, is I'm looking at page 1 going to 2, 4A and B. He was required to bring all patients to 50 milligrams, morphine milligram equivalents, less than 6 months.
And that was a part of the 20, that's just recounting what was done in 25.
Even though that would have hurt his patients.
I mean, that was the board order at the time is all I don't,
Yeah.
we can discuss that. But I mean, that was the board's decision in 2025.
Well, I think what he's saying is that for those patients with cancer and were dying, that would not be appropriate.
Right, but I would take that up as a part of this. I wouldn't take that apart as undoing the 2025 action. I think if you want to make that, because if you edit this part of this order, that's going back on what was done in 25. So I think
I'm
if
not editing, I'm just trying to get
Yeah.
mitigating circumstances.
What's that?
I'm just trying to explore mitigating circumstances for how he treated his patients.
No, hold on, Jeff. Yeah, we gotta stay over here, bud.
Okay.
And I think I know where you're going. And I'm down here, I promise. All I'm doing is trying to make this plain.
Yeah, no, I understand. In fact, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
And so basically what that does, it lays out what we did in the past, which says we set some guidelines here, then we looked again. And this is what we saw, we looked again. And really for this part, you're just deciding, are these factual? Right? That's the only thing you're doing right here. Are these factual?
No, I agree.
Right.
And the mitigating circumstances would be what we decide to do based on that.
Correct. That's the end.
Yes.
Right. So you have to decide, do I agree that these are the facts of the case? And then do I agree that these are the pertinent laws surrounding the Medical Practices Act here? And then and then based on that, you decide what I'm going to do.
So in my opinion, of the allegations going off the exhibit packet, the allegations 1 through 8, I agree with. Number 9, I do not.
Okay. So let's talk about number 9.
It says Dr. Summerhill's prescribing patterns pose a risk to public health and safety. What I saw in the hearing, I did not see anything that was a danger to public health and safety.
Is that wording that is generally there?
Well, that's
Number 8
wording.
It says number 9, Dr. Summerhill's prescribing patterns pose a risk to public health and safety. I wasn't presented anything that proved that, in my opinion.
Yeah. I just don't know if that's wording that goes
No, it has to do with the laws.
with the laws. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
It has to do with the laws.
I just don't, I mean, based on those there, I can get on board with 1 through 8. I can't get on board unless somebody shows me different.
Well,
I think if it was applied to all patients, that makes sense. If you're talking about palliative or oncological patients, I get where you're saying, but if that same prescribing pattern above 50 was to any patient, irregardless.
That though.
Does number 9, is this a legal wording requirement?
No. Well, I don't know. We have to go back on the record. So you have to reopen the hearing to do that.
Gotcha.
And so what I would say about not
That's based off the fact that you earlier made a decision.
Correct.
that you're not allowed to do that.
right, the board took up an order because of that. That's why the board set that number.
We said this when he was here before.
Yes.
And he was prescribing in a way that was risk of public health. Then,
Correct. And there's no date on that number 9 for that reason.
so I mean, we had numbers.
Well, no. My point is there's no date. It could apply to 25 or 26 as number 9 is written.
Okay, well, if it applies back to 25, it applies.
Yes, he was back then.
But I mean, also then Brad, my statement on this then is if it's not a public health or safety risk, then it seems to defeat quite a bit of the purpose here.
Yeah.
Well, I think that we're here because he broke the order, but
But why do we write the order?
just to help patients. And to protect patients, but I think he did that except for 5 patients. And he really misunderstood. He admits that he misunderstood, and he did that for the cancer patients, and he thought that was in their best interest. And I believe him.
But isn't that why the
He
order
wrote
was
the order,
there?
though.
Was public health and safety?
I think it was probably, no, I disagree with you. I think it was safer for those cancer patients to get that medicine.
But his,
Look, I'm
his,
at 25 on this. This is a continuation of, this was put in place because of.
Okay, so
anger
number
thing.
9 applies to 2025. In my opinion, based on the hearing that we had today, it does not apply.
Not the 5 I'm talking
Okay.
about, it's the whole picture here.
Since that here.
I don't know why it's a problem. I mean, y'all can go ahead and vote. You don't have to have my opinion.
Right.
or number 9. I
Right.
mean,
I don't get to vote.
Yeah, I mean,
Unless y'all
Just be sure
tie.
it is.
I mean, it's not gonna be a hung jury unless it's unanimous. I mean, I can always say I'm just not gonna.
And Brad, I think
Back in 25, there was some very concerning things.
Yeah.
And I'm on board with that. That's why he got the.
And so my thought process was to try to streamline it and keep it very similar to what we had before, because that's why we were here. I fully understand and agree. And I think part of what you're saying is part of the deliberations as
Okay.
far as
Sure.
what I'm taking into consideration.
Is that what we're doing right now is deliberating, right?
We're
No,
deliberating
we're
the
just-
findings of fact. Are we
Yeah,
gonna
the
take the
findings.
allegations and make them
What's
factual?
I do not think since that time, he's been in danger. As a matter of fact, you may save the patient from committing suicide by giving them that medicine. Now, that doesn't mean that he's been doing everything right. He obviously violated our order. An option for him would have been to say, I can't prescribe over 50, so I'm gonna take these 5 patients and send them to somebody else who can do over 50. Okay?
Okay.
That way I can follow the order and still get the patients taken care of. So that would have been an option for him, which he didn't do. So I'm not saying he did right, but I don't think he endangered anybody since that time.
Then why do we write the order the way we did?
I was up to that point, he was endangering people bad.
Well,
Okay, but I'll just be, my opinion is you're second guessing your previous order.
No, my previous order was based on what was going on.
Did those patients exist in 2025 on his
Yeah.
list?
and this wasn't the first time he's had this issue. So
Correct.
it's been a pattern. Wasn't just, I forgot and not gonna go back on it, but
So
I didn't understand the definition of all. It was, we've had a pattern of behavior like this before, and it brought it to the head of 2025, and then we had to deal with it.
Can we,
Everybody can see that.
So-
I mean, it's
so-
like-
I would be ready to make the motion that 1 through 9, the allegations have been met.
can you, I would agree with that. Can you change the, not change, but can you say in number 9 that his prescribing patterns posed a risk to public health and
I
safety?
think you can edit any way you want. I mean,
Because that's true.
yeah,
That's what y'all want
Yeah.
to do.
yeah.
They did pose a risk in 2025.
It's,
So you would, instead, in lieu of seconding Dr. McGee's motion, you would edit it to what?
Dr. Summerhill's prescribing patterns posed a risk to public health and safety.
Does that change anything?
No, normally when I actually adopt these, I go from present tense to past tense anyway.
Yeah.
just So it reads proper, so, but I'll make sure that.
That sounds like a second.
That's to me.
If it says that, then I can link that back to the 2025, and I'm happier.
Which is what it was meant to do.
So deliberations for.
Mhm.
Okay, so there's
I'll second the allegations of that, if we haven't already done that.
okay, so
Or not.
I guess you withdrew your motion. She issued a new one.
Sure.
And then you seconded it.
Correct.
Okay. All in favor?
Uh,
Any opposed? And you're welcome to. Okay, record shows it was unanimous, I guess, on that one. All right, now y'all gotta dig through the next fun part. You gotta dig through applicable laws and regs, and you gotta dig through charges and decide how you feel about those.
Just want to clarify something based on the discussion. So between the previous issue and now, my understanding is that the controlled substance prescriptions dropped for a large number of patients, with the exception of 3 or 4 patients who were cancer patients.
That is, well, I mean,
Is
the other
that-
board,
am I
y'all,
right?
y'all, the voting members can chime in on that, but I think that's.
That was just all.
That's what
That's
this
what I-
is.
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
I just want, again, and
Yeah.
clarify.
That would be
emphasize.
my
Yeah,
impression from the non-votes.
And again, we're here because those few hung out above the cutoff.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Go slow.
I would ask Mr. Schull, is that correct?
You don't get to ask him again.
Oh, that's.
You'd have to open the hearing again. Yeah, you gotta look at your packet and, yeah, you don't get to hop in and out.
I didn't get that law degree.
So when we look at the applicable laws and regulations, 10 through 14,
Well, those are just,
those I feel are true. And then when we get to our charges, 15 through 16.
Yeah, 10 through 14 are basically housekeeping. It sets up the what's out there. And then you get a more focused look at 15 and 16,
15 is
because
correct.
that's where you have an active statement.
Correct.
And you decide, are you gonna accept all or part or edit it as conclusions of law? And really, the biggest conclusions of law here are the charges themselves.
Yeah, and 15.
And you can, I believe, and Lars can correct me, but you can add, but
Yeah.
you'd have to know the codes and things like that.
And
to add credit.
15 is true. My question would be about 16. If we do not say that it's GN or IM, are we still able to make some form of a?
I would tell you, Brian, from the way I, understand this is that you can take 16 out.
Okay.
Because 15 is still a violation of a board order.
Yeah.
And so that gives you grounds for this board to make a decision if there is a penalty here.
And so Brad, this is kind of to your point, is what I was looking at with 16.
A lot
I
of
agree
people's
with
point.
So everything you say, 10 through 14, I agree with. 15, I agree with. 16, I'm not probably right now not agreeing with that.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree with it, disagree.
Yeah. So 10 through 15, I would say are true.
Okay.
So I would make a motion that we accept 10 through 15 and we exclude 16.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that one's unanimous as well. And now this is where the board decides what they want to do in terms of, so motions. So you gotta decide what do you want to do in terms of a penalty here. Y'all voted that there was a violation of the Medical Practice Act based on the facts as accepted and 15 as converted to a conclusion of law. And so then what do y'all think should happen here? And it's open-ended. This board can do,
What are the options?
man, they're pretty much whatever, I mean, just about whatever y'all want to do. I mean, technically from a license standpoint, yeah, there's reprimand, there's suspensions, there's revocations and stay. He's currently under a revoke and stay, if I remember correctly. And so it's whatever you want, but all things in between exist. So you can look at the practice and you can shape it. So this is where the board can say, I think you ought to consent as DA. The board can say, no, I think you only ought to do X. And you can shape it.
He's under active.
Yeah, he's active.
Okay, sorry, I forgot about that. I got the part wrong.
That expired.
Yeah.
I thought that was what we did last time.
That expired.
Yeah, I thought that's what Jones did last time.
And even though he violated it, the consent is still in place.
That's a harder question. Let me think about
It's
that.
not consent,
It's a board order, yeah.
Board order. So we have violation of.
So you'd be issuing basically a new board order. You'd have to, yeah, it would, yeah. Yeah, you could adopt previous, right? But you'd be generating a new order.
Can we do a revocation and stay?
You can.
Closely after that.
You can. I don't think you're gonna win that vote, but you're welcome to do it.
We used to do it more.
I know.
I originally
And
started.
if anyone says revoke and stay for 5 years, you're gonna never really invoke.
I originally started at suspended for 2 years, but stay it. But in lieu of the types of patients he was taking care of, I dropped that down to suspended 1 year and stayed. He still violated a board order. So 1 year suspension, stay it, but then all the things we were saying before, immediate compliance with getting all patients at 50 MMEs or below, review the PDMP prescriber reports, Q 6 months for 36 months, investigations with 5 patient charts, pulled Q 6 months for 36 months.
So active monitoring with some penalty.
Basically what we did.
And then
before.
there's a cost of investigation that is still dangling from the last board order due in February. And so due to February 27, which is
3,000.
452425, I think.
But it's basically what we did before, but
Yeah, can we hear Dr. McGee's, what he said again?
Yeah, step through a little slower, Brian.
it's basically the same order that we had before. The only difference, he violated a board order, so there's got to be a penalty for doing that. So his license is suspended for 1 year, but it stayed. Meaning he can still practice. He can still do everything that he's doing. And all he has to do now is do what we asked him to do back in 25. Get everybody under 50 MMEs. Everybody.
And a reprimand's not enough.
Reprimand's not enough because of the history and how many times he's been in front of the board.
I
He's not
agree
a
completely.
first timer.
For the same issue.
That's just a question of.
Cost of investigation continue or not?
Cost of investigation continue.
Do you want to extend that a little bit? Or do you want to just still do in February as it was previously in 25?
Give him some grace.
Yeah, you got to set a date though.
Do February the following year.
February 28th, okay.
So let me ask out of ignorance, this
I know, all the ones you don't ask are the ignorant ones.
revocation and then stay,
No, suspension.
suspension and then stay. So what is the?
That's just a severity. It's kind of, I look at it as I look at it as a marker for the future board.
A reprimand saying you didn't do very bad.
I look at, and well, fundamentally, revocation means you have no license.
Yeah, okay.
Suspension fundamentally means you have a license.
I wouldn't
Okay.
use revocation. I mean, the guy, he was trying to help. Everything y'all said before. I mean, he was doing palliative care, taking care of cancer patients.
Yeah.
Thank goodness it's A, B, and C.
Second, Dr. McGee's motion.
So what I got is suspend and stay, get everything less than 50. Is there a time period on that, Brian?
Everything we said before, which is get everybody below 50, I would say immediately. He
Yeah.
already said he doesn't have anybody above.
Yeah, so, okay.
So that
He's
should
got
not be a
it now,
problem.
so we can say now. He
Correct.
said he's got everybody below 50 now.
Correct.
Yeah.
If he's telling the truth, it's already done.
Yeah.
In the same parameters we had before, and he's still gonna have the PDMP prescriber reports pulled every 6 months for 36 months. He'll still have the investigations of 5 patient charts pulled every 6 months for 36 months. This is all language we had previously.
Okay.
He didn't violate any of that. That was just compliance to make sure.
So,
And add a year to the.
well, ain't me, I don't make motion.
Yeah, and then
No,
add that.
I just confused everybody.
Add
He
February,
said for the, he said February the next year for
yeah,
the.
February the following year to repay the fine.
What was the cost of investigation?
That what's
3,000.
pending right now is 4,000, let me get this correct, since I already got one thing wrong. $4,524.25.
That gives him till
Which is nothing
2028.
compared
And
to.
he's gonna give him another year. Well, it'd technically be 3 years, because it began 25, yeah.
You have a motion in a second.
We got a motion and a second on that? We did? Are you the second on that?
I was.
Oh, Brad was, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carried, and make a note, I guess we're supposed to, that it was unanimous. A motion's been made, seconded and passed, fines will be reduced in writing, and service will be made or attempted upon all parties. If the respondent cares to appeal the decision, appeal can be taken under the Administrative Procedures Act, 2515-201. This hearing is concluded and the record is now closed. That's it. Thanks for your time, Jeff. Mhm.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, I just wanted to say thank you for coming. You know, I was here for both times and I really believe you really present well and you want to care for patients, but make sure you read, you know, this order and you follow it to the letter. And if you have any questions, I mean, really, if you've been here several times, you know, if you have any questions, I understand it might be costly, but maybe get legal counsel. Just don't be back here.
All right, does, council, y'all need a break or anything before we do the next? Keep rolling? Okay. All right, now, next up is, Adam Taggart. Hey, Adam Ward, get my act together. Hey, Adam, just kind of like we always start, anything you might want to offer up in lieu of a hearing or anything like that, or propose to the board?
Probably not.
Yeah, it would be like the only thing at this point to add would be like a plan. It would be like, hey, I'm gonna do this and this and this instead of us having a hearing today. Otherwise, I mean, you'll get plenty of opportunity to say your piece, if we have a hearing. And so it's just kind of up to you. But if you don't have anything like that, we'll just proceed forward. The board has set a hearing today in the following matter regarding Mr. Taggart. Please identify yourself for the record, Mr. Taggart.
Adam Taggart.
Okay. And you have any counsel on your behalf, Adam?
No.
Okay. And then counsel for the state.
Dorley Chandler from the OG's office.
All right. And then next up, please be advised that the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. Everything that it says, including the deliberations, is being recorded. Sorry, Miranda. Apologize again. And will be part of the official record of these proceedings. For that reason, anyone who speaks on the record needs to speak clearly, loudly, and enough that it may be understood. Please don't talk over one another. Sorry. Are there any evidence packets either party wishes to admit?
Yes, we have a agency exhibit packet A.
Okay.
Do you have any
Any-
objections to that?
No, I'm sure. It's rather thick.
And Adam, you got anything that you want to admit, exhibit, or anything like that?
Well, there is an email I shared with Jenny Bailey. It shows receipt of the certified letter for the board appearance being received and accepted by a CT Corporation, an entity.
Okay, so we would need to, so what? Do we need to give him time to produce that,
If he seeks to admit that into evidence, we'll need to take a recess.
Okay.
So that I can review it and
okay?
then make.
And that's fine, Adam, that's you're right. And so we'll take do you want to get it in there? So we'll just take a recess for 5 minutes and we'll get it in there and let our council look at it as well. Okay, so everybody take a break for a second. Turn your camera off.
Jenny, do you have that?
Sorry, I almost got you a little bit.
Back on the record, Mr. Tiger, I provide you with a copy of, I believe, what I've marked for you as Respondent Exhibit A. Provide that order. Is that the document that you wanted? Do you have a copy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I also have added an Agency Exhibit B. Do you have an objection to that? At
Okay.
this time, for the record, the agency would move for admission of Exhibit Packet A and B to be published, accepted and published to the board. Mr. Haggard also, with no objection from me, has a Respondent's Exhibit A.
Okay.
Do you accept those?
Yes, ma'am. Sounds like there are no objections. We're good. And then, so those packets will be taken into evidence in this matter, both, the petitioner and the respondent side. And then, we're gonna hand those out, looks like now.
Jenny.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir.
You're pretty good at this.
Yeah. Knew I was gonna say that.
You played great.
Grandma.
I'm gonna try to print.
So board members, you should have a petitioner's exhibit packet, and then you should have a petitioner's exhibit packet B with A is the larger, and then you have a respondent's packet as well in your hand. Okay.
That's
All
it.
right.
Just for y'all's information to shortcut writing all of that out, I just put R-A for Respondent's Exhibit so that we can start this hearing back quicker. And just so you'll know, when we say respondents, it is the R-A packet.
Okay. All right, the next thing, so the next thing will be for those who are witnesses in the matter, please stand. Counselor, who you got?
I will have Jenny Bailey, Dr. Brad Diner, and Mr. Taggart.
Okay, and Mr. Taggart, you'll be standing for this as well. I gotta swear everybody in. Do you have anybody else you need to call as a witness, Adam, that you need sworn in? No, okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, that sounds great, y'all. All right, does anybody wish to make an opening statement?
I'll waive opening.
Adam, do you want to make any sort of opening statement on the front end about this? You'll get plenty of opportunity to testify your opinion, things like that. Okay. And then, looks like Counselor, you're up. You call your first witness.
At this time, I'll call Dr. Diner. Dr. Diner, will you please state your name for the record? And can you share with the board your educational history?
Dr. Gunner, is your microphone on?
Oh, wrong.
I've since become board certified in both psychiatry and forensic psychiatry. And I have a long history of private practice, which has included being the medical director of the Arkansas Medical Foundation.
And you're currently with the Arkansas Medical Foundation?
Yes.
And can you explain what the relationship is between the medical board and the medical foundation?
Well, the foundation is a nonprofit that helps impaired healthcare professionals at both identifying problems and monitoring for safety. The state medical board has contracted with the medical foundation to assist in making recommendations and monitoring of those followed by the board.
And in your capacity with the Arkansas Medical Foundation, are you familiar with Adam Taggart?
Yes.
And can you tell the board your familiarity with him?
He has a history of a substance use disorder and has been monitored off and on for several years.
And is he currently under a contract?
He is.
And when was that contract initiated? Do you know?
I don't have that in front of me.
And do you recall, was he here for a board hearing in October of 2025?
That sounds correct.
As a result of that board hearing, is he maintaining monitoring through the foundation?
Yes,
And in addition to that, is he completing drug testing through the foundation?
he is.
And can you provide a summary for the board on how he's doing on that treatment plan?
He's been fully compliant with his contract. That includes regular drug screens and meeting attendance. And none of his drug screens have been positive for anything unexpected. He part of his board order, however, was for him to appear at this, in front of this board on a every 4-month basis. The last time he was here was in February, and he missed the June.
I have no further questions. I will pass the witness to Mr. Taggart for questions.
Adam, if you have any questions, for Dr. Diner, go right ahead. No, okay. Board members, do you have any questions for Dr. Diner? Brad?
Dr. Donner, were you given any kind of, did he ever contact you or the foundation about why he missed the last meeting?
Well, we actually texted him during the meeting to ask where he was, and, or you tried, I know you tried.
Hold on. Can't.
So.
No.
I need the testimony to stick to just the witness that's sworn and the one that's set before the board at this point.
Sorry. And he indicated to us both then and afterward, he had not ever received notification that he was to appear. So.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, y'all have any additional?
I have no further questions for Dr. Donner, but at this time I would call Mr. Taggart.
Okay. Ms. Taggart, you're up. Here we go.
Oh, there.
Hold on, no, she goes first. She goes first, and then the board will go at him, and then we will get to you when it's time for you to call your witnesses. You can call yourself if you like, and that kind of thing. We're good. I'll get you there. With some help.
Mr. Taggart, will you please state your full name for the record?
Adam Taggart.
And Mr. Taggart, do you maintain a license through this board?
Yes.
And what is that license type?
RCP, respiratory care practitioner.
And I think you may have to scoot a little closer to that mic. It's not picking up.
Respiratory care practitioner.
And Mr. Taggart, have you been before the board for disciplinary action before?
I have.
And was the most recent appearance on October 5th of, I'm sorry, that's not the right date. It's October of 25?
If we're counting the follow-up hearings, I made an appearance on February 2026.
So for hearings, if you look at Agency Exhibit Packet A, page 25, was the last board hearing that you were here for October 2nd of 2025?
Yes.
And at that time, did you receive sanctions based upon your substance abuse?
Yes.
And if you would look at that packet on page 3, I'm sorry, Agency Exhibit Packet, page 27, page 3 of the order. At the very back.
Yep.
Did the board at that October 2nd hearing find all the allegations of fact proven against you regarding your substance abuse?
Yes.
And as a result of those findings, were you ordered your license revoked for 5 years, but stayed pending further compliance?
Yes.
In addition to that, were you also to maintain a lifetime medical foundation monitoring contract?
Yes.
Were you also ordered to pay a fine totaling $2,000 within 5 years of entry of the order?
Yes.
And were you also ordered to pay by December 31st of 2025, $140 investigation cost?
Yes.
And did you complete that payment by December 31st?
No, it is completed though.
Do you recall when you completed it?
I believe it was April, February, April.
Okay. Did you complete it after receiving a phone call from the Medical Foundation at a board meeting indicating that it had not been paid?
Yes,
And you, at that point, immediately paid it?
yes,
Were you also ordered to appear before the board every 4 months?
yes.
And so the first appearance, did it occur in February after this board order was entered?
I believe that was the second meeting, was it not? August.
The board, you appeared in October, and so the board met again in December and then in February.
I said, yeah, I was thinking the original meeting was not one of the follow-ups. Okay.
So would you agree with me that your first follow-up appearance before the board after the October order was the February board meeting?
Yes,
Would you also agree with me that your next appearance would have been April? I'm sorry, June.
yes.
Okay. And did you miss a board required appearance?
Yes.
And which appearance did you miss?
The last one in June. Is that right? June.
Yes, we're in August.
Yeah.
You did attend the board ordered appearance in February, correct?
Yes.
And at that appearance, before you left, did the board not order you to appear again in June as part of their vote as you left?
I'm sure they did. I don't recall the problem. Yeah, highly likely.
But you failed to appear in June despite them telling you in February that you had to appear again in June.
That's correct.
And you also failed to appear in June despite a board order that had been served on you, telling you to appear every 4 months, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the board why you missed that meeting?
Certainly all the production with this isn't an excuse for any of this. But it appears the certified letter requesting my appearance from the board was received and signed by CT Corporation, an entity unknown to me. So I did not receive the certified letter. Jenny Bailey was diligent enough to follow up with an email to me. Unfortunately, my spam filter can be a bit arbitrary and aggressive. So I neither received a certified letter nor the email. But I was generally aware 4 months was coming up and I did not do my due diligence. And that's the primary point. And I apologize for that.
So let's look at Respondent's Exhibit A. So you indicated that it looks like a certified letter was mailed to an address at 2221 Wentwood Valley Drive, number 19. Is that correct?
Mhm.
It was signed for with a stamp that said CT Corporation. Is that correct?
Yes,
Is that your address?
it is.
And on the first page of Respondent's Exhibit A, can you read that email from Ms. Bailey?
Mine's marked Exhibit 1. Is this the one that begins?
I'm sorry, it's Exhibit A. The court reporter has it marked as Exhibit A.
I've got Exhibit D. I'll just assume Exhibit 1 is the.
It is, it's Exhibit A, sorry.
You wanted me to read this?
If you could read the email from Jenny that was sent on Thursday, March 12th.
Yes.
It's on the very first page of your exhibit that you admitted.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon. This is a courtesy email to advise you it is unclear if the attached notices from the medical board have been successfully delivered to you. Please confirm receipt of this information.
And did you receive an attachment to that email? Was that the letter that is on page 2 of your packet?
Yes.
And what does that letter advise you of?
The time and date of my appearance in June.
So it's for the June board meeting reminder that was emailed in March to you?
Yes.
And what's the email address that she sent that to?
taggartadam@yahoo.com.
And if you'll look at agency exhibit B, it's that single piece of paper. Did you request her to email you again? Did you call and leave a voicemail?
I had received it before. They were needing a copy of it for their records. And I could not locate the email, so I had her resend it.
You needed a copy of what email for the foundation?
The email in March that included the CT Corporation previous communication.
So you needed another copy of the March 12th email?
Correct.
And that was the point of your phone call to her around July 23rd of this year? Is that yes?
Yes,
Sorry.
yes.
She's taking this down, so she can't take down the head nods. You said you needed another copy of it. How did you know you had the first copy of it?
No, I received it eventually after hearing that I'd missed my court appointment, board appearance. I called directly up here. I knew I'd not received the letter. They sent me directly to Jenny Bailey. This was back much, much earlier. I don't know. I'm trying to remember the regulatory officer that I first got in contact with. She's since left the board.
Are you referring to Julie?
Yes, yeah, I initially contacted Julie. She referred me to the time and date of the email, which I cannot locate in my email main folder, but I could locate it in my spam folder. So that's how I came across it initially.
How did you know to call and ask for the email if you didn't know they had emailed you?
I didn't ask for the email. I was asking that I hadn't received the letter, and she knew something of that.
Okay.
And it went from there.
And on agency exhibit B, that looks like a email chain from an email that Jenny sent to you. Does that look correct? And that you responded to?
Exhibit B?
Yes, agency exhibit B.
Yes, I responded to her July 23rd.
Okay, so look at the email that she sent on July 23rd to you. Can you read that to the board?
Good afternoon, Mr. Taggart. I received your voicemail attaches the information that was emailed in March.
Is this a forward of that original email that was sent to you in March?
From her to me, yes.
So this was a forward of the March 12th email. And did you respond to this email?
To the March email?
To the July 23rd email?
Yes, I said, thanks so much, Adam.
And these all went to taggartadam@yahoo.com.
Yes,
Mr. Taggart, are you still consuming any alcohol?
no,
Did any consumption of alcohol play into your absence from the board meeting?
no.
I'll pass the witness to the board.
Okay. Board members, questions?
Hey, Mr. Taggart. What is it that you failed to understand from this previous board order? I mean, there was a lot that went into revoking, then staying your license. I mean, a lot of grace was extended. And so regardless of whether or not anyone was sending emails or certified mail, I mean, this is your responsibility. I mean, put it in your calendar, put it in your phone. How do you not stick to what's required to keep from being right where you are now?
I certainly try and stay compliant with the Arkansas Medical Foundation, and I erred. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was mortified to hear that because I take this extremely seriously, and I take my profession extremely seriously. And, I do it passionately. Got no great excuse.
Mr. Taggart, they talked about and we can see the return receipt from the mail. What address is this? Is this your place of work or home?
No,
or-
those are condominiums.
Oh, condominium? What is, do you know what CT Corporation is?
No, and I've not had any trouble receiving certified mail in the past, or I rent from someone who owns the condominium, so there's not a main company, and my leasing company is not that. So I just
Have
don't
you,
know.
have you inquired to the owners of the condo about this?
No, only because it hasn't ever rised before. I've been there for 3 years.
Yeah, but since this, I mean, when you found out about this, did you go down there and say, hey, who's signing for my mail?
I should.
But you haven't done that yet.
I should.
Okay.
But even if they signed for it, I mean, it still would have been delivered.
Well, I'm assuming whoever signed for it took it. We don't know what happened to it after whoever signed. I was just asking if he knew who signed for it, but I mean, they could have put it in their briefcase and went home. We don't know what happened.
You know,
after they
y'all
signed
get,
for it.
y'all get to debate some of it.
Yeah, anyway, I was just asking him if he knew who that was. Thank you.
You have a question? Any other questions from the board? Anything else?
I have no further questions. The agency will rest at this time.
Okay. Mr. Taggart, at this point, do you have any witnesses you want to call? You can call yourself and say what you'd like too.
No, sir.
You want to say anything on your behalf? Just
apologies. This looks very careless, forgetful. I lack due diligence. Very true. I'm just very sorry.
okay. Anybody want to make the board have any questions, additional questions, Mr. Taggart? Anything? No? Anybody want to make any closing statements? I guess that would be in this part.
Just for clarification of the record, at this point, Mr. Tiger, do you rest your defense? You don't have
Yes.
any witnesses to call?
No.
Yes, the agency would like to make a closing.
Would like to?
Yes.
Okay.
Board members, before you and the agency exhibit packet, Exhibit A, page 1 is the start of the emergency order of suspension and notice of hearing. I would like to, before we get too further into this, state that the agency dismisses charge number 3. So therefore, based upon our desire to dismiss the charge of habitual drunk and who is addicted to the use of narcotics related to the current charges before him for violation of the board order, this will not need to be considered in y'all's deliberations. So you'll only be considering deliberations of charges 1, 2, and 4. And the allegations of facts that are contained beginning at number 5 through 15 of the notice and hearing. The before you today is evidence, I think, that's very clear that Mr. Taggart had a duty and an obligation after being served with the previous board order from October 25 to, on his own, appear every 4 months, regardless of notice from this board or from the medical foundation. In addition to that, I think the emails show that Jenny forwarded to him that hearing notice or that appearance requirement for June. Based upon the emails, it was the exact same email that was used for her. Based upon the facts that have been presented to you here today, I think that the board should find in the affirmative for the charges 1, 2, and for and the allegations related to those charges as founded, and then assess any penalty for the failure of Mr. Taggart to appear before the board. It's important to note that the board order from October of 25 will remain in place. So the actions that you take today are in addition to that board order. It is not in a replacement of that order. So everything that you ordered him in October of 2025 remains in place. Before you today is just whether the violations that are contained in those 3 charges for your consideration and any penalty that you wish to assess as a result of his violation of those 3 charges. Thank you.
Adam, you want to make any closing statements or anything like that?
I only wish to continue doing respiratory therapy. I think time off wouldn't serve me well or the medical community. Yeah, I'm just hoping for some grace that I probably don't deserve.
That concludes your statement, Adam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so the evidence in this matter is now closed. The matter will proceed to deliberation, similar to what we've done in the past. You take up the findings of fact. We can do that first, since that's allegations 5 through 15 or what's presented here as potential findings of fact.
So as far as the allegations 5 through 15, I think they've all been met. So my motion would be to accept the allegations 5 through 15.
Second.
Motion and a second to accept the allegations as written as findings of fact. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, and the big parts, the charges themselves, but certainly there's applicable laws mentioned as well.
Yeah.
And obviously, council of the state wants 3 stricken.
I would agree with council 1 and 2 and number 4, which will now be the number 3.
Okay. And then, and I don't know that we have to take up applicable laws as well. I think we just take up the charges. Yep.
Yes, sir.
So that's a motion in place and a second to accept charges 1, 2, and 4 as conclusions of law. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. And then what does the board feel like needs to happen here?
I would suggest a monetary penalty for missing the board meeting.
Okay. What do you think?
$1,000.
Do you want any sort of reprimand or anything like that sitting there? You just want to call it a penalty and move on? You can. I mean, it's your call.
I don't know that it would do any good.
Okay. Okay. That's fair.
I think, yeah.
What does everybody else
My-
think? Yeah.
I will say that, on the negative side, somebody that's been in hot water before, his organizational skills on such an important matter surprised me. But on the positive side, he does have a good report, from Dr. Diner, and to me, that's pretty important. And just, I do think he needs some penalty for being disorganized and not following the order. I'm leaning more towards some type of punishment that keeps his license intact.
What you think?
I like the monetary penalty, but, I don't know that it does any good, except for it still puts it on the record, for future board members, maybe a reprimand or maybe a suspension. I guess he has technically been suspended now with an EOS for close to a couple months.
And he's under
He's still
revoking
under
stay.
revoking stay.
He's under revoking stay. already.
The real question is, how many strikes do you get? Seems quite a few here.
To me, the only thing saving it is, like Dr. Thomas said, I think Dr. Donner's, that he's stayed in good standing thus far.
And we don't have any information of any workplace violation problems.
I think a fine is good. I may not do 1,000, I may do 500, just since it took quite a while to get the 140. But I'm not opposed to 1,000.
I think, just so correct me if I'm wrong, but I still think there's another fine outstanding, I believe, too, isn't there? Yes, and it's not, no, the 140 is done. It was the other one. Yeah, there's another one sitting there, isn't there? Was that one already squared up? Let me check. I mean, you can't check, I'll check. No, just the 140 one. It's just the 140. Okay, I want to be sure. There's a bunch of dangling modifiers out there for us.
We're gonna go with Dr. Jones and say the 1,000. I mean, it is a lot of money, but maybe that'll get his attention to get a calendar.
You want a time period on that, y'all?
I would say 1 year from today. Or 1 year from August of 27.
Okay.
That's what I would recommend. I mean, I guess we're still deliberating.
Yeah,
Nobody
exactly.
brought a motion, but I like
Yeah.
Dr. Jones's. I really don't know what else to do. I'm still personally not a fan of taking his license away. So I guess maybe the only thing that would wake him up is to make him pay a fine.
The fact that he's being compliant with the foundation and off alcohol, as far as we know completely, means a lot. But he just didn't do what he was supposed to do totally. You know? And I think a monetary penalty is a good way to remind somebody. It needs to be enough that they'll be reminded. I think that would be, that's all my thoughts. I don't know what we can do to remind him, short of keeping him from practicing a while. And I would prefer not to do that.
Well, we've already done that for 2 months.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
right.
it's not our job to remind him. We're going to agree on something and he's going to stick to it.
Well, it's
or we're not going to be in this situation again.
The penalty is the reminder.
Yeah.
I don't mean send him another email. I mean, the penalty should be the reminder that he's supposed to be here.
Yeah.
For him.
Following directions of your licensing board is your livelihood.
Yeah.
That's as serious as business gets. So this was a big mistake that I hope is never going to occur again.
So there's a motion for a $1,000 penalty due by end of August 2027.
I'll make that motion.
He's a second.
Second from Dr. Jones. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And what are you gonna say, Dorleen?
I just wanted, before Mr. Tiger gets out here, some clarification from you all regarding his next appearance. Since he was normally scheduled June, then October, he is here in August. Do you want him back in October to stick on the normal schedule that the board order set out for tracking purposes?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hold on.
keep the schedule.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Do
so
you
he
want to
would know
vote on
going-
that?
When he left, that he needs to come back in October, not count 4 months from this board meeting. It's
Okay.
4 months from the June one that he missed.
And so I just make a motion.
I mean, I don't think you necessarily have to have a motion. We just needed to clarify on the record for
Well,
him.
Continue, continue the
the
regular.
the room is to see him as scheduled from the previous order, which is October.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And so the motion and decision by the board was unanimous as noted. The motion's been made, second to pass. The findings will be reduced to writing and service will be made or attempted upon all parties. If the respondent cares to appeal the decision, the appeal can be taken under the Administrative Procedures Act, as noted here, 25-15-201. This hearing is concluded and the record is closed. That ends the matter, Jeff. Adam. Hearing's done.
Thank you all very much.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Adam. I don't know that we figured out this CT thing since it's over, but I'll tell you, we kind of looked it up. It looks like CT Corporation might be a company that businesses such as apartment complexes hire to take the mail, like certified mail, so they don't have to fool with it. So they might have collected your mail and I don't know if they delivered it. One option that you have if you live in an apartment like that would maybe to get a PO box so that then somebody is.
Well, it's an interesting setup.
Down.
The condominiums are owned by a great number of people. It's basically a block of them and there's no central leasing agency, but there is a central building.
Okay.
I might run across some first and see.
Okay, I just, obviously, it's still not our responsibility. You're supposed to come, but somebody did sign for that.
Just generally, it would be good to know who
Yeah.
and what that is, Thank you.
Before we move on to next, so next item is, we need, I forgot earlier, we need a motion for approval of the meetings from the previous board meeting.
Second.
Motion a second to approve the June minutes. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And then next up, you want to feel better about yourself and get the issues done, or do you want to feel worse about yourself and start doing discussions? All right, let's do issues. I'm gonna check it off the box kind of guy. I agree, Don. It's so the August 2026 issues. The first one is 2631, which is batch 17. Anybody see anything in there troubling that needs to be individually discussed at this point?
I had info on all.
Okay, we got a motion and a second for information on 2631. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2632 appears to be next. And that is regarding batch 18. Anybody see anything there that needed further discussion? A motion for information on 2632. There's a second? Yep, there's a second, Dr. Beer. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2633 are proposed meeting dates. The board? Yeah. I bet it's Thanksgiving. That was my bet after I wrote my note. Go.
It is Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving is the week before. The week before is like December
1, 2,
1, 2.
or 2, 3. Yeah.
I don't have my calendar up.
All I wondered was getting the work done we needed to get done for Thanksgiving. Threw that in there.
Second and third.
Yeah, because I had the same thing, Elizabeth, was to run it the same so there wouldn't be any confusion.
It would be the week after Thanksgiving if we did the second and the third, or the third and the fourth.
December 2 is
No,
recognized.
the third is the Friday.
December 2 is recognized as a holiday in some places.
Oh, it is? What's your birthday? Is that your birthday?
I'm not saying anything.
So did Dr. McGee make the date?
I figured it was a Ravens game that mattered. I figured it was the Steelers. Yeah.
Usually we do try to avoid the weeks after, like, immediately after, like Easter, any big things. So, but if y'all want to move it to the third and fourth,
I just know December is always so crazy
Because
we want to get it. There's so much going on at night. Kids,
okay. And another reason,
That should be
and
2,
we'll
3
get to
though.
this in a few minutes, but another reason is that we had to consider mail outs, the discs, meaning that there's never a mail out on the week of Thanksgiving. So everything would have had to have been done 2 weeks ahead of time. But since that may be changing, if you do want to change it to third and fourth, all it requires is a vote of the board.
Yeah, because we wouldn't have mail outs anymore.
Correct.
Well, we couldn't have run 9, 10 anyway. That would have been Wednesday, Thursday.
looking at? Are you looking at 26 or 27?
I'll look at 26.
He's on 6.
Yeah.
It's 20.
I know, it's so hard right
It is
now.
hard.
Yeah, so it's 2-3.
Can't think of a better way to spend your birthday. So,
Well,
Okay, so is that a motion to accept it except for the December and change it?
I mean, I prefer it earlier, but I'll be here unless something, you know. I'm just one person.
I like 2-3, but I don't get to vote.
Y'all can still.
Unless y'all
have
can't
it.
figure out what to do.
Say I can keep early if I need to.
I see. Michael, what do you say? Dorley, what do you say?
Oh, Michael, I can tell you right now. I'm just here to serve steak, sir.
We just need to know the date and we will work our
Big
schedules
nugget.
around.
Me too.
He said places. That's plural. How do we know he's telling the truth and not just one? Just saying.
Michael wants Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday.
Oh. Yeah.
It's extra on holiday pay.
It's extra.
Yeah.
I mean, let's leave it the 9th and 10th.
Well, most people are agreeing with you. What
Oh,
we want?
What you want, Clark? Yeah, don't act like you're scared to say things. Really?
Dr. Jones?
we're 9 and 10, but it's just that much, not enough to mess somebody else up.
Dr. Beer?
If you go somewhere else next year, come back. Those board meetings.
That's why it's been delayed in the past years.
Oh, that's dirty. Dirty. It's dirty.
No.
Well, heck, we'll just go around the room. All right, Don, what do you want? You gotta decide. 9, 10, or 2, 3. You're a surgeon, make a decision.
9, 10.
Chris,
Hire me, 9, 10's fine. 2, 3.
all right, we know her vote.
Yeah.
Fuck, vote. I think it's already decided. Griffin,
yeah, he's
Non-comm-
gonna be retired.
non-committal. Bones not scared to make a decision.
This December.
All right, I think it's 9, 10.
She didn't even have to pull out a D this time.
All right, so someone's got to make a motion based on that informal vote about what they want to do with this.
Approve the day.
Okay.
Second.
A motion is second, the dates is listed. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The 34, it's batch 19. Anybody see anything that needed to be pulled out there?
Info.
I do need to recuse on 26-301. I'm recused.
Loser.
Hey, one thing I was gonna ask, on which one did you recuse?
26-301.
What about 306? What did you think about that one? That was just weird because on 306, there was a PA who was working at a place, but when we went to the supervisor, he's like, "That ain't my place." And so I didn't know if we had to do anything with that. I kind of sneak attack. But I don't, Chris, I didn't know, I wasn't sure how that worked. If that was just because we just need to.
Oh, well, I thought, well, they were saying that because they're not the supervising position over that other.
Correct.
And she no longer works at that other. So
Okay.
They can't really comment.
I wasn't sure if we had a larger problem because we didn't have the right.
I mean, really,
supervisor.
technically, the other supervisor should have commented, but.
So you'd make the assumption that the supervisor existed.
But she no longer works.
Okay.
He needs to collect her microphones.
Okay. All right. And so, any motions on 2634?
Info.
Motion.
Second.
And second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
One recuse.
One recusal. Thanks, Brian.
Just on the one.
On 301.
Okay. And then 2635 is batch 20.
I have info on all.
Second.
A motion, a second for information on 2635. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And then on 2636, there is kind of
question.
One dangling modifier, but not really. I just wanted to make sure on page 4 out
That's
of
what I-
33 in your board book, that person has is flagged for any renewal attempt.
My question was whether they were lapsed or expired.
He's currently expired. You talking about the same one?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. What's wrong? Come,
RB.
RB, who's in?
Oh.
Yeah. So Dr. Donner, he's a provider that we had almost a hearing over who was under some longitudinal plans. And right, and went to the Sunshine State. And so, yeah, but he's got an expired license here, but okay. And so I just wanted to make sure from our standpoint, ASMB standpoint, he's flagged for any renewal attempt. Okay. So he's not flagged for any attempt to renew his
He-
license?
Is he still active or is it?
No, he's expired. But you want to mark that
Yeah,
license if
let's
he
do
wants to
it. I'll
renew
make a
it.
motion to flag for renewal.
So I
There you go.
got a motion, a second to flag his renewal for an appearance. All in favor? Any opposed?
The
All right.
the remainder's info.
What's that?
The remainder's.
Oh, thanks, John. And so, yeah, and so we got to have an overall motion additionally.
The
regarding
remainder
that.
is info.
Okay, you got a second?
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, woo-wee,
Finish that.
man.
Take a break for.
I'll do whatever y'all want to do. I figure y'all want to get done. But does anybody want to take a break before they get a piece of this? Okay, let's do it. All right. Well, I don't want that one. I want that one. All right. 18-215. I think the only action the board can take here is that this licensee satisfied all the terms of the consent itself, and I think that will generate the downstream that this licensee wants. This is a licensee that had some issues with advocacy with the foundation over some unpaids, and then it was still sitting out there on our website. But it appears that that circle got closed and they're wanting some sort of resolution of a consent, but the only resolution we can have is not removing it.
Just
It's just
stating.
that you satisfied all the terms of consent. That's all we can do.
I'll
And then that does impact what appears on our website for them.
I'll make a motion. We send them a letter stating that.
Okay.
Second.
Motion a second. That licensee satisfied all terms of consent, and we'll send them a letter. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. 25-259. So what we got is a bunch of questions here from council regarding this person, and so I kind of,
Dr. Garner, is that 23-259?
yes, ma'am. Did I say 26?
You said 25.
Yeah, I can do all sorts of things right now. And so the 23-259 is yeah, the appropriate one. And so what I saw was 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. And so and I guess the question was about the CME. What everybody else have here? I had, will successful completion of ACC certificate fundamentals of obesity satisfy the CME requirements? I had yes. And then there were other questions in here, if I think I'm correct, or we already do those. And so does the Arkansas issues pertain to his license? Oh, we already did that. That was the last meeting. And so the question here, let me catch up. This one was long and convoluted.
Basically, you just wanted to know if the CMEs
Mhm.
qualify for what we requested.
So here's my question. When we say a board approved CME.
Yeah.
Do we have, is it on our website? How does that person get the list of board approved CMEs?
We have a list that we can send them that we usually send.
So it's not on our website. It's just, do they have to request it or do we just automatically?
They
So,
requested, if the board specifically says this one has to be board approved, they have to submit it for the board to. approve.
and so
Yeah.
that's answered the question.
Mhm.
Did that happen here?
Dude, what happened here?
There was the board approved CME, did it happen the way you said, it was submitted and I mean, I'm just out of interest.
Well, there was, at the last meeting, there were some submissions of things that the board didn't feel like were adequate to cover. And so in July, we got a letter that says we're requesting clarification And so there's a number of questions, right? So, and so if you look down here at the bottom, right? He wants clarification on will successful completion of ACCE satisfy CME requirements by the board. And I, looking at the way the board wrote the order, it says, must take an ASMB approved course for weight loss. And so to me, on that question from council, I would say, yes, it seems to be much better than what was proposed at the last meeting, where it was kind of weight loss was part of a larger CME submission request. And so it would, to me, what the board should do is just step through the questions that are presented here. So there's a couple of them, right? So there's a question about ACCME. So we see at the bottom there, on page 8 of your board of that packet, that person's packet, it says, will successful completion of ACE fundamentals of obesity satisfy the requirements? And my opinion was yes. And then when you look, will successful completion of Ed Hub course, telemedicine providing safe remote healthcare satisfy the CME requirement? Because there was one also here for telemedicine. And I would say yes to that. It's up to what y'all want to do. How many CME hours would be required to get that level of happiness, right? And so to me, it's in like an hour in each, but it's up to whatever y'all want to do, all right? And then, because the board order just says must take, it doesn't say hours, okay? And then, are there any additional approval requirements or documentation that should be submitted before or after completion? We would expect them to send a receipt of completion of the course. And then, are there any limitations regarding the category of subject matter CME that the board will recognize towards fulfillment of its requirements? Well, yeah, that goes back to the board order itself, and the board order itself says CME for record keeping, CME for weight loss. You know, it actually says course for weight loss and course for telemedicine. And so I would just refer back to the order on that. And so that's kind of how I saw the answers. It looked like what was proposed worked pretty good. There still doesn't appear to be a record keeping CME listed in what's proposed by council.
Well, does number 1 now, it says medical record keeping syndrome.
Oh, I missed it. Sorry. Thanks, Brad. Yeah, so it looks like, I mean, to me, it looks like they all fit. And this question to this board saying, well, how many hours do you want? Because that's what his council's asking.
Yeah.
And you could go 0.5, you can go 1, you can go, I mean, you know how it is.
I would respond to this person saying that numbers 1, 2, and 3 are I feel like they're acceptable, and I would recommend 1 hour in each one of those, and then showing us documentation after those are completed.
Okay. And then I think there was another dangling modifier. Make sure. Nope. That sounds
That
good.
would be my motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. That makes sense, Jay?
Right here, okay, so,
Oh, sorry.
I know we got a lot to do, I'm sorry. It's a course, okay, fundamentals of obesity and weight loss, for instance, okay, so if that's like a 3-hour thing, or we know how many hours that is. So I would say we need to say completion of the course.
Completion.
Okay.
1 hour, 3 hour, whatever that is.
Okay.
You know, if it's a 4-hour thing and he just does 1 hour, it's not done.
Yeah, I'd say completion of the course with a minimum of 1 hour.
Okay.
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 That sounds good.
Yeah, right, but
That sounds
they
great.
need to complete it. We need to get the certificate that says they did it.
Correct. Completion of the course with at least a minimum of 1 hour.
In each course,
in
yeah.
each course.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not gonna be less than an hour.
Okay.
Not be.
So the motion is complete the 3 proposed courses, minimum 1 hour. Please send us a receipt of completion. That's good.
That's my motion.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 23.
120.
Oh, there's the rest of that. I knew I had more notes. 23, 24, 125. Yeah, that's, dude, it's a long
Information.
day.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? I gotta get to notes. Y'all start asking questions. Any opposed? Motion carries. 24, 259. I had this as information because I don't see how you're gonna cross that bridge. But
Information.
I got a motion and second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, 24,300 is wrapped up in a number of other things here. And so it's because, right, there's more than one provider here now, right? So we look at this one and there's another one in here, okay? And there is mention of a third provider here, okay? And so to me, I would not get in a hurry when you got this many moving parts. My concern here was that I can't tell. I mean, you've got things here that look like violations, okay? But one of the keys here, and this one is a little bit easier than the other one is, I can't tell who signed all the scripts.
Can't tell who.
Who signed all those scripts to order the meds.
The meds.
Now you can tell on some of them, I think, but there's some that I mean, look like those rhythms on the EKG, I guess at. And so to me, what I had was maybe get an investigator to be clear on that one, because if you have a provider signature on a prescription, that is an intent to treat. If there's an intent to treat that includes this provider signature, given the documentation at hand, that's a real problem. That's a real clear problem. Now, I do think in this situation, the person receiving those meds can't write those scripts anyway, and that person's name is on some of those orders, okay? Because that license level is not going to let you do that. And so, to me, that was the only thing, and maybe that can be worked out between now and a larger issue. The other thing here is there's another provider listed, and I think the board ought to consider, do they need to look at charts on this other provider? Because what you have is this person covered for a little while and left, and another person covered for a little while and left, but there's been someone else that we have not investigated that's been there a while. I do see Nick nodding, that's good. And so it seems to me, just, you could take it piece by piece if you prefer. So you can go provider by provider and then open the third just to kind of move this through. Because what I see here is, I see prescriptions that are signed for by someone who can't do that. That's scheduled. And then you see deliveries and treatments that require diagnostic skills that we got no notes in the time period of this provider. And so what'd y'all think? I mean, to me, I would be clear about the prescriptions, and this one's going to be easier, but there's another one like this in a different realm of practice where this is going to be important as well. And it's going to be more complicated than that when we get to that one.
I agree fully. We need to know who's on the prescription that was written.
Yeah.
Who is the person doing that? That's going to help clarify intent.
And I'm not allowed to ask Nick right now, am I, about that stuff, am I? Oh, really? Okay. Hey, Nick, I couldn't tell on some of those prescriptions. Could you? Okay, because there's a couple I can feel pretty good about, but there's a couple that.
Yeah, and records from this girl is.
Well, I would go to the pharmacy. So to me, the way I get the records, I'd subpoena the pharmacy, because this pharmacy has a problem that doesn't involve this board. Because what I see is someone writing scripts that they're filling their schedule that licensee can't do.
Yeah, were you able to get all the information that you needed?
So, I mean, we went around with her trying to get her to, and she's out of the state 1 week and she's back 1 week.
And that's part of the case, though, to me, Nick. If you can't produce the records, then you don't have the records. Yeah. They didn't happen. And so, because, I mean, now the other thing you could say here is, well, or the licensee ducked out smartly, quickly. Right? But, this licensee had to see us for other reasons. And so,
Licensee, what now? Say that.
this licensee has some board history,
I see.
But he's
as
saying
does the
that
other one.
He was saying that he got involved and quickly.
The other-
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
trying to get involved and got out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know, it's just a massive confusion.
Well, the other route you can take right here, because you have two that got out quickly, you have one that stayed a long time.
Yeah.
Right? So if you want to just investigate the one that stayed a long time, right, you could do that. Because that one stayed a long time. So that one didn't get cold feet and bones. Okay? And so, the board could approach it that way.
I think that's probably best.
Is that,
Because, I mean, what are you gonna do if somebody comes in and says, hey, I looked at this and I'm out of here, and they really never did anything while they were there, that's not gonna tell.
Well, no, there was care delivered.
Yeah.
With no signatures from the providers. Yeah, so on this first provider, there were Toradol infusions ×3, Zofran given, some IV vitamins, during the time period for this person.
Okay, well, I'm just that, we need to look at that too then.
Well, we got that stuff. The only part left for me is just personally was just who signed.
Yeah, okay. So,
Cause this pharmacy's got some risk from what I see.
so we've got 3 different physician medical directors.
Yes, sir.
We have the one we're dealing with today,
Yes, sir. Well, we're doing 2 today.
PD.
Yeah.
The other one, what's the initials on that one?
I'll get you a name. I'll get you a number. Let's do it that way. Don't bust anything out here, y'all.
I think I'm saying AM.
No, he should be a revisit. He should be in the first P.
Look out, kind of nice over here.
Oh, yeah, dude. Hold on a second.
If it was one of them's also ending contract with the AMF
Correct.
at the end of the month.
Correct. Yeah, it is 26/3/11. 26/3/11 is the other part here.
Yes.
26/3/11 is from the same place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Right. And now there's a player that's been there much longer than both of these two.
Correct.
And so I guess what I would do is say, board members, you back up and say, okay, what's the goal? Well, the goal is we got stuff going on here that's got risk of vertical discharge that's not being managed by physicians as it should.
Right.
The goal should be to get that to run right or make it be gone. Okay. And so you might just table the 2 smalls, keep them in your back pocket as evidence in the big one, and go after the big one that's been there a while.
But then we also have an APRN and 2 RNs.
Yeah, but that's not us.
Forward that stuff.
Yeah,
But that's not us.
But I'm talking about forwarding.
Somebody's giving ketamine, doctor on site. Is that okay?
What's the same thing here?
Well,
And that's what, but they were, remember, the 2 of them got cold feet within 60 days and hit the road.
yeah.
But there's another
Did not,
who's been there allegedly a long time.
yeah, and doing that, which it
And-
seems like to me, but when I read this, I think they're giving that drug and nobody's there, or not nobody, but.
Maybe who we might, and then I have a pharmacy providing it to people. I'm not sure that that's the usual path. And so, and that's not us either, but that's why to me in the macro here, that thing needs to go away from what I see. It looks like maybe.
So maybe,
And so to me, the board's options are you take these 1, 2, 3, take them all 3 up, but they're going to look a lot different to you because 2 got cold feet and bolted and 1 has stayed a year. Part of me, the more I discuss with y'all, I would table 300 and or whatever 300 to 311, so it's in your pocket
yeah,
as evidence of what we got here.
yeah.
And I don't know if that's admissible regarding another licensee or not. And then I would look at 5, 6, 7 regarding this other provider because that other provider's been there a while, and that one didn't get cold feet. And that's really maybe the one this board ought to take into consideration is needing their wings clipped.
Yeah. I would
And
say-
then when you look at the next one, you got to make really sure as these prescriptions come in, who's signing for these?
So how are we gonna do that? We're gonna-
Well, so here's the options I got. I think to Brian's point, I mean, you can do the nursing board stuff now, and that's not a bad idea. You could do pharmacy board, but you may not because Nick needs to go in there and get some stuff from this pharmacy. And then turn it over for their own investigations. And then I would tell the board you ought to look at 7 or 8 charts on regarding this Dr. JM here.
Okay.
And I'd give the person involved a short leash on producing documents.
So can we subpoena the records from the pharmacy on these 2?
Well, you can ask, but that's not really our licensee, and so they may tell you to pound sand. And so you can get records from this clinic, because technically our licensees are covering it, but those are digitals, and I get worried the best way to find out who really the pharmacy is assigning the prescription to is from the pharmacy. Nick, is that the best way to get that? Okay, okay. And so to me, I would probably, in looking at this, sit on these two for now, go after the larger one, see what you get. Knowing what we're gonna be paying attention to here, and then the board decide on all three.
Bring them in all on the same day.
No, I don't know if I do that or not.
October.
Believe me, hey, that's what's in my notes is put all three right there, but I don't. Yeah, no, it's gonna take a minute to get this done. But I would not, in this one, I'd make sure you got it right.
You're right.
December of 27.
It might be.
So we would table these two today and then open an investigation on the third.
That's what I
player.
thought is, or you take up the other two because you want to get it off the list. But then as I played it forward in my head, what are you gonna do with someone who went in, got cold feet, bolted? I really don't know that it's worth the run unless you really want to do it. You could say, well, Ward, the past here for these two is indicative of that, but I don't think the past on these two is indicative of this. That's not why we've seen them in the past. And so,
Could be interesting information.
well, that's why I wouldn't.
Why they bolted.
Well, and that's why I would leave them be as a table, because if you want to bring them in to testify, okay. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm doing the best I can, and all I get is second guessed by lawyers. Don't you two start?
Did she say not to?
You two are gone in a month, and so
What did she say not to?
she says I'm screwing up something, and so I think so.
You like bringing all three in?
So I don't. It's these are
At one
complicated.
time?
I mean, what's y'all's inclination?
That separate-
Do you take them? You just manage them as they pop up?
My preference is you have all three of them investigated at the same time. Whether we take them up in one hearing is a different discussion.
Yeah.
It'll just depend on what you have, but what you're going to get most likely is if you do one at a time, it's the finger pointing to everyone else. And you eliminate that if you have all three investigations completed. You know everything that you have.
Okay. I wouldn't.
I think he meant that though. He meant that.
Well, trust me, there's something else I screwed up. And so,
Okay, I'll make a motion. We table these two.
well, let's take this one first. We'll get to 3. We'll get to 11. So you want to table 23 or 25, 24, 300.
300.
Okay, now do you want to, but you also.
But open
no,
investigation.
Well, that's not really table then. Well, it kind of is. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
no, I just say open investigation. I think is how you
Yeah.
do that. Yeah. Do you want to open investigation? How many charts you want to look at regarding the other provider?
5, 7, 8. How many?
Seven.
Nick, how many?
Got me short, so we can do.
8.
We want to look at ketamine charts.
Well, there's more stuff moving here than just that. That's got to have a script. But you just want to look at,
Stuff first.
okay, so you just want.
Include at least 3 ketamine?
To make sure that we don't look at 5 charts and one of them's ketamine, okay?
Okay.
We want to look at,
So you could say, you want to say 8 charts, trying to ensure they're all ketamine, but if not,
Yeah.
we still want to look at 8. If possible, all represent ketamine therapy, okay?
Okay.
Right. So run it down.
So moved. We investigated,
So right now?
Okay, Jenny needs a proper motion for the minute.
open investigation on
JM.
JM. And we're gonna look at 8 charts. Hopefully all of them involve ketamine. If not, Nick's gonna do what he can find that we need to see.
Okay. And then,
Pharmacy thing.
He can.
I don't know. I'd probably sit and see what happens. That's my opinion. Keep it simple at this point. It's gotten complicated enough with me blabbing on. And so that's an open investigation, 8
Okay,
charts, trying to make sure that they're all ketamine if possible. All right, got a second for that?
Second.
Third, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The, okay, 24, 374. Ooh,
3 letter.
that's what it looked like to me.
I have 3 letter.
I mean, the expert review says it's what you don't want to see.
Shut it down.
Yeah. All right, so that's a motion.
In a second.
That's a motion from Mr. Davis and a second from Dr. McGee for an emergency order of suspension regarding 24, 374. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
That happens today now, or does that person have to come here?
Well, no, we signed it. I think it's when I sign it, it's done. Oh, okay. Thanks for the help.
So that means he's done for now.
When it's.
Well, and then also, when you do that, there's a hearing obligation on the part of this board.
Not gonna be doing this during the interim.
No, he can't have a license. It's suspended. He has a license. It's just suspended.
All right.
Okay. And then,
Reduced to paper is what you're supposed to say.
2578 is expert said it was GN. I mean, this one's he's had a consent regarding this in the past. I actually leaned show cause here a little bit.
I put show calls.
Yeah. I wish he'd just surrender his DEA, but I had show cause on this one. So I got a motion and a second. All in for a show cause, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. No, that's consent. I mean, I don't even think we can even do it from well, I guess you could do it. Could you do it from a board order, Lee, or not? Make someone give up their DEA. I don't think we can we? Yep, separate license, not our license. After hearing, you could? Well, that's my point is if you had a hearing, found them in a violation of the MPA, could this board take their DEA? Okay, that is harder. Okay, it makes me feel better. See, girl power. I'm never surprised by you. 2582. The problem here we have, you're gonna need an expert if you want to do anything. And I saw some charts and things like that. I once again, my concern here is just 2582. If the board wants to take anything up here, and so I had BRA or show cause, but you're gonna need an expert if you want to go show cause. Her APRN's got a record. I guess it's a little harder to get your CME done these days. And I lean kind of towards her coming to see us, to be honest. But she's seen us before.
I was gonna say, you mean come see us again?
Yeah, I know. Terminated over acts or omissions that could jeopardize patient safety in the past. And so, but if you want to go further, you're going to need to get an expert. And then once again, I think what we're going to have to pay close attention to on these investigations is who's signing for the drugs.
The only reason I would favor show cause is if everything is the way it's supposed to be, then lesson learned to the provider, hey, continue doing things the way that I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
If not, lesson learned to the provider, I need to get my act together.
Oh, yeah. And this one, the physician's name is on the prescriptions, which means this board expects you to be treating the patient, which means there needs to be notes from you. There needs to be activity from you. There needs to be evaluations from you as far as my useless opinion is.
He's gonna do show calls. We need expert.
Okay. So you got to get an expert for that. Yep. That's fine. We get an expert and get an expert opinion and then roll it forward after we get our expert opinion in.
Yeah. And this is not me saying she's done anything wrong.
Yeah. Well, and that's the beauty of the expert is it gives us that third party. Yeah.
So I would do the expert and then proceed with show cause. Well, get the expert.
And then we'll look at it next meeting.
Start with that.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for an expert on 2582. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Yep. 2584, we're gonna need to table that one. We're gonna need to look at this a little bit longer. 2584. Just to examine the expert opinion and some legal structure here. Can be.
That's what our lawyers say.
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, yeah, there's some things here that we need to be sure about.
Okay.
Sure.
I move we table 2584.
I got a motion to table 2584. Is there a second? Second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, that odd motion carries. 25, 100. To me on this one, y'all, I would try to go get those records. I'm a little leery of if this board wants to roll forward here with an expert that says, I mean, I didn't really have everything, but I had most things, and the things I got are good. Let's roll. I mean, you can do that. That's not really, I mean, that's not how I got gray hair. I got gray hair by trying to avoid this situation.
Don't be mumbling over there. I want to hear everything you're saying.
Well, I'll get you some aids. I got you covered on that. But
Yeah.
because what you have here is an expert that says, I think it's GN, or I think it's below standard, I think was the phrase maybe used. But I really wished I had these other records.
Yeah.
And so to me, I would try to clean that up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a way to get those records. And you can, the way I would do it is you've got an expert sitting here. You could see if Nick could help us out, somebody, but it would be nice to get that expert fully what they need. Because what they don't have are the second surgeries. And so if you drag somebody in here and you want to have a hearing, I mean, I'm no way a lawyer, y'all know that today, but they're going to beat on that. You don't even have everything. You even said so. What if the records have this in there? What if the records have that in there? And so that's why, to me, the board ought to try to see if we can get the records.
Big problem with me on this case is there was a secrecy or a dishonesty or.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, I mean, it's not like the end of the world. What happened?
I don't know that the complainant agrees with you.
In communication between the next three physician and so on, I mean, okay, so there's one lymph node left behind. Well, the patient was going to get radiation. And if there are radiation oncologists who say one lymph node in the axilla, no big deal. Because I mean, now we do some things that leave.
Yeah, but the problem is,
here's the patient and the referring physician, nobody seemed to know anything because the surgeon just kind of did.
Yeah, but the problem is that's your opinion. That's not the expert's opinion.
Well, I'm saying that there was a dishonesty here,
Right.
That's the big deal with, and a lack of communication with everybody. I'm not saying, because there is going to be, let me just say, this kind of stuff, there's going to be 10 different opinions on how you take care of it. But it's all out in the open. There's communication back and forth between everybody. And if we'd had stuff like that here, we'd be able to say, okay, or no okay, or whatever. To me, the problem is somebody who's not telling the whole story. They're not coming clean with the patient, and they're not coming clean with the referring, with the other treating physician.
See, I look at it as I can't tell anything because I don't have the other stuff.
Okay.
I mean, that's how I look at it. I mean,
we can tell that didn't happen.
I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I don't know.
We reopen the investigation, or we have subpoena the records? Which one do we do?
I don't know what the best way to word that, Chris. I really don't. I mean, what gives us the leeway to dig more? I mean, we've already got investigation present if there's an expert present, correct? And so let me check my orders.
I just make a motion to continue the investigation to get additional records that were incomplete and supplement those to the expert and allow him or her to include that in their evaluation.
That's exactly what I would have said.
And I will second that.
I got a motion, a second to continue the investigation to obtain the pertinent records. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. I got 25, 180. All the board can do here is recognize the actions of that licensee. Actually, sometimes Dorley says don't even vote because that's a surrendered license.
Acknowledged.
It's not even info, right?
And so with it being surrendered, what if this practitioner decides a year from now, hey, I want to get back in.
You flag.
Isn't it already flagged if they surrender?
I think so, but there's no harm in putting that in the motions.
Let's just flag it.
Yeah.
Yep, just make that the motion.
Flag.
So that's a motion to flag the renewal for appearance in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 25-308. Expert said it was GN. It looked like a show cause to me if you got an expert doing that.
Second.
And a motion, a second for 25-308 to be issued a show cause hearing. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 25-283.
383.
Yep, thanks all. Is it? Yeah, look at that. But on mine, legit says 283. It's, I have an old one. See?
It does.
Yeah, thank you. And so and so I had numbers look better as best we can see them. She has another scheduled pull for December, and I would just table it and move on.
Table.
Second.
Motion is second to table, 25-383. All in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Here we go again.
It's another one.
25-391. And so different place, same multifaceted issue. And so fundamentally though, you want to do anything here, you're gonna need an expert. Okay. And then this is the one where knowing who's writing those scripts is a big deal.
You get another life.
Because you have a physician nurse collaborative agreement that enables potentially an APRN to write those prescriptions. And that really changes potentially the obligations here. Now, I think there are some issues surrounding this other provider's license that will make that obvious for this provider. And so I'm not sure that the necessary things to write those scripts is present here, but I would be sure about it. Because there's, you got 3 levels here. You got him, then you got APRN, RN, and it looks like
You get another RN.
you got all sorts of combinations being delivered here. And so to me, I had to get an expert. And for that expert, I would make sure that we've got some idea, because these prescriptions, you really can't tell who they're written to. These are from a big operation. They're just written. It just says where they're going. We've got invoices really, not prescriptions.
So investigation and I guess.
But you already got an investigation,
I'm
so it's sitting there, yeah.
But are we not opening, but are we continuing investigation to the pharmacy side of
I
that?
would, just so we've got that clear in there.
So
What you think, Nick? Yeah, but but you got to sign it like a CSAUS, don't you? Someone's got to sign it with appropriate authority to get the drug. Well, no controls, but there's Botox and fillers. And there's some other players in there, but they're non-controls. But someone's got to sign, don't they? Well, but what if you had an APRN practice agreement? Yes, it does.
Yes, they do.
It does. So, and that's where it gets complicated, my man. And it's because technically, if she has prescriptive authority through her collaborative practice agreement, she can write. Now, I will tell you, I think in this situation, that wasn't always present. Okay. But that's why, to me, that was my concern. Because let me tell you, the last thing we want to do is get anywhere near the SOP. I'm not even going to say the words because Dorley will freak out. Scope of practice. And so
well, but that's part of this because fillers require the physician medical director.
No, I'm not so sure. And that's why Nick is hedging, is because if the physician has a collaborative practice agreement, that will then allow a prescriptive authority APRN, and that APRN can order those drugs.
I'm not talking about the ordering. I'm talking about while she's doing it, the backup person's supposed to be readily available.
Based on who's lost. What obligation does the physician have if they didn't write the prescriptions and they're not there?
But if it's prescriptive authority, then
it's her prescriptive authority.
Okay.
So for them.
You understand what I'm getting
it
at?
still goes back to
But that's a nursing board contractual relationship.
Okay, I have a question. Can anyone legally own a med spa here in the state of Arkansas?
I'm not even touching.
Or does it have to be physician owned?
I'm not saying nothing. I mean, the Medical Practice Act said, huh?
Can
don't you?
Once again, we may not like the rules.
I'm just glad you said something worse than scope of practice. It's so, because that is my concern on this. Yeah.
So motion, expert review, and
You try to
continue,
nail down
continue
the
the
prescriptions
investigation.
as best you can, and whose prescriptive authority was utilized to generate it. Now, and a lot of them, like the other one we looked at, 82 that we looked at, that one has a physician medical director,
Yeah.
and on those invoices, it says that person's name as the medical director. And so that's what I do. I get an expert to look at it, and we'll make sure we hand them the prescriptive stuff. And the good thing is the expert you're going to get here, well, now I'll be a little different. Anyway.
So what was the motion? Somebody made a motion.
Expert review and continue the investigation for who signed for it.
Okay, I've got a motion, got a second for that? All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. I got, well, that's, you got to get a, yeah. 25, 408. Expert review said, well, expert review actually guessed a penalty. I had show cause.
I have show cause.
I got a motion, a second for show cause on 25, 408. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 25, 446. Let's see. Wow. Here's what I had. I had 10-day because right now that's still a dangling modifier in this other state. Clearly, we don't want this person here if this is true, but you're going to need some time to see exactly what kind of cookies they made in this other state. And so, because that thing's in the oven right now, and so I don't know what it's going to make. Yeah, come on. I try to be entertaining, but we're dying, man. It's a long day, y'all. Okay. And so,
We don't have 30 more.
yeah, I won't read my notes. That you don't want me to do that. And so I had, I just had 10-day letter and try to get updates from the other state regarding their board conference. Because I don't think, I mean, they've been pretty helpful to us from the other state, but they're not going to turn us over everything.
Until it's done.
So I had 10-day because there's some behaviors here that
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Page 11.
ain't standard.
I move we table this and send a 10-day letter.
Second.
What are we doing?
We're waiting Virginia to further their adjudication process.
Yeah, and I figure we're gonna have to cross the 10-day thing on this one anyway, because of some of the behaviors here. That's some
It's pretty deep.
mentioning addressments. Yeah, and so the and I don't know how that'll turn out. Who knows? But I mean, but you have the problem is you don't have everything you need for an investigation because of distance and subpoena rules and all sorts of fun stuff. And then if that other state takes it up and there's any sort of penalty here, then it's pretty easy. This board can do it at once because there's been license action in another state.
In the meantime, we're probably not going to get anything from them because
Yeah.
they're still investigation.
Exactly.
And we don't have subpoena authority in another state.
Yeah. Actually, I thought they were pretty generous to give us what they gave
They
us.
did
Usually we
they
don't
gave us
get
the
that
whole-
much.
You wouldn't have got that from California.
What are we gonna do?
Well, you get a 10-day to make sure we've got some
Established.
boundary issues that make sense here, and this person doesn't need a more formal evaluation.
Okay.
All right, for those issues. And then by then, hopefully Virginia will have adjudicated this thing.
We'll hear what they did.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Because until they clear it up, they're not going to hand you anything.
Yeah, right.
And then if they, let's say they clear it up and they do nothing, you're going to be in a real tight spot. Because trying to get data from another hospital in another state is going to be hard. But if they do something on the action of the license, then you have a very clear path.
Okay, I got you.
So what kind of motion you want to make?
Table and let Virginia do their thing and send a 10-day letter.
Okay. Motion and a second, Dr. Beer, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 454, I had not too many of this in here, but I had eye on that one unless somebody else had something else. Looks like we received received
Completed the
the
boundary
board.
course. Yeah, I have information.
I had info.
He completed the court.
Okay. So we had a motion, a second to our information, and one recusal from Dr. Beer on 2544. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2647. That's a tough one. I mean, expert said a substantial departure. you know,
Doctor, I got a bunch to say about it.
well, but that's what, that's fine, but you got an expert opinion sitting here.
No, but, it's not like I'm not numbers too, and I know what happened here. And, there are a couple of glaring omissions from the expert.
And so, I mean, well then, so how would you resolve that?
Okay,
No, don't get too spicy. No, don't get too specific.
I've got to get specific.
Well, then don't do that
Can't,
here.
can't,
You gotta wait.
can't, gotta
You
wait.
gotta wait. Don't. Yeah, you cannot get specific here. Not on this one. Because if this goes to an SC, a show cause, you can't be sitting here providing a bunch of testimony on that from your own expert standing.
Okay, so,
You can do it in the hearing,
You can ask questions in the hearing once it starts, but before then you don't want to.
because what you have to, what the board to me has got to resolve here is, what do you want to do about this expert?
okay. I would,
So you would take it for information.
no.
Okay.
Okay, I guess that's part of it, but what I would do, okay, the summary of what I would say is that there was a problem. We all know there was a problem. And there are a couple of ways to prevent that problem from happening.
Okay.
And one of them is you have a blood brother or blood sister relationship with the radiologist who is reading your specimen mammogram. And that obviously did not occur here. Okay? And there is a logistics problem that that made this harder because the cancer removal was being done in one institution and the specimen mammogram was being done in another, two different addresses. So there's got to be a change there. And the radio is, well, I don't know how, maybe that's too specific, but I'm just going to say, and then you can tell me if it's not. The radiologist.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Was the same radiologist who put the wires.
I would.
Oh, well,
make-
hold on. Is that in this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should probably.
Really, because I looked at it last time and when I read through, I thought the problem had been resolved and that's why I said it didn't need to go further. And there was a big move in here to get an expert to look at it. Now,
Dr. Jones, I would probably caution and put a pause to any.
tell you why the problem has been resolved, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so that's one way that you can do that. Well, obviously that didn't happen. The second way is it's an institution protocol where when that lesion is removed, the specimen mammogram comes back to the doctor and they look at it and say, yes, everything is like it's supposed to be.
I'm going to make a motion that we take a break.
70 of this document right here, the surgeon says we are changing our protocol from now on. And we're going to do that.
So you would say you wouldn't go further just because you feel like they're going to change the pattern?
Unless they're lying. Now, if this shows up.
Well, so then why wouldn't, I would just have summarized your opinion and say, I don't think we should take this further because I think they've addressed the problem at hand.
Okay. I just didn't think anybody else would believe that if they had read this.
You're a general surgeon, I believe. And so, yeah, but I wouldn't get too far in. And so, but I think that's a reasonable response. Say, look, I've looked at this, but it looks like I wouldn't go further because I think they've resolved the problem.
Yes.
That's a reasonable response at this level.
Yes.
And so and that's, and so and that's why you would say it's fixed.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, if it happens twice in the next year, we'll know that was not true.
Well, yeah, we'll definitely find out in more ways than one.
Look, that this has probably occurred in that institution, this kind of procedure, probably a couple thousand times by even this one provider. And so this happens once. So it's a situation where everything came together wrong one day for this problem to happen.
Based on evidence in hand, yeah, I got you.
Yes.
Which is fair.
And then and this person says, now, oh, this happened to me, so I'm going to fix the problem.
Yeah, which you can't blame them for that.
Right, right. And so I think the problem is fixed.
Okay, that's a fair answer. And so the options you have are do you say, I think the problem is fixed and this board doesn't need to take up this issue? Or do you say, I'm not convinced this problem is fixed? And this is something that this board has to address either through as little as, it could be anything from a board requested appearance to discuss this further, but you got to be careful about that because that puts you in a bad spot if the board wants to move forward on a hearing. So I really wouldn't suggest that. To me, what I would probably suggest on this one is, based on what's out there, is most, am I allowed to say what I think most boards would do? Okay, stay out of that too. And so the hard thing for us in the MPA, in my opinion, which is right, we didn't make the MPA, is you're forced, if you even want to write a reprimand letter, you got to have a hearing.
Right.
And so to me, I mean, that it went on for 2 months. If I remember correctly, it wasn't 2 weeks. And so 5, okay. And so, you know, I mean, you've got some insight to this.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, my view on this was that, if there's litigation on this, that's gonna go on beyond us.
well, don't even worry about it.
So that's-
Don't even make that part of your decision. Yeah, I think about the same things sometimes. Yeah.
I didn't review it quite the same way that, but,
Because really all he's saying is, I think it's fixed, the process fixed and that
I
kind of
think
thing.
these people better based on your
He has a motion he needs to make.
What's that? Who's that? Who's that?
I would
I
just
just
say-
let the oncologist talk. Let Josh. What's that?
Dr. Real-
Oh, Josh.
Yeah,
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm going to disagree. This is an institutional problem. This patient went back to the doctor multiple times saying there's something sticking out of my breast. And then had to go find somebody else to help her. This is not an institutional, oh, we got to change our policy. We're all good here. Mistakes happen that way. And if that's all it was, and she went back the next day to get the wire out, fine. That is not what occurred here.
So Josh?
You need to turn on your microphone so he can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Josh, well, see, that's the thing. When you read this, you think that the people she went back to did not look at the site. But they did look at the site because they drained a seroma. So we know they looked at the site and they couldn't find what she was talking about. And I mean, then it becomes very specific if I talk, because the wire wasn't sticking out when she went back to the doctor. The wound was healing. And of course, no, there was only one time that the wire could have been removed without more surgery. And that was when the wire was actually sticking out, and the patient said it was sticking out, and they could have come right then and they would have been able to take it out in like a 5-minute procedure. But other than that, there would have been more surgery, which the doctor refused to do, and which the consultant over at the other institution where she sought care again also refused to do it. And the radiation oncologist also did not recommend it, because once that wound is healing and then you have a seroma and you go back in there, then you have a troublesome healing wound, and the patient needed radiation and it needed to get started, and having the wire in there did not change the outcome of the radiation.
The wire is exactly, the wire
Please
is
don't
what,
butt in. Please don't butt in on me, okay? Please don't butt in. It did not change the outcome. And everybody agreed that the wire should not come out. And the biggest part of the complaint was, I have this wire in here, I don't like it, I want it out. And that was the wrong thing to do. Now, there may have, I don't know what kind of communication we have here, where this doctor's hard to get along with, or all that kind of stuff, or didn't explain it to the patient carefully. But once that mistake was made, there were no further mistakes along the way. The wire should have been left in.
Okay, well, we got
You're
testifying.
Okay, I'm just saying that's in there.
Well, I mean, I
That's been said. If you review this carefully, that's what was said.
But I got your opinion.
No.
I got it.
What these guys said.
I've already had this discussion once with a lawyer today about what's in a record and what someone's opinion
Yeah,
is.
but that's what the other consulting surgeons said when they looked at this, when the patient went somewhere else. The new.
I think you're getting out,
The new surgeon did not recommend removal of wire, and then the radiation oncologist also did not.
I think we ought to ferret it out.
Okay.
Dr. Jones, you feel that there's no violation here? Are you making a motion to take this for information only and put it to a vote of the board?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, well, let me just say what I would write a letter to the surgeon and say, you have this problem, you know it, you've made a move to fix it, we appreciate that, and we expect it not to happen again, or something to that effect. And then I would write the patient and I would say, we're really sorry this happened to you. We really appreciate you bringing it to our attention. And because of that.
But we can't do
this
that.
Surgeon and institution have.
We
changed their
can't, that's a
ways.
letter of reprimand.
Can't do that.
Are
Gotta have a
are you
hearing.
moving for a letter of reprimand to the physician?
Well, you gotta have a
You have a
hearing.
hearing.
You have a hearing.
No.
Yeah, you gotta have a hearing to
So
have a
that's
reprimand.
okay. It's information only then, it's what I'm recommending, because they've changed their plan, but
Okay.
I'm not, that's not the complete story, but yes.
Well,
That
we're
would
pinned
be-
in by
would be
that.
the end result.
Yeah. And so I got a motion for information. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a second. All in favor?
Uh,
So I do a roll call.
Mrs. Anderson?
Because it's Jamie's fault. It's Jamie's fault. And the question is whether you're gonna vote for or against the motion.
Dr. Beer?
Aye.
Dr. Bone?
Nay.
Mr. Camp?
Nay.
Mr. Davis? Dr. Gardner?
Don't get to vote.
Recuse. Dr. Griffin?
No.
Dr. Jones?
yes.
Dr. Cluck?
No.
Dr. McGee?
No.
Dr. Phillips?
No.
Dr. Roller?
No.
Dr. Thomas?
Accused.
Recusal?
Loser.
Okay, so we need another motion.
So we've got an expert opinion. In order for us to do anything, I mean, we would have to move towards
Show cause.
show cause. And this is not saying that anybody did anything in particular, but we're following a lot of the protocol and standards that we have. And so the passionate testimony that was given should be done at that time of a show cause. And that would be my motion.
So there's a motion for a show cause hearing.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Uh,
I
Opposed?
So what is the show cause? What in this case?
Well, no, where did, it was at, where did everybody vote? Did you vote yes or no,
I
Dr.?
already know, but.
Yeah, that's fair. So we got a no.
One no,
And you got two no's
two no.
Accusal.
and a recusal. Okay.
And a show cause means they can continue to practice until they're here.
Right, but did the motion pass? I just want to make sure.
Oh, yeah,
Two and
yeah.
okay. Yeah, okay. So that motion passed. And so what did you say, Dr. Jones?
I'm just asking what that means.
Well, the licensee comes here, probably with counsel. There'll be maybe some, I mean, there can be all sorts of things that happen at that point, right? Once notified of that. It could be that there's some degree of communication, the appropriate communication between counsel, that they may offer consent. They may say, heck no, we'll see you in court. Then, there's all sorts of, they may say, hey, I'll take a course. They may, you know what I mean? It's kind of up to the licensee. There's a lot of open end here for the licensee on how they want to do things. They may show up and say, we just didn't think we did anything wrong and we want to have a hearing to discuss it all.
They're not gonna tell you they didn't do anything wrong.
Who knows? I quit guessing a long time ago. And so that's kind of how that looks, I mean, I think all of us would like to craft something that's easy, but you're forced with the medical practice act the way it's set up to, if you're going to do anything, even send them a letter, tell you got to have a hearing and find a violation.
Even if you just want to say,
pretty much.
We reprimand.
North Carolina, a bunch of other states can do reprimands and letters of concern they'll carve out in rules, but we don't have anything like that.
But you can do the show cause, and then if they're found guilty, then say, okay, the penalty is reprimand.
Right.
Well, or the licensee may show up and say, look, I don't want to have a hearing, but I'll agree to a reprimand. Right? And that, I mean, they can absolutely do that. Right? And so, and then it puts everybody on the same page, kind of where we're at, but it would be hard for most people other than us to understand it, but yeah, that's the only vehicle you got for anything. Even if you want them to, even if you say, hey, we want you to take a course, it's just a suggestion. It's got no teeth.
Well, why get an expert witness and then decide to throw it in the trash?
Didn't throw it in the trash.
Just let it go, let it go, let it go.
I'm not allowed to bring
Yeah.
them out.
I really need a break.
Yeah, we need a break.
It's about a break, Mr. Chair.
Let's have a break. All right, 2-minute break. All right, cameras off. to the end of what we got. We're gonna skip to 26/3/26 if y'all would. So, obviously a little concerning here. And so there is some evidence on your computers that you might want to take a second and look at. And then Nick, we opened an investigation. You
Okay.
Again, can you tell me the number one more time?
26/3/26.
Okay.
And your file that you need to view, once you read this letter, we just got this the other day. And then 2 videos arrived afterwards.
26. Where are you reading?
So once you read 26/3/26, that's what I added to your computers just a few moments ago. So if you go down to your file drive on this side, it'll be in desktop. And there's 2 videos you need to watch.
Desktop. So here,
That's it.
Okay, I've got to work with Dr. Roller. Hold on just.
Here. You need to watch these.
I don't know if he's got if he can't sing, got to recuse him. And so be it. And then Nick, you've looked at all this stuff? Okay.
There. Yeah, there's 2 of them.
And so has everybody got to look at the letter and kind of what generally this letter surrounds, the issues it surrounds?
Said the file was too big to email. This is what it is.
Yeah, but I asked, did you look at the letter, see what's going on? Yeah. So everybody saw it as a blue folder, I believe. Got it last night as a blue folder. And so, hey, Dorley, am I allowed to ask Nick kind of his take on things as far as does he need to stay out? Out. Okay, gotcha. Next. And so y'all take a look at the video.
This was what she was referring to as too big to email.
Yeah.
Okay.
So obviously we have a provider with some concerns and then some evidence submitted to us to help corroborate that. I wouldn't comment on it too much. I just kind of take it in. When everybody gets a chance to look at it and get a feel for it, then we'll see. I personally think even without the video present, you're pressed to issue a 10-day with the expectation of that 10-day being to very resolutely and quickly answer this question. Because I think it depends on if if the video is tied to the complaint, then when we have a situation here that's substantial. And so real substantial because of the mechanism here potentially of delivery. And so the thing that's going to be critical here though, if we do a 10-day, it's got to happen quick because you only got a certain window through hair or fingernail. UDS may not cover this one. Also with the investigation, obviously there's some things in the complaint that investigation will help us clear up, right? Was there some scheduling issues and things like that surrounding this?
You ready for a motion or no?
Well, so everybody had a chance to look at this video?
Still looking.
Okay. Okay, y'all keep looking. But the key here is going to be getting an answer sooner rather than later, for sure.
When we do the 10-day, can we specify obviously what?
All you can
we're
do is
asking
beg Dr. Diner and company to really get on this quick.
Okay.
And that's going to be, because I think you got probably 30 days, depending on the mechanism of testing, to get something that might answer that question.
I just didn't know.
Like, Dr. Donner, what's your range on hair versus nail?
Depends on what we're looking for, but it can be, hair can be 3 months. That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
And it could be, hey, don't ever forget, this board can be weaponized. And so they always realize there can be other directions here that really aren't as they appear. There's other ways to end up on that video in those positions, can be, but the best way to know to me is test. It's an anonymous email to the board from the board standpoint.
Is it email or is it a disc?
Well,
Flash drive?
I don't know for sure on that.
Page 5.
The emails that you're looking for.
I did, okay. Is that a read the letter and said it was too big to send?
And you can see the date on what you got, and that, provided that date is accurate, and not necessarily it is on a video, right? But that date's pretty recent.
I quoted Friday.
Well, no, that's what I was nonchalantly bringing up.
Can y'all send us any supporting documentation?
I bet we can't send. We probably can't send them the video, can we? Right. Okay.
Hey, Amy.
You get the
He
complaint.
didn't have it on his computer.
Sorry,
No, no, not the video.
Don't.
He didn't have the complaint on.
I'm sorry.
He didn't have the complaint.
It's a blue folder on the board book.
Yeah, he doesn't have it on there.
It may be on the emails that we sent, but here you can. Okay. Because he wasn't here this morning when we updated.
Ah.
the books. That's why, that's fine.
It came yesterday or two.
Do you have the initials, Dr. Gardner?
Initials on provider.
Yeah.
The only, well, hold on, let me.
If you can't say it, it's fine.
There's a reason he didn't have them. And so so hey, Josh, I'm surprised, do you have the packet in front of you?
I've got the blue book email with the links from last night.
Okay. Is it, you got 26/3/26 from last night?
Yeah, but it's not labeled that. It's just, there's like 12 links.
Okay. The 26/3/26 should involve,
I can look at that.
how can I do this? Yeah,
It's I mean,
and so is there a complaint on that one with 12 about a video being submitted? I have video evidence.
no, these are just the links from Jenny on the blue book folder items. So
let me look at my.
Yesterday at 1:57, it has the names, but
From yesterday. Or last night.
yeah, last night.
Let's see, I had them on there.
I don't have it on the email last night.
Yeah, it is. It's on the email last night. So you have two things on the email last night. You have zip files and you have attachments. It's in the attachments.
Oh, past that.
Yeah, you got to go
Gotcha.
past the zip files to the bottom. There are attachments. And it's the number and the name are in the attachments. So 26/3/26 is the second to last attachment.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
Okay, so is there a motion on the floor?
I just want to make sure everybody got a chance to look at it. So to me, what I would do is 10-day, with the understanding we got to get some testing done ASAP. And then there's already been an initiation of an investigation. I don't see a reason for an expert here since we've got an investigation, I don't believe. And so the motion would be, do you want to do a 10-day? I don't know another way to do it. And the other thing is, there's a lot of smart people here. Is there some other thing we need to do here? But I don't know what it would be. But
Investigation is going on.
well, so you're going to need an investigation you're going to need an investigation to get some corroborating evidence,
Yeah,
right? So
It's already ongoing?
yes,
When did that?
By who?
the director can initiate an
Oh,
investigation.
okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
I can't.
Yeah.
That's what I
She
think.
can.
Okay. So we initiated one already. Okay.
Can you, let me ask you a question. Can you request us to do a specific drug screen?
That was
No, I don't. I think because it's got to be in a motion. I mean, Dorley, are we allowed to do that as a motion, as a part of that?
It might just save some time. That is him refusing to come in or not answering till 10 days later or.
I mean, I wouldn't see an issue with y'all requesting
Okay.
specific testing.
The
Okay.
board in the past has specifically requested, for example, hair follicle if that's what the board feels.
From a
to be done.
discussion item, non-board order?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does it have to be?
That doesn't mean we might not do other
Oh.
stuff, but we would be, it could act on that more
Right.
expediently.
Okay. If that helps, I mean, and we can do it, yeah. Where you going, Brad?
I mean, can it not be a 7-day or a 5-day? Can we shorten it?
Oh, absolutely.
Just
Yeah.
10-day?
Absolutely, you can. It's a good thought. See, that's why,
You can even put.
that's
a
why we
date.
don't just 10-day it, move on, brother, because there's some smart people up here. Well, because I'm trying to jump,
Dr.
well.
Thomas, you can even put a date saying that he or she must contact the foundation by August 15th.
Shit, Brad, you
Here's what
put
I'm
24
thinking.
hours in there if you want to.
I'm gonna be out of town, available 15th to the 22nd.
Okay.
We gotta get it, so, but if we could always facilitate
today's
drug
Thursday.
thing before I had a chance to really sit down with.
Before the 12th.
I wouldn't
That's
even,
Wednesday.
you can tell you,
I would say by.
you can tell them 48 hours you want to, Brad.
I'd say by 5 o'clock, on the 10th. That's Monday by 5.
Okay. So do you want it, so does, do you envision, contact with the foundation, Monday at 5?
Yes.
Okay.
You want-
And,
that's
and you want it, as the motion, would you say, we expect to contact the foundation by Monday by 5 with the expectation the foundation will perform all necessary, testing pertinent to the complaint?
Evaluation.
Yes, that would be my motion, that this provider contact the foundation by August the 10th at 5 PM Central Standard Time, and the foundation is to perform all screening tests that they that they feel is necessary.
Okay, so we've got to contact him though, so we got to certify letter him. And so how fast can we certify letter him? Or how, were we allowed, what mechanisms were we allowed to use contacting?
You can use FedEx. It doesn't have to be certified letter. I would recommend Tuesday by 5.
I'm gonna change that to August the 11th by 5 PM Central Standard Time.
Okay. And so, and Amy, your impression here is that we can get them contacted and have time to respond by August, not just send it out by August.
We can have the letter ready by tomorrow.
Okay.
And
Goes
we can
out.
send it out FedEx, but we usually send it to where we know they're going to be their place of business. So that's going to be Monday delivery.
Then I've got till 24 hours to get over there and see these people.
Okay, and is there any sort of fail safe anyone can think of if we get the dance? I didn't get it. Because FedEx ain't gonna be certified, correct?
It'll require signature. We can require signature.
Yeah, but doesn't necessarily mean his signature. Right,
What
because
if-
someone else in the practice, you can play a game with that.
What if he's in surgery all day?
Same as if it was certified, somebody at the desk would take it and sign it.
Okay. What about issuing a subpoena?
I don't know if I can issue a subpoena for them to go to the foundation. I
Okay.
can issue a subpoena for records or to appear before this board if they're in the state.
Okay. I was just trying to think of something certified, verifiable, because I get worried about loose ends on this.
So, I mean, I guess another loose end is there a way we can know from the foundation whether he has made contact or not? And if not, then we might have to have another meeting to do something else.
What, if we did that kind of thing, Dorley, legally, do we have any way to make a bulletproof process like what Brad's talking about?
I think the foundation can contact Amy and let her know that he's not complied with the 24-hour letter.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're gonna have to call a special meeting if you want to take further.
What would you do at the special meeting to make it happen?
I mean, you could EOS, if y'all are concerned enough and you can establish enough concern, that would be the only option to EOS him.
Okay, because I feel like we almost might be, you almost might be there now if you think that's the only way out. But boy, that's a stretch a little bit on that. That's a stretch because that could be other things.
Yeah.
Could be ragweed. And so the
So by having this provider get in contact with the foundation, what is our plan? By them getting in contact with the foundation?
A
Test.
drug test.
because the test is,
And
they're gonna
so-
come down to everything.
So they're gonna need to come to Little Rock to see the foundation and be tested on site with the.
Well, my hope is the foundation would lean on them and require testing ASAP as soon as they got in contact.
He will call us, we will say, I want to set up meeting time as soon as possible, but in the meantime, we need to have him go. Right, we can have him do that. Right.
Gotcha. So you've got a place you can refer the
Well, as
provider.
long as he's Within 30 minutes, probably.
He's in Northwest Arkansas.
Okay.
So you could say perhaps, you're gonna meet with me in 3 days, but you need to go to this facility in the next 24 hours and get these samples.
No, he's saying within 30 minutes
Well,
of
yeah,
contact.
Okay.
Well,
But 24 hours, 36 hours. Okay. Okay. That's the best path you got.
Okay. Because I mean,
Because you don't want to overstep your bounds on this. Oh my God, that'd be.
No.
Oh, then that's going to be very easy, much easier for us.
You
Yeah, we'll have a called meeting. Yeah, that'll be very easy.
So my motion would be, we notify this practitioner via signed signature FedEx. They need to make contact with the foundation by 5 p.m. Central Standard Time on August the 11th. And the foundation has the, authority to try to pursue any and all testing that they feel is necessary. And if we don't hear back from the foundation by the 12th, that he has not initiated contact, we need to know about it.
Okay.
Can we make a decision at EOS now? if
I
we
wouldn't do
deny it?
that. I wouldn't do that. I just have a meeting and then they'll hand us a packet and then Nick's flooded, but an investigator may have some data for us by then as well.
Please get us a copy.
Yes, sir.
Dorley, if I may ask a question, I do not recall in statute that it is required to be a certified letter. I thought that that was only if action was brought against the license. Am I correct?
I don't recall in there either a certified letter requirement for you're talking about for a 10-day letter?
Yes, or a 5-day letter or whatever.
Whatever the time period is. No, the primary reason that you do it like that is to establish that they've gotten it.
Would council have any objection to us also sending it to the email address on file as well as sending it overnight?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
So do we need to amend the motion to add the email contact?
Yeah, next and email.
Okay. All right. So we got Brad's motion. We got a second for that. All right. Jenny, you got that? Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thanks, Nick. All right. So let's go back. We're going back up to 2674. All right. There we go. I got, need to show us completion of course. Looked like he did that. Looked like information to me. He has a contract, Dr. Donner?
But no, we didn't put him on a contract, but we
did.
assured that he completed his course in his bathroom therapy.
Okay.
Information.
Motion a second for information on 2674. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 26101. I had,
She's on a contract.
okay, I was gonna ask you, right?
Fully compliant.
Yeah, it's some colorful things written here. And so so it has a contract, everything's good. And what are the guidelines on the contract? Okay. Okay. And she just needs to be included in the licenses we follow. Oh, yeah, I would. Yeah. But that's up to y'all. And so, and I guess that is, we'll just get, I mean, to me, that would need to be the motion I'll make. Would you want to just follow her through AMF updates?
I think that's good.
Okay, a motion a second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26102. PMRC had some mixed reviews. I kind of had haven't seen PMRC, and then we can kind of look at it again, which would be another table.
Which one?
26102.
Are you not 156?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 102. Yeah, 102 is after 101. I did get that one right, but I figured it was making up.
That's not in our list like that right
Yeah.
now.
That's not on the book.
Yeah. You didn't get the updates.
No, 102 is out of the board book. Yeah, I'm at 25. Let me look. Let's see.
Mine's not there anymore.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it's gone. Those 26102 is supposed to be in there.
I don't have it.
I remember what it was, and it was in, I thought, what do you think? I thought it was info.
Well, you can't do it because the board doesn't have it. We're gonna have to wait till the next meeting to look at it.
I move we table 26-102 until the next meeting. Somehow or other, I got it. I did a summary.
Me too. I got one, brother. It got erased out of the latest update. I know, it got erased out of the latest update.
Get the update this morning.
I have it on this.
Oh, yeah, I don't play around. I don't even. And so
I remember it very well.
So Dorley, on that one, we'll just have to take it up next meeting because not every board member has it. So 26-102 is gonna have to just sit till next meeting as a follow-up.
Make a motion, we table it.
I guess we can do it. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. So, all right, as if, Mr. Davis is in a hurry to get to 156, which it's a freaking race to nowhere. And so we just gotta wait for the investigation results on this one is all I got. It's not, that circle's not wrapped up yet. You got some foundation report, but you know, that status, of that relationship continues the way it is. Yep. I got a motion to table it. Second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Oh, for sure, I screwed up. It's 26-159.
I did.
So this one, I had show cause. I mean, I guess naively because I haven't seen it, but that's not really my job. That's the expert's job.
Yeah.
And so I had show cause an AMF visit. Although I think I already seen you, I believe, Dr. Donner, hadn't she? Let's look. I'll double check.
Nick did the investigation.
Well, yeah, but that's a complicated issue here. The because the patient has some overlapping prescriptions.
I don't see Donner's note.
Yeah, so Donner's not seen her. And so, but to me, I had show cause in an AMF visit seemed to be the best. You got a video here that by investigation report appears to show something pretty substantial. I don't know, Dorley, on this one, do you have to get an expert? Yeah, this is someone that's that might have five-finger discounted some stuff. And so so it's not really a technical thing, it's more of a potential use disorder. I guess the expert's gonna be somewhat Dr. Donner's opinion a little bit in one regard, and then the rest of it's just gonna be a question of, is there evidence of self-diversion? And so I had show cause and AMF is what I had. But the description on the video must be a pretty good video. Resolution wise. And so yeah. I mean, normally what we have is an expert sitting here, and so you're rolling based on the leverage of the expert, but this one you got to roll based on the leverage of the investigator. Right. So that's what I had was 10-day and show cause. The only risk you take is if the 10-day changes something, but I don't know that it would.
Yeah, I'll make a motion for 10-day and show cause.
A motion, a second for a 10-day letter and a show cause on 26-159. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26-133.
160.
163, sorry. Looks like you're getting reports from Tejas regarding that individual?
Yes.
And so I had information on that one unless somebody had something different they wanted there.
Second.
Motion is second for information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26-166. So in your board book, it's what we had. Did I do it wrong?
I don't have that one either. We jumped to 208.
Yeah, the board book's messed up.
Yeah, 166.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you didn't have the update.
Yeah, the problem is this one's a little bit of a problem. And so yeah.
Okay, so 166, yeah, I thought you handled earlier today.
No, ma'am. This is a provider that we wanted a 10-day letter with. That provider received a certified letter from us that appears to have their signature. Well, it was a later addition because I asked you to get we needed to get the stuff that verified kind of the chain going out to him. but it wasn't initially. Mm-mm. And so, so this is a provider that we issued a 10-day. There was a certified letter signed for, but contact from AMF hasn't happened yet.
Well, he's also in Texas, and he, we received a text that he said he relinquished his Texas license and ceased to practice agreement. We were planning on getting reports from Texas, so we can't do that, obviously.
What do you mean? Wait, fill in the gaps for him.
Well,
Oh, because he doesn't have a Texas license?
right.
Oh, that's a nice move. That's a new one. And so, I mean, that's good. That's stealth. We'll call that stealth. And so the other option here is we could have a board requested appearance. I mean, in defense of the licensee, this was an affirmative attestation is how this began, right? So this is a licensee telling you things. And so there's a fair number that don't do that, I would assume. And so, well, no, not really. And so
I had board requested appearance.
okay. And so, why don't we just do that? Is virtual okay? Since they're in Taos, you want to come see us?
I'd vote virtual.
Let's say, you know what I wanted, Brad, I can't remember the exact,
Here you go.
reason. No, I'll put it. Oh, it's out of here. Oops, here you go. Glad I got notes.
Here's
And so
that's
well, I got
the-
that. I was just curious what was the actual self-reported, issue?
It said, self-reported to Texas Medical Board and participating PHP reporting voluntary AA meetings. and tests.
Okay, so it's a
He
abuse
said
issue.
It was monitored by their board, so we were gonna get compliance report. But he surrendered his license.
Yeah, right. But he still got an Arkansas.
We asked him to reach out to y'all and see what he wanted to do about his Arkansas. He's never done that.
Yeah.
But I guess why wouldn't y'all shift gears and just say, do an evaluation on him?
Well, we would, unless he's also surrendered his Arkansas license.
Well, no, he's got an active Arkansas license.
So that's, so.
Well, that doesn't matter. I mean, as soon as you get contacted and he has a license.
We had this discussion this morning, and so now we're gonna try again to get him to come in and meet with us and make a decision.
It sounds like they do
Either
all
that or
right, right?
immediately surrender. But we were waiting to see if he had talked to you again.
I'm gonna recommend a board requested appearance virtual would be acceptable.
Okay, I got smart.
Second.
I have a motion, a second for board requested appearance. Virtual's okay. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26, 208 is what I got next. So, and so, I mean, let's see. So we've got an investigation still pending here and an expert still pending, don't we? Right. And so all I had was, all you could do was AMF report reviewed or just table it. Because this was something that happened here locally, provider, moved, but we still got data we haven't.
Under
received yet.
advocacy, but still under
Yeah.
investigation. So I put table.
Second.
And a motion, a second to table it. All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, is it? Oh, man. Thanks, Bob. And so, oh yeah, even better. It's so 26,241. I had information on that unless somebody had something else, because here's why. It looks like, we have already, taken a look at this, if I remember correctly. Let's see, hold on a second. No, I might be on the wrong one. Sorry.
I had information.
Second.
Yeah, that's what I had. Okay, motion and second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26,243. That's a little different story. And so, I mean, what I had was you could float a consent to not work or EOS or show cause. And so, but that normally we don't do that float a consent and trigger. And so, but that's kind of an issue. I get that she may not be, working, but, that's a substantially positive test times 2.
The question I wanted to ask though, so she was working as a surgical tech
Right.
but had grandfathered in before a license was required. She was certified. So she doesn't have.
She's registered with us.
That's what I wanted to make sure.
She's registered with us. Yeah, I double checked it. She's registered with us. And so at that point, it's us.
So surgical techs do have to register, and even though it's not a license, we do have to regulate, even if it's not a license.
And so it's the usuals. I mean, do you EOS them? Do you show cause them? You know?
Well, we've been in touch with her and she's.
Yeah, but I got somebody on more than one thing whose job is to take care of people who cannot defend themselves. Right, that's what you do in the operating room. That's essentially what's going on. Is a defenseless person lays there in front of
Trying
me.
to work with her. Y'all do whatever, but I'm saying, we're trying to work with her. She doesn't have any money. We're trying to pay for it. We're gonna get her enlisted with us, and she's open and receptive to doing whatever she needs to do.
That's good.
But she also, I don't know, she doesn't have a license to surrender if she chooses to do that. So what did she do?
She got a registration to surrender and she can sign a consent to not work, but
So
the best way to do that's a show cause front end.
You can submit a surrender of registration?
Sure, that's what's there.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
but the biggest thing to us would be an agreement, and from my opinion, from our registrant to say, I'm not gonna practice until I get right with y'all. That would be a decent outcome potentially. But that's a consent, and so, usually the best way to get a consent is invite somebody to come see you with the potential of the penalty occurring that day.
He'll come.
And so I would show cause it is what I do. You could say EOS it, and I could see that too, but, it's whatever y'all think.
I just make a motion to show cause.
Second.
Okay. And then, do we now, one quick thing, do we need to do any sort of investigatory work here? Because what you got is, you've got data from employer sent complaint. Dorley, would you need more investigatory work than what you got? If it came to a hearing?
No, we just have to get some of the employers here.
Okay, so not, okay. All right, so it looks like show cause work. Okay, so I got a motion for a show cause. Chris, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The 26,246 is what I got. It's getting to be roulette every time I say a number. And so everybody's good? Okay, good.
Yeah.
The it looked like AMF and E had some productive interaction. And so
We still waiting on.
I
that?
had an update from AMF as to whether or not the course has occurred.
He signed up, it has not occurred.
Okay.
So just wait and update. Just
Okay,
table
and this is somebody who maybe is less friendly than me. Okay. So I guess what I'd do is, he hadn't taken the course.
Do we just table and wait for?
That's what
an
I would
update?
do.
And then get an update maybe next meeting? find
Yeah,
out.
that's what I'd do. That
Table.
sounds good. So I got a motion, a second to table that. All in favor? Yes.
We met.
Page 7's in there, page 6 and 7.
Yeah. And so, all right, we got a motion, a second to table it. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26,249 is in some of these, but that was an error. So if it's there, just don't worry about that. And then it's gone now intentionally. 26,251 is the next one I had, and that's a straight up mess. And so I had table because we still have an EOS hearing scheduled in October.
Yeah, that's what I had table.
Yeah.
And isn't she under EOS? in
Yes.
Cali- Okay.
Mhm. She's EOS now. Mhm.
Yeah, so I have a table.
Second.
Motion a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26,254. Hey, you got to turn the page, but guess what? And so, but at least there's some skips here. And so I had that one for information is what I had, unless somebody got to us. The only reason I brought it in here was because it gives the board the ability to link these two together. Because if I was the complainant, I'd really like the ability to speak to this licensee, because that complainant's going to need a contact number to get that issue fixed. That's why, to me, it was for all y'all to look at it, because you can't really do that on the batch side too easily. Yeah.
Second.
A motion, a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 256. And so, this one, 256, I think we've already taken this one up in the past. And so, because to me, it looked like information because of that. So in 256, had some malpractice. Nevada took up the case, got a reprimand from California, got a DP report. But what I saw was we'd already looked at this and we'd already taken Nevada as information. That's what I had on here.
I had information.
Okay. I got a motion, a second for information on 256. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 263. To me, it just usually, and if y'all don't want to, I totally get it. Usually we get an answer from the licensee, but I will say the answer you got and the whole structure here you got, I don't know that it gets you anywhere, but I wanted the board to kind of decide how they want to handle that in this format. So that's my thing is in the past, a lot of times when we didn't get answers from the licensees, we'd say, look, guys, I get being protected. We kind of like something from you, but you may look at this and go, nah, take information, get out of here. Then do it. A motion and a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 265. We're making some progress. And so to me, the only way I figure out how to do this is, I mean, I feel bad for the patients, right? And so, but the only way you're going to figure out whose responsibility was to manage that would be to open an investigation, knock on the door and find out who is the CMO of this situation and bring that licensee in and say, okay, this is kind of what we expect. My impression is that we would expect that clinic to take that up and not leave these folks in a lurch. Because the way the licensee responds is that, man, I just got vamoosed. And so you're not immediately going to have the ability to provide care for those patients. So they kind of got abandoned to some degree, potentially. Now you may look at it and say, man, it's just too much work, is what it is. No evidence that someone got hurt.
A lot of this has been going on in that community with that system. A lot
Mhm.
of providers.
I know there's been some shifting.
Yeah.
And so then I thought, well, do you bring the CMO in? Because that's going to be our licensee and say, man, what's going on here? This is not kind of what we expect.
I'm kind of for that.
I'm all for it.
Motion to bring in the CMO and explain.
Well, but here's the deal. You could do that, or you get an investigation and find out really who the point person is to that clinic, because that system is not small. And so if you drag the CMO in from the hospital, and they go, I don't even manage that clinic.
Right.
And that's why I looked at it as an investigation to get us who's in charge of the clinic.
CMO comes in and tells us they don't even manage something that's under their purview.
Okay.
Good luck to them.
Okay, we'll just have CMO come in. Sounds good to me. So that's a motion to have the CMO of that healthcare system come visit us regarding this complaint.
Because this is not the first time we've been reported on this.
Okay. I got a motion.
And just to see if
The
they,
better.
do you all have a plan in place, in case things like this occur? Are notices going out to patients?
Right,
in
there's
your
all
local
those
paper,
requirements.
online? What are you doing?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a motion, a second for CMO of the system come see us. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2674, I got to recuse on that one.
I'll handle it.
I've lost my Zoom.
What? Yeah.
Hey, Dorley, you want to stop, don't you? He's so done. I can't, yeah, I'm out.
Go ahead.
Well, I can't keep going.
Okay.
2670.
274.
Well, before we start, I just wanted to make sure
I'm recused.
people are recused and not present for this
Okay.
deliberation.
They'll be able to hear you through the microphone.
Okay.
Here, I'm bringing you the login information.
Yeah. Are we okay to continue?
Okay, 26274, discussion.
26274, just wanted to make sure that we actually took the time to discuss any kind of issues that come in front of this board, the importance that we have of, and I'm sorry, I'm rambling, the importance of just making sure we take the time to look at these complaints, these actual complaints, understanding that these are real complaints, these are real people. What I appreciate, not just about this complaint, but is also about the response from the practitioner. Very thoughtful. It included evidence to support their position on how they cared for the patient. What I did not hear is that the patient lost their hearing.
Correct.
So I personally did not find anything was wrong here, so I would say motion for info.
We have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Right, next up is
26,276.
276.
I had
Man.
Dr. Donner.
That's what
I had three-letter word. And so,
Let's talk about Dr. Donner.
okay, that'll go.
I did have investigation on that too.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
That's whatever y'all want to do.
You do 10-day and investigation?
That's fine.
Yeah.
10-day investigation.
Okay, a motion and a second for 10-day investigation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Hey, did the facility in question, did they report this or is it anonymous?
Notified by employer.
Okay, so it was them. Okay, I didn't follow.
Okay.
Under accusation of accuracy, that's what's going to take an investigator.
26279.
Second. Y'all gotta let me catch back up. 26,276. What did y'all do?
Oh, we did 10-day and investigation. We good? Rock on. 26,279, complicated. Basically, Hawaii got involved because I didn't get notified by something about something in April of 22. But I think if you look with what we added on here, I think this board already looked at it. And so I think we took it for information in the past, which means unless you just want to take it up anew because some other board took an action, it looked like information to me. Because I think it was part of his license application to
Unless
us.
there's something that's added on since the 23 thing, there's nothing new.
Right. And so I had it for information.
I put in for information.
And
Motion to second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The 280, I mean, topical is exempted from registration, but the only question I got is they still gotta, can we still inspect and do and all that? Or do I need to stay out of that? Because I felt that we had to do that, we probably ought to let them know. We could do that.
Hit the statute. If you look at the statute number on this, it says under. It says under it's at 1795-102 D4, and under that, it says that under this section, it doesn't apply to the topicals, and then it's got others listed there. That section is that entire statute. number.
So it's not just registration, okay.
Yes, because if you look at under D2, those individuals are subsections of the
Okay.
statute. And
Okay.
so the statute is the section. And
Okay.
so it would not apply.
Okay, so what I was getting at, because the big thing here, y'all, is injectables, right? And so I thought maybe that we could still, the rules would still exist that we could inspect. We have certain guidelines, registrations, logs, all that, and that all that got accepted was the registration and not the guidelines, but that's the opinion. And so and then also, if this physician was gonna do topicals and there might still be at risk for inspection, they didn't know that, but it looks like they're just exempted, period, from our purview and from the registration. And so look like they're fine to do it.
so topicals are not included in what we have.
Nope,
discussed
they're
already today.
exempted from registration with us
That's important.
and injectables.
That's important.
And so You know, so I guess did they actually ask a question about it? I guess they did. I want to make sure they ask a specific.
They just has to make sure that the topicals are okay.
I think it came from,
I think out of abundance of caution, they
Yeah.
submitted for approval.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they haven't submitted anything yet, have they? And so I guess it's one of those answers where you just give them an answer and say, board opinion, pending full submission of the registration, right? Reserve an opinion until we see an actual request sent. Oh, there's the request.
Yeah, they have a request
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah, there it is. And so it's just a question of approving it. Do we even need to approve it as topical? I mean, we don't even approve the registration. I know that,
So, yeah.
but you got to take a motion on the registration.
I don't think you have to take a motion on
Okay.
the registration. I think you just need to acknowledge that it's exempt
Okay.
under the statute from the necessity of a registration.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you'd let us give a legal opinion or not.
Well, you need to make a decision on the application, and my advice to you is that the application's unnecessary, therefore there's no action by this board.
Perfect.
I move with the application's unnecessary. We
That's the wording, something like that. I got a motion that the application's unnecessary. Is there a second?
second.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 282. I had information on this one. I mean, but because of the outcome, I thought that it was needed to be discussed. I mean, Chris, you got an opinion in this area? Or surgeons got an opinion in this area?
Yeah. Well, I just, with the hiss the wound, would you wash out or place antibiotics? It didn't state whether they washed out or placed antibiotics, but I said.
I think it was just the preoperative
But I
clearance
think
is kind of what
likely
centered on
sepsis
for me.
caused the acute kidney failure. Clearance medically should have been noted prior to surgery, but yeah, I didn't have anything that was.
Okay. Yeah, that's more information.
Yeah.
That's what I had. It didn't look like a GN thing, but I just wanted to be careful. I can't make one, but Chris, you make
I'll
one?
make a motion.
Motion to take for information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 283. I didn't see anything problematic on that registration request unless somebody else did. And you can approve the request there if you want to, if the board wants, so chooses. This is another dispensing request. And it's a second location under somebody we've already granted a dispensing request to. Looked like in 24 we cleared them. And I didn't see anything on the list that looked essentially or concerning.
The only question is, this location is 3 minutes away.
From the other one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a big part of the statute, Josh, you know, is some degree of need, financial or access. And so it wouldn't be unheard of to decline it.
Well, just had a big discussion earlier in the morning that I vaguely remember.
I mean, I do think it's a stretch to say those two are not. Well, it says not other physicians dispense in town, but
right.
I imagine there's some other places that dispense those two drugs.
Yeah, I mean, but I wasn't, it's kind of my same feeling. I just wanted to know why a second dispensing location, because again, I thought these were sort of need-based, and so that was my question.
Well, and I think if the feeling of the board is to say, no, we're not going to approve this one, they're welcome to have a provider requested, practitioner requested appearance come up here and plead their case, and we could take it up again if we've missed something. So it's totally reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, no.
I'd make a motion to deny it, and if they want to come up here and talk to us, they can request an appearance and we can discuss it in person.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion, a second to deny this registration request or permit, excuse me. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26-284. This is other part of that mess. And so we already touched one. That's one side of this mess. This is the same kind of thing here where you kind of need to be real sure about what's going on in terms of who's. I mean, to me, once again, I get concerned about who's writing it. But there's some stuff on here that's pretty pretty unimpressive. Because, not any notes signed by, signed later, no actual notes from the provider themselves. And so I just had questions of, is there a necessary professional provider-patient relationship here? And if there is, then that's not going to fly.
And this is the same
Yes.
med spa that we
Yes.
spoke about earlier.
Correct.
I'm seeing similar names.
Oh, yeah.
Nurse practitioner, RN.
And you have a transition and you have I believe we have a secondary provider here who isn't independent. And so if you're not well, you could have still prescriptive authority, but this one's not independent. And so, so I had still on this one, you're going to have an expert, just like the other one, if you want to take it up. And then also it gives our investigation time to be sure about whose name's on the prescriptions, if we can.
It looks like we just had a fourth physician name.
Yeah, we did. And that one I had, and I think that one does not currently have active. And so I had flag on that one, on the one that starts with B. That's what's in my notes, is there was someone whose last name starts with a B that was listed here. Is that the one you're talking about?
I've got it. Well, we've got the one which is S.
Yep. That's what the complaint's about.
Okay.
And there's one in here mentioned with a B.
Okay, I see it. G.
I'm using voice on this.
Yeah. Thought I was seeing G. I mean, I see the name with G.
Okay. And I may have it wrong. What I have, well, here. I had that. Is that a G and I got the B wrong?
So this one, I think, is not there anymore.
Right. That's why I had flag renewal in case they came back to us, because I think that one used to have an Arkansas license. I'll double check and see if that one used to have an Arkansas. Make sure I got it spelled right.
So. I don't have.
This one new too?
Yeah. See, I didn't see that one.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
Nope.
There's an RV that's new also.
Yeah, signed on the protocol.
The internet's not impressive on this.
No, it's not.
Issues.
This is service.
Well, and you may have, and we've seen it before, Brian, where it's unlicensed individual occasionally getting dumped in by a contract source. Yeah, see the name I've got, Brian doesn't come up either. As ever having an Arkansas license.
Okay. So a company that provides oversight.
And what we can do is, since we've still got investigations to do with an expert, you can try to go after that data, Brian, to ferret that out.
Yeah.
Because then if we got people practicing in state, no license, that's
Gotcha.
yeah. And that's what I would do, is let the investigator cook a little bit on that.
Okay.
And then you got to get an expert. And hey, Dorley, in a situation like this where multiple licensees, same place, you use same expert both?
I would.
Okay. Wasn't true. And so,
Unless I had a conflict.
yeah, and so, what's the motion look like here?
You gotta investigate it.
Investigate it. Investigator look to make sure we don't have other providers.
And add those two names that we've just identified.
Okay.
It's an additional investigation.
I guess, yeah. Okay, motion and a second, for an expert and some additional investigatory work. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26,295. I'd leave it, but I wanted to be careful. And so, it looked like information to me in the end, unless somebody saw something
I
different.
said no. Info.
Motion a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 296. Hey, Brad, what'd you think of that? I mean, I gotta believe there's some of that happens in ERs, you know what I mean? Where fall,
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised with the note from the neurosurgery. I mean, the way I was trained and the way I still practice is if there's acute blood in the head, I observe them and get a scan 24 hours later. I thought it was kind of strange.
do you think it's our range or well, you think it's something we need to take up? Let's just say it that way. And that would be an expert investigation.
Well, so this really wasn't against the neurosurgeon, though. This was against the
Yeah, the initial provider.
So then they said, well, we got the expert, and they said they could go home.
Right.
So,
I figured right.
um,
Because you guys are so swamped in a state like this, I was just curious.
I think you could do it for information only, or if you got an expert, it'd have to be just an ER expert and say, well, then the ER, what's the point of getting the recommendation from the, and then if they admit them, who are they gonna get to see them? Because they just said, I just saw this patient, they could go home.
Well, and I think to your point, most ER docs are gonna look at this, man, I make this phone call all the time, and this is the answer I get. I may not like it very much, but I'm stuck, which is, you know what I mean? You've heard that in the ER, just says, oh.
I think I was surprised by the consultant, but I think for this complainant, I had information on.
Okay.
Second.
Motion a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. I have 297 next. Man, I guess we got to look at it. I mean, we probably ought to audit CME, but I think you already know the answer you're going to get, and that it didn't happen. And so you can investigate it, in terms of an audit or CME audit. Or you can have a board requested appearance, have somebody come see us and we can chit chat about kind of how things stand. But I don't think info is the right thing to do because you basically have an admission that I didn't follow a reg. But to be defensive of the provider, though, it is a self-report to us after Michigan got spicy about it. And basically what it is, it's CME, right?
Satisfied everything with a different state.
Absolutely. And and the question really is it's, and that may be enough. You may say that's enough. You got data bank entries, things like that.
Yeah. I mean, I already got a data bank hit over there.
But then the question is, if another CME thing comes up and we've taken a pass on one, is that a good plan either? Right?
Gotcha.
So I'm getting at. And so that's why, to me, you could have a BRA if you wanted to kind of split the baby and see where you're at.
Yeah, just do a BRA and let them come by internet or tell if they want to.
Second.
I got a motion a second for a board requested appearance. Yeah, motion a second for a board requested appearance that virtual is okay. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26298. Yeah, that's not ideal. And that's kind of sad, right? And so I figure we're gonna have to shut this down because we've already. So in June of 2022, we examined some other things, and we did a board requested appearance, and the meeting was, I mean, it was hard on him and emotional, but there's a long history of things here in the past, and it looks like the other state kind of went back after it, want some confidence, and just wouldn't contact them, and they already suspended. So if this board takes this up punitively, you already have the grounds to do whatever you want. That's action by another state. And so you could show cause it and you have action by another state, or you could say, man, I'm just not sure. Unfortunately, sadly, the provider's not capable of managing things and doing EOS. And I think, to me, I mean, with a history like this, I just don't know that you can let them have a license. I mean, Dorley, what's your feeling about that? It's, does it rise to that level? Or you say, no, I'm just not sure it's there. Because you don't have an action other than non-response to another state and a history of problems.
I think we could make it go either way you don't want to go.
Okay, and you could show cause it if you want to. Right, and that gives us some flexibility on timing, which is you mean get rolling again? So we'll pick back up on 26-298. The question was show cause versus EOS. Chris, do you make a motion?
My motion was for show cause.
Okay.
Do you need anything else for that?
You're going to use the other state's info.
Okay.
Second.
Motion a second for show cause on 26-298. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26-302. So that's some loose ends. And I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest, what I had a subpoena the head of respiratory therapy for UMS to come explain it.
I was just wondering how you're gonna get it.
That's how I'd get it.
Yeah.
Because that's our licensee.
But we need more info, and that's the question I had.
And I get worried if we just get an investigation, we'll get a brick wall.
Yeah.
And so our licensee can come help us out and
Yeah.
explain what's going on. Because clearly they had a problem they never told us about. And so, so we can manage that. And so that's what I had, which is off the beaten path, but it will get you where you want to go, most likely, I think.
That's what we've had to do in the past.
Really? Have you? Okay.
Is we had to have them come here because our attempts to get information said that's privileged information. And so they had to come.
I do remember one. Yeah, just flip that on. Okay. So is that a motion, Don?
It is.
The motion and a second to have the head of respiratory therapy for that institution come see us. As a board request appearance, all in favor? Any opposed? Our motion carries. 26-307. Yeah, this one, long history. And once again, when I looked at it, I think this board has looked at this first end issue, and then we took up Florida. So I don't see any other route here for us. I mean, Idaho and California and Rhode Island have done some things, but we've already, I think, touched this and made a determination on. So I had it for information.
I agree. Information.
Second.
Motion and second for information. All in favor? And any opposed? All right, motion carries. 308. I mean, I had a letter, but
10-day.
10-day.
9.5 day.
I had a motion and a second from Dr. Cluck for a 10-day letter on 26-308. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 309. And so it's a CEU's things. And so that's what I had on that one. And so let me check my secondaries here. Yeah, I had the potential of an investigation if he needed it, because because we've not been able to get in touch with this person, correct?
Yeah, I said we cannot contact.
Right. And so I had open investigation, and that leaves us somebody, in our system that can make phone calls, and find creative ways to contact people other than our usual certified letters. Subpoena out of state's a difficult thing. And so you need somebody with a little bit more flexibility than we usually would have.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, I make a motion, we open up an investigation.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, the motion carries on 26-309. 311 is the other brief stand in the fire with the other one. And so it looked like we were going to try to get some more information surrounding the prescriptions here. The question is, are we gonna want an expert here? But right now, you're also got another investigation with a third provider. So what I would do on this one is try to get the data pertaining to 311 regarding the prescriptions, table the rest because you've already got an investigation on player number 3. And so that's what I had. Yeah. Because that'll match what you did on 25-300. Table. Gotcha. And that's second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Are you getting the script data on this or are you tabling it?
What's that?
Are you getting the script data on this?
I would like to on this one, but I thought maybe it would fall into, because Nick's got to go in there for the other investigation on 25-300 in the same place. But do you wanted it to have to attach to this one as well?
If this goes to hearing, these are gonna be potentially separate hearings, so
Okay.
we're gonna need the data in each case.
So the question is, because that was my concern on the other one, is you need to be real clear about who these prescriptions were written by, because that establishes a cleaner trail of patient-provider responsibility. And so that's the only reason I brought it up in 300. That's why I brought it up on this one. And so the question would be, do y'all want to add that to the motion? Okay. So amended motion that added the additional prescriptive data and tabling. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
And it's just, you're getting it all.
Oh, yeah, it ain't bad. At 26-312, I just had flag renewal for appearance. It won't respond to our request. I don't see it. I mean, you can try to invoke an investigation, go find somebody, but on these, the other one had action and a license. This one just had a malpractice case filed against him, and then we can't clean it up.
But can we check to see if she's already written? Or
We're on 26-312. This person right here.
End of.
Oh, get you some.
End of the month.
Don't have a license. Yeah, I knew there was one close, Brian. I couldn't remember which one it was.
$831.26.
That's what this says.
Shazam. We'll be hearing. We'll be finding out. I got a motion to flag renewal for appearance
Second.
and a second by Dr. Phillips.
Do that.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26-316. Hey, Chris, what'd you think about that? I mean, it just happens. Wouldn't do something different. I mean, probably not the best mechanism of care, but not GN, right?
No, I don't think it's GN. I would have gotten an orthopedic consult,
Right.
you know, I mean, I think that's due diligence, but if they were stable, I know it's debatable.
And that's what they say,
I
you
know it's
know?
debatable between he said, she said, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's not gross negligence. I don't think.
Look like information to you.
I would.
That's a motion. Anybody got a second his motion from Brad seconded? All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 318. We don't really have much to go without a charging document, what I see there. I mean, I would table it pending legal review of what we got here.
Table.
Hold on. She ain't done yet. 318 pled guilty to a federal kickback statute.
Yeah, but the federal kickback statute she pled guilty to is not a criminal offense.
Mhm.
If you look at the agreement in there, it specifically retains jurisdiction for the federal government to seek criminal actions against her, so, or him. And so in the fact of this matter, I think that the individual's not clearly understanding what that document is.
Yeah.
It's all on the civil side.
Yeah.
So it would not impact as far as the criminal felony side of any question for us at this point in time. I think you're gonna need to wait and see what happens. I think November, is that? what
Right,
they-
sentencing in November. That's why I thought it was
But-
criminal, because there was a sentencing.
Yeah. and
That could
that's-
just be a
that-
fine.
And that's why I don't understand what's happening in November based on these documents. And I've seen this in front of other boards on kickback stuff like this.
Yeah.
And it's all civil with no criminal
Just we want our money back.
violation. They just want the money paid back, and therefore, until there's a criminal violation, depending on the statutes, depending on the board's rules as to whether or not you can seek something under unprofessionalism or something of
Right.
that nature.
Okay,
So,
so table it and revisit in December. Anybody want to make that motion?
Once again, table.
All right, have a second. From Dr. McGee, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 323, man, there's a lot sitting there. Did I miss one?
No, I don't.
Oh, so, okay, here's 319.
I don't have enough.
319, man, I had that for information. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The, what's that?
I may get one on the way home.
Oh, dude, I'm not even touching that Charlie Brown. And so and so you better not. And so 23, there's a lot of moving parts here that to me, you're going to need a lot of that settled. And so I got like 5, 6, 7 pages here. And so what I had, once again, you're going to, I mean, to me, you need some additional answers. I mean, you don't know the hospice situation or the code situation for each of these patients. You have one PMRC member that says, no, none of this applies. Give it heck. And then you have the other PMRC members like, no, you can't do that. And so I think what ferrets that out is the status of those patients. And then the other thing that's a little odd here, I don't know if anybody noticed, is did anyone see who signed off on the notes? It's a clinic administrator. And that's
Yeah,
a
so
little
it's
bit
not-
unusual. I mean, I wish mine would. And so, but, and so instead they just tell me to get more done. And so I don't know what to do with it other than to note it. And then, the other question is, do we need the nursing home charts from some of these patients? Right? That's going to be voluminous. And the other thing I had, and really and truly, I think to truly look at this provider, because what I see here is 2 bad outcomes that became a look at some other things. And I would want to see, if it were me, PD&Ps over the past year to kind of see, what does this practice look like? Is this a big practice, a small practice? Are we just looking at a small group or not? And so I had PD&Ps and prescriber comparison reports.
So I don't have all of my notes anymore. Quick question. One of those 2 bad outcomes, they, I believe the name of the provider was on the pill bottle, but
Yeah.
when they contacted the clinic, they were saying the patient had not been seen.
Right. And then they produced a little bit. But remember also in there, Brian, you've got what's described as a confidential informant saying that there was destruction of records here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff sitting there. And some of that, to me, may not even pertain to us.
Yeah.
Right. And what the MPA has us doing. And so that's why, to me, what I saw was we've got kind of a controls issue here, which is kind of in our realm.
Yeah.
And then the other stuff, I'm not really sure it's us. And so that's why I had, do you get an expert? You get them the records they need from the other nursing homes we don't have records from, and let the expert look at this and see what they say.
You eventually refer the facilities to their board.
Well, yeah, once you get everything, and that's ADH, it does nursing homes, and then, and then if you've got destruction of records and they can't produce records on somebody, that's also ADH. And that's not us. And so that's why I didn't look like something at this point you could kind of lean in on, because there's quite a few things sitting here. And that's why I might get somebody who does this day in and day out to look at all this and give us a ruling kind of on how the controls are managed, how the notes are managed, and then go from there. Because the charting thing, it's not really us that I think. I mean, I'm not sure that it is. I'm not sure. And then destruction of records, I don't know if that's us either, but it ain't good. And so that's why I had get an expert and get the probably gonna need the nursing home records from the nursing homes we don't have records from these patients. So you could track all of these patients because there's two sets of notes on them.
So I'll motion to subpoena the extra records and do an expert review.
Yeah.
Second.
A motion, a second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Okay, long one. 26, 324. Once again, that's kind of a mess. And so is there any other data on that? That's June 18th, charge of conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud, wire fraud on that one. And so, but in a way though, I don't see how we keep them with a license, but maybe you do because it's just charged.
There's been no criminal conviction, so you're not gonna be able to remove any licensure under any
Okay.
felony convictions at this point in time. It's not even we're close to going to trial.
So you just.
They did agree to a non-practice in North Dakota, so you can use that route. Although I'm not sure non-practice gives you the route or not. It's kind of a weird phrasing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can certainly ask if he would enter into a consent to not practice till this is resolved. But as far as action against his license for a criminal charge, it's not there.
Okay. So I guess the ways to do that is you either send him a letter requesting. Probably the other way to do it is just you can have a board request appearance. He's probably not going to say a damn word to you though, correct though, Dorleen? Other than, would you agree to do this consent? That would be the only conversation he'd probably have with us.
Right, most likely, all you can do is ask him, have you been charged with this? What's the status of your case? And he'll say he pled guilty and may or may not know when it's set for trial, if it is set for trial at this point in time.
And then it'll get stretched.
And then at that point in time, you could ask about the agreement.
What do you think the best thing to do is?
You can either table it, but you're gonna have to monitor it.
Right.
Which is a problem because we table a lot of stuff and it's gonna be difficult to monitor when to put everything back on the agenda again. Or you can do a BRA and see if he will give a time frame with, an agreement to not practice, and then it's the burden's on him to come back.
To get it back.
Let you know when, right?
Mhm. That's what I would do. I
Like a
mean,
BRA is just claim.
that's what I would do is talk to him
There
and
would
say,
not be
but you gotta be, gotta realize it's gonna be cagey a little bit.
So,
Yeah, is virtual okay?
yeah, virtual's fine.
Okay.
Second.
Got a motion, a second for a board requested appearance. Virtual is okay out of Tarrant County. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 325. I mean, on this one, y'all, we usually don't give legal opinions.
Get a lawyer.
And so usually we recommend you seek your own legal counsel regarding such matters.
Send a letter stating that.
Okay, got a motion. Get your own lawyers.
Second.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Is that it?
Nope.
We already did 326.
Oh, we sure did. It's a different computer.
All right, what else is left, boss lady? Wow, really? Y'all don't want to do something else?
Just be prepared for October.
All right, we want to adjourn this thing? Got a motion to do that? Well, how'd you get a motion to adjourn me?
Gonna say some stuff about the board books and changing it.
Okay, so I will let you know that we are in the process of ordering equipment for staff and also for the board members. However, because it's through the state process, it's probably going to be next year, next calendar year that you receive that. What is going to change, Dr. Jones? Okay, what is going to change is that you are no longer going to be receiving the discs. Okay, so you're not going to be receiving them by mail. What's going to happen, and I have been assured by IT at ADH that this will be done before the next board meeting. It's going to be cloud-based, which means that Jenny and I and Amy could decide, okay, we're going to publish every Tuesday and Thursday. So every Tuesday and Thursday, if you want to go out there and update your board book from the cloud, you can, and update it every Tuesday and Thursday. If you want to continue to wait till a month before, just understand you'll have all that information that had been published prior to then. But it will be up to you to go to the cloud, put it in, update your board book, and then you can make your notes just as you did. Yes, I will send you step-by-step instructions of what needs to be done.
It's pretty hard.
Okay. So, today went well. Like we said, we changed over to the domain, over to Department of Health, and, medical board will have very little control over what happens IT wise, but it went smoother. We had some bumps in the roads, but we made it, and it'll get smoother as time goes on. Okay.
I was told we were gonna do this 8.5 years ago and we're already doing it. Cool.
All right.
Okay.
Do we have to, I guess I have to take a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn, but not.
All right, second, all in favor, yeah, we out. Love y'all, bye. Door Lee's had enough 2 hours ago. Videos off. Cameras off.
We get overtime?
Yeah, let's see, I'll do the math on that for you, brother, because I know what you get paid for regular time.
You stop the recording.
You won't be impressed.
Mine